Hello everybody and welcome to the Chroma Blight pre-release tournament. So I'm just gonna start recording. I don't really know how long I'm gonna be recording, like what I'm gonna do with this footage yet. But this is the first tournament match for our tournament here. We have got Munjin, not me. It says me down here, but that's because spectator mode is still a little whack in places. Munjin playing versus The Problem. Now, I'm gonna spend this first game explaining a little bit about how the game works and what you can expect from it, and kind of like how to think about it, because it's still a new game, right? And I assume most of you haven't played it, and yeah, so that's pretty much that. We are using our spectator mode feature, so this is something that is actually in the game. It has a 3-minute delay on it, so this is not super live, I guess, but we wanted to make sure people can't cheat using it. So it's got a 3-minute delay on it, and we're spectating from Munjin's point of view, who's playing, it seems to be a Gradaza Hema combo deck as a Muse, which is an interesting choice of character for that kind of deck. Usually you see people play this with Bebu Bumo, but I guess Muse is fine. Now, I'm going to explain some of the kind of like core mechanics, the core ideas in this game. To be honest, if you've played card games before, if you play kind of like a traditional card game like Hearthstone or Magic the Gathering, then you're probably already familiar with a lot of the ideas in this game. But, you know, I really wanted it to feel a bit familiar, so that's kind of why that is. Anyway, let's have a look at it then. So, the first thing that's important to recognize, I suppose, are the two heroes that both of the players are playing. Heroes are really the main factor that you, like one of the main things that you have to think about when you first choose what deck to play. Now, we are looking at Muse versus Magnarchitect. Muse has 3 abilities, just like every hero has 3 abilities. Very frequently, these 3 abilities will be a primary ability, which is an active ability that is kind of designed so that you use it every turn. And then a secondary ability that's a passive ability that just kind of lets you structure your deck around it a little bit. And then finally an ultimate, which tends to be very powerful and something that you use in the late game to win the game with. Now, Muse is a bit special. Usually, most heroes have 1 of 4 different colors of mana. So you can see on the problem side over here, problem starts with a red mana, then has a green mana, red, red, green, blue, red, green, green, blue. You can choose this order of mana in the deck builder, and you need this mana to be able to play cards. So for example, if we have a quick look at a card like the Whittler here, the Whittler costs 3 neutral mana and 4 ambition mana to play. So 3 neutral and 4 green. Now, how do I get the green? Well, you get green through your natural mana pool. How do I get neutral? Neutral mana is any mana. So you can use any mana you want to pay for neutral mana. Which means that really it's just saying you just need some mana. You can use purple mana, you can use red mana, you can use whatever you want. It's really entirely up to you. So yeah. Now, what does that kind of like mean for our purposes? Well, it means that there's one hero in the game that is cheating the system a little bit. That is Muse. So Muse's secondary ability says the first mana in your mana pool is a chromatic mana of all colors. So she doesn't have to stick to this restriction as tightly as our heroes. While with Magnarchitect, you have a red and a green mana as your first 2 mana, and that's really all you've got. With Muse, your first mana is just chromatic. It is anything you want, which is incredible. So chromatic mana, of course, it's kind of explained, but let me mention it again. Chromatic mana is a perfect mana. You can use chromatic mana to pay for any kind of mana costs, which is very, very useful. Now, maybe I should talk really quickly about Magnarchitect before this game is over. So Magnarchitect is a hero that's a bit more aggressive. It's all about, she's all about kind of creating these toy golems is what they're called. These little fellas right here. So this is a bait bot. This right here is a block bot. And you can summon those with your abilities. They are very powerful. Well, they're not that powerful in of themselves, but Magnarchitect decks tend to build around them, which tends to make them very powerful. And I think we might be nearing an end for this first match very soon here. We are now in Act 3. I haven't even gotten around to explaining the Act system yet. But we are entering into Act 3. Act 3 means that sorry, what was I saying here? Act 3 is... I lost my train of thought. The act system is something we'll get into in a little bit, hopefully over the course of the next game. But in Act 3, you gain access to your ultimate. So that's why all of Muse's mana suddenly became chromatic, right? That's kind of her big thing. That's what she gets. This is where we head into sideboarding. So we have Muse gonna be changing out cards in the deck. Now, honestly, I'm not entirely sure how this goes from a spectator perspective. I have to fully admit that this is the first time I'm using the spectator for... Oh, well, I guess we're already done. Well, this seems to work very smoothly. It was the first time I used spectator for the sideboarding. Now, let me talk about Magnarchitect really quick. We spent a lot of time talking about Muse. Let's talk about Magnarchitect. So Magnarchitect's primary ability is create a random toy golem. The toy golems, there are 3 different ones of them. There's the bait bot, the block bot, and the bolt bot. They each have slightly different stats, and they each have a slightly different ability. So the bait bot can't be targeted by spells or abilities. The block bot has... the bait bot needs to be attacked first. It got taunt. The block bot can't be targeted by spells or abilities, and the bolt bot can attack immediately. Now, this is really just a minor RNG element. I know people don't really like seeing RNG too much, but with these golems, you tend to play a lot of them over the course of the game. So it's not really something where you feel too bad about getting any particular one of them. You tend to click that button a lot, you get a lot of golems, you get a lot of these bait bots, or got a lot of these toy golems going on, and also you're shown which one you get before playing it, right? That's like one of the really important things to keep in mind. Oh my god, okay, now that is interesting. We just saw the Verdant Star. This is a card I did not expect to see today. At the start of each turn, the Verdant Star gives +1/+1 to all Tayak and their adjacent companions. At the start of your turn, choose a Tayak from your hand. They enter the story. This is a card that allows you to cheat out Tayak at a very cheap cost. Tayak are a specific type of companion. So this Veteran Executor is a Tayak, or the Egotist is a Tayak. I think these are the only Tayak that are currently in hand. Yeah, this is a Spirit, and this is Gradazahima. She's a Mystic Vanguard Spirit Human Leader. She's got a bunch of subtypes there. But anyway, and now that is a big surprise, I have to admit. I really am a little bit... wow. Somebody actually brought a deck like that. So what this will now do is immediately allow Mungeon to play a big companion. I mean, this is a 5-mana card, and it's cheated out really early. I wonder if the problem is actually ready to combat that. Now, sadly, the Verdant Star has a bit of a downside that comes along with it. That being that it promotes growth in everything, as in anything near Tayak gets increasingly more powerful, including your opponent's stuff. So the problem might now be able to place stuff in these pages here to abuse the effect from the Verdant Star, making things more powerful. Oh my god, these are growing really quickly. These are growing really, really quickly. Now, the problem did spend a lot of the early game kind of doing nothing. You can see these things over here. These are so-called markings. So in Chroma, you can see that the individual slots on the board matter, right? So there's 7 slots on the board, and unlike a game like, for example, Hearthstone, right? In Hearthstone, when you kill something, everything like scoots into the center, and like it always tries to keep everything like in like a specific point of view. But Chroma doesn't really care about that. In Chroma, instead, it's really important to remember that it actually is a factor where you play stuff. And it is something that you want to keep in mind when building your deck and when playing the game, is the kind of positioning aspect of this. So that's why, for example, Mungeon wisely placed this stuff in this area, because this area right here has what's called markings on them from the problem. These markings make it so that whenever something enters here, it's more powerful, it becomes stronger. And this makes it so that the problem can kind of like utilize that with these effects. can utilize that with golems, with these like little tokens that are being generated to make them much more powerful. However, the problem also got incredibly greedy and didn't do anything else for the entire early game, and is now getting run over by these big plants. Which is very funny to me. Okay. So there is the Hunger Grows, which is a card that allows you to destroy any permanent, which was able to get rid of the Verdant Star. But there is still just so much pressure coming out, and I don't know if the problem is like prepared to deal with it, or even remotely able to deal with it. Nope, that's gonna be a concession right there. So that right there, I think, was really just very greedy play from the side of the problem. So that's just kind of like something to keep in mind. And we're actually gonna go into game 3. Damn, I can't believe that was cool. I really didn't expect to see a Verdant Star deck today. People don't really play Verdant Star that much, so the fact that somebody actually like is running it, that is super cool. Oh my god, you can do it again. This is a hand that can be used with the Verdant Star yet again. That is wild, dude. That is wild. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe Munchen figured something out. So anyway, I haven't really talked about Magna Architect too much yet. Sorry, there's just so much going on and I'm so excited about it because I just love what Munchen is doing here. It's very fun. So the second ability Magna Architect has is the first time each turn a golem enters your ashes, deal 1 damage to your opponent. So with these two abilities, right, with the primary you can create a lot of toy golems, and then with the secondary, when the toy golems die, you kind of like push a lot of damage to your opponent. Magna Architect is a hero that excels in building up a strong board quickly and then using that board to just overwhelm your opponent before they get to do anything. She is incredibly good if it comes to that like specific thing. Alright, here is the Verdant Star. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Are you gonna do it again? This deck, this is also a Tayak. Oh my god, this is another Tayak. I can't believe it. Alright, so this time around, it is important to keep in mind though, that there's a lot more board in play for the museum. Now something I don't like here is, again, positioning is really important. You can see the problem. Placed everything in that top right corner. Now again, the Verdant Star, what it does is it buffs everything around the Tayaks. So anything around the Veteran Executor will be buffed, meaning all of these 5 spots, right? All of these 5. And that's kind of the important thing. Right now, with this positioning, everything being clumped up in the corner like that, makes it so that these guys will not be affected by it and can actually be avoided. In fact, this was actually kind of poor positioning because this Egotist could have been placed on the left side here, making it so that the buff doesn't hit this fella. If the problem instead had placed these guys a bit more spread out and also placed the marks a little bit more spread out, then he could have absorbed these buffs into his own creatures as well, into his own companions as well, and then used those to fight back against these like incredibly strong Tayak right now. So that's something that's like really important here. Like you get full control where you place the markings, where you place the golems, right? The toy bots as well. Again, after you click the button, you're shown which toy bot you have, and then you can choose where to place that toy bot. And that's an important factor, right? That's something to keep in mind here. That the positioning is actually up to you at all moments. Right here, very nicely done, using Prey to return a companion to your opponent's hand. So returning the Veteran Executor. I imagine a Veteran Executor will just come down again, but it's still important to... Oh, no, okay, we're going to play Rotwave instead. That is interesting. I suppose we're planning to use Where We Make Soldier to rally. There we go. So Where We Make Soldiers buffs a page with Rally. I gain +2/+2. What that is effectively does, Rally is an effect that triggers when you play a companion with the same subtype. So it's a card that tends to be played a lot in decks that want to play multiple companions of the same subtype. So actually both decks play it here. Munchen playing the Tayak deck plays it so that whenever a Tayak is played, then all of your then this Tayak also gets like increasingly more powerful. And the same thing is being done over here with, right, where we make soldiers, buffing up the golems when they get played. Now this is where a little bit of a problem comes in for Munchen. The Verdant Star is dead, and the Verdant Star is actually a legendary card. So you can only play one of it in your deck. As you saw, it is pretty sturdy. It doesn't die that easily. It has a lot of HP. But now that it's gone, that's pretty much it. Oh my god, you just left it alive? Rotwave, look at it. At the start of your turn, I double my attack. So now it's a 12-10. That is just devastating. And this is where I don't know if Munchen is going to be that big-brained. This is where it's going to be a little bit interesting. But this game has a mechanic called the guarded stance. What you can do, and you can see this up here, these companions, they each have this like sword up here. You can choose to leave a companion in the combat stance or in the guarded stance. A companion in the combat stance is just able to attack and be attacked. Everything we have seen so far has been in the combat stance. I can put something in the guarded stance though, and if it is in the guarded stance, it can't attack, but it also can't be attacked. And that's the important thing here. It lets you protect your own stuff. And that's something that you can use with something like this incredibly powerful Rotwave. This thing already has 14 attack. At the start of your next turn, it's going to double its power again, go up to 28. On top of that, it's warded right now. Warded making it so that it... what does warded do? It can't be targeted by spells or abilities. Sorry, just wanted to have the right wording there. Further making it more protected. If you put it into the guarded stance, it's just gonna be fine, and it's gonna give you infinite attack essentially, right, past a certain point. Now you can't just one-shot people. That's a very important factor, so we haven't talked too much about this, but you can see up here, this is what's called a barrier. And you can see down here, this is also a barrier and this is also a barrier. Both players have two barriers each, one at 30 health and one at 15. When a player takes damage that would push them past the barrier, then instead they take damage up to the barrier and the barrier breaks. So let's say I deal 1 million damage to this muse right now. Instead she would take 1 damage and her barrier would break. So it's something that protects heroes and makes it so they can't just immediately be killed. You do actually need multiple instances of damage. And that's something that's keeping the problem safe here from this incredibly powerful Tayak. Even if this Rotwave had 6,000 attack, it still wouldn't be able to just kill because it can't get through the barriers that easily. So that's something that's really important. BlizzOX, thank you very much for the 26 months, and Funky Serious, thank you very much for the 47 months. Now, we are currently also in Act 2. The game has an act system. So Act 1 is where we start. Every time a card is played or a turn ends, we progress into the next act. Oh, sorry, not into the next act. We do. Every time you play a card or a turn is ended, you reduce the act counter by 1. So the act counter is this thing over here. If the act counter reaches 0, then at the end of your turn, or at the end of the current turn, I suppose, the game will transition into the next act. The other way to get the act counter to 0 is to break a barrier. So after you break the first barrier, the game will, of either hero, the game will automatically go into Act 2. And after you break the second barrier of either hero, the game will automatically go into Act 3. What are the differences for the acts? Act 1 has nothing special, right? There's nothing crazy here. I'm gonna go ahead and delete Munchen's message. Come on, Munchen. Come on. Come on, Munchen. What are you doing? Okay, Munchen's just posting spoilers in chat. Sorry. In Act 1, everything is as you might expect it. In Act 2, both players gain access to 2 neutral mana, in addition to the mana that they normally have. So this immediately speeds up the game a bit, gives you more resources to use abilities with, and just kind of makes it so that you can do more things, right? And that's like a really important aspect of it. In Act 3, both players gain access to their ultimate. And as I've mentioned before, ultimates are incredibly powerful. So for example, right here, Muse's ultimate makes it so that all of your mana is now chromatic mana of all colors. So she can actually just play any card in the game. Anything she wants. Which is kind of a little bit wild if you think about it, right? Magnarchitect's ultimate is also very fun. So choose up to 3 golems from your ashes. They merge and enter the story as a 6/6 big bot. This is also very strong. Because what it does is it lets you go into your ashes. And for example, you can see there's a Crag Warden here, Talus Automaton. You can take these and combine them into one super golem, which I assume we will see right here. I'm kind of waiting. I would expect that we're going to see this right now because it would allow the problem to just win the game. This game is over. Okay, all right, all right. Not yet, not yet. Maybe we'll still figure it out. Maybe we'll still figure it out. Okay. All right. No, okay. All right. Missed lethal. That's okay. The game is hard. That was lethal. Oh, we're still using the ultimate. Okay. All right. There you go. So this ultimate lets you combine 3 golems and create your own. Right? So you saw that 3 golems just got voided and it now created this one super big bot. Right? This guy has card effects from 3 different cards, because that's what it is. It's a golem that merges all of those together. Oh, I guess it was still lethal. There you go. And well, it seems Munchen. Yes, you also combine effects. Yes, you combine the effects. So you like take all of the effects and like combine them into one super golem. And you can, it's like lots of fun golems in the game, right? So if we have a look at this here, like you can see these are all sorts of different golems. They all have their like own unique effects. What people like to do the most though is they take the big bad Crag Warden and just turn it into this like super powered card with it. How much of a pain was it to create that effect? I bet it was awful. That one wasn't actually that bad. You want to know one that killed Wispy? Here, this is a card that killed Wispy. Emaritu's Battle Monk. Alright, so this is a card. All your opponent's spells and abilities that target anything instead target me. That is a card that was actually very, very difficult to create. Anyway, so the first game is over. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And we're going to see if we can maybe immediately spectate another one. I know that Ivan Yesta was playing. We're probably going to have to join in the middle of a match. Yes, we're joining in the middle of a game. But for these first few rounds, this is just how it's going to have to be. Alright, we've got another Magnarchitect deck playing against the Bebubumu deck. Bebubumu is... Bebu is... It's a bit strange. Oh, I'm playing match right now. If you would like, it just started. Oh, that would be great. Yes, thank you. I'm gonna find you on the list. I hope your name is the same there. Oh, there you go. Are you Pereira Expert? Is that you? Alright. Crag Warden locks up Hebrew. How many cards do you have in deck? You have 40 cards in the deck. So Crag Warden does discard a quarter of your deck. But keep in mind, Crag Warden costs 9 colored mana. Crag Warden, in terms of mana cost, I believe it's the second most expensive card in the game. So that's kind of something to keep in mind there. Alright. I sent you... Yeah, I sent you a friend request. Let me go out of here and let me see if I can spectate that really quick. Expert, we're looking for expert. Okay, don't see it, don't see it. Online. Ah, okay. Ah, there you are. Thank you very much. All right, great. So we can spectate a whole new match. Oh, cool. So we get to see Bebu anyway, but we're playing against a different hero. So this is going to be Bebubumu versus Chimera. Bebubumu, let me talk about Bebu first, because I expect we're going to see quite a lot of her today. Bebu is not only very powerful, but she is also a lot of fun to play, and people just kind of like the character, which results in kind of like this perfect storm of popularity. People just like Bebu. So what does Bebu do? Bebu has a primary ability that says change the stance of target allied companion. This ability is bad. I'm not gonna lie to you. This ability is not good. Why does she have an ability that I'm just blatantly happy to tell you is bad? Right? That's a bit strange. Why would she have that? It's because she has this ability. At the start of your turn, add any unspent mana from last turn to your mana pool until end of turn. This is kind of a complicated way of saying things. But essentially what this allows you to do is it allows you to retain mana. So you can see that right now we didn't spend any mana last turn. So we had 2 ambition mana still waiting. At the start of this turn, these 2 ambition mana were added into our mana pool. So you can see that we now actually have access to 5 mana. This allows Bebu to kind of carry mana between turns. She can take mana from one turn, save it, and then use it in the next turn. And that allows her to play big scary cards way quicker than you might otherwise be able to. Wait, what? Can't you do a switch on a creature stance for free anyway? You can switch the stance of a creature once and only after it hasn't, but only before it had attacked. So this ability, again, it's not a great ability. I'm not going to try to tell you that it's an amazing ability. It's not really supposed to be amazing. But it does definitely still have uses, because you can kind of like attack with something, then switch it into the guarded stance, or you can like switch things into the stances multiple times a turn, which can actually be very useful. So it's not completely useless. It is not the strongest ability though. But yeah, this allows you to kind of carry mana between turns, and that's a really important aspect. Finally, her ultimate is draw the rest of your deck. This is kind of like a sort of disastrous, get out of jail free button. It allows her to just draw the rest of the deck. What this means is you draw cards until your hand is full, which is 10 cards. And then you void, which means permanently remove the rest of the cards in your deck. So if you were to use this ability right now, for example, then since we have 7 cards in hand, we would draw 3 cards to reach the maximum hand size, and then void the remaining 28. And a card that is voided is a card that is permanently removed from the game. It cannot be recovered in any way, and there are no cards that interact with them anymore. They're just gone. You just cannot bring them back. So it's kind of like a last-ditch effort from her. But, it still can be pretty powerful. I mean, sometimes it can be like draw 10 cards. Keep in mind, though, that this is an ultimate, and you can only use ultimates late in the game. Right? It's always something that's very important to remember. We are playing against Chimera here. Chimera is, I'm going to keep saying this because, of course, I'm biased, right? I think that they are all interesting, right? But like Chimera in particular, I think is, she stands out a little bit. Because Chimera is the weakest hero in the game. Until Act 3. So, Chimera's primary ability is 2 neutral mana and says deal 1 damage to any target. This is not good. If you compare this to something like an Architect's primary, it's kind of just not good. Or you compare it to VS Many Minds, which has the same ability just with only 1 neutral mana, where it costs literally half as much. Compared to Siege Baron or there's a large variety of heroes that just have better abilities. Her secondary is Evolve in Act 3, unlock your true strength. In other words, this doesn't do anything. This ability does absolutely nothing. And her ultimate is deal 8 damage to all permanents. The big thing with Chimera, what makes her powerful, is actually this evolution effect here. And this is how you can already, this is where you can already kind of see the gameplay coming out with this character. Where what this does is it gives her a complete upgrade in Act 3. But only in Act 3, not any sooner than that. So she can, in Act 3, what happens is the primary and the secondary get replaced. This right here says deal 1 damage to any target now. In Act 3, this becomes deal 4 damage to any target. And 2 mana deal 4 damage every turn is incredible. That is a lot of power and really adds up very quickly, right? So that's kind of like what you can do with her, where she can just fight really hard in the late game. On top of that, this right here becomes a 2 mana spell that allows you to play a spell from your ashes. So you can just reach into your ashes and reuse resources over and over again. Chimera is a hero that wants to be in the late game. She wants to be in the powerful late game stages and spend as much time there as possible. Because she's weak early on, but she's very powerful later on. So yeah. Was the strongest or best card in the game? It's very hard to quantify. There's many different like kind of gears that are turning, right? Like it comes down to which hero you're playing and which kind of like character you're, or like which deck style you're playing with those heroes. Something that's really important. What? You're playing Clumsy Conjurer? This is a meme card. At the start of your turn, I swap pages and positions with a random adjacent permanent. What? That is wild. Okay. Is there health cap? Yes, 80. There's a health cap of 80. That is so funny that you're playing that. I don't know why. Okay. Well, we'll see. I don't think it's gonna survive because it's not even in the guarded stance. What are you doing with this poor Clumsy Conjurer? So something that's like really important to keep in mind about Chroma is that we have a different kind of business model from most other card games, right? Other card games, they charge you for the cards. When you download Chroma, you get all of the cards for free. Like you don't have to buy any of the cards. So we are incentivized in a bit of a different way. You know how when you play like Hearthstone or Magic the Gathering, it feels like half the cards in the game are just kind of garbage? And it's just like you look at them and you're like, well, these are obviously garbage. How did you like make these so bad? Isn't this clear that they are bad? Well, they are bad because they are supposed to be bad, right? They're intentionally bad so that players buy the booster packs. And then they get the bad cards a lot of the time. And that's just not the case here. I don't have that kind of incentive. In fact, I am incentivized to make sure that all of the cards are good, right? So I kind of classify cards into 3 different categories where they are either competitive, they're competitive, they're sideboard, or they're fun. Right, that's kind of what they all have to be. They either have to be strong, they have to be good for the sideboard, or they have to be like a funny, fun card. Like, for example, we just saw with the Clumsy Conjurer, which I think is a funny meme. I mean, I don't know if you agree, but I think it's funny. But that means, like, the core message that I'm trying to get across right now is that there aren't bad cards in the game. If a card is bad, I buff it. That's it. Like, I want every card to be playable because you know what I did for all of the cards? I paid for the programming. I paid for the artwork. I paid for the writing. Like, this costs money. I spent time designing the cards. Do you think I want them to be bad so nobody ever plays with them? If I'm not even gonna charge you for them? No, I want you to be able to have a good time with the cards so that there's actually some value that I'm getting out of my money. And so the goal with all of the cards is really for them to be good. That's the important thing. I want them to be good. I want them to feel powerful. And as a result, saying something like which card is the best is really difficult because I try really hard that there isn't a card that is distinctly the best. So does that kind of make sense? Sorry, I don't know if that was a bit rambly, but anyway, yeah, I don't really know what Pitpat is doing here, to be honest, with the double Clumsy Conjurer. To be honest, I made that Tayak deck after the check-ins were open and I thought this was the most big brain shit and it actually kind of worked. Your Tayak deck, I thought was banging. I thought it was super cool. Now, realistically speaking, what is the best card? Like, if you're gonna force me to answer that, it's Gardazahima. It's Gardazahima. Okay, it's Gradazahima. Gradazahima is the best card. She's just really, 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 really strong. But that's kind of on an individual power level, right? You could also make an argument for something like where they make soldiers, or where we make soldiers. So yeah. Anyhow. Is there a way to shuffle cards into your deck? Yeah, there's lots and lots of different cards that... So like, there's lots and lots of different unique effects. Like there's cards that shuffle stuff into your deck. There's cards that kind of like mill stuff out of decks. Like anything you really want, you know, like should be there, I hope. But yeah. Gradazahima is incredibly powerful. And it's just something that should be respected. She's just scary. Right? And I expect we're going to see Gradazahima today a few times. I would be absolutely baffled if we do not see Gradazahima here and there. We saw her a little bit earlier, I guess, but she wasn't actually played. But what I think is like one of the decks that I'm really terrified will kind of take over the tournament is actually a deck that is based on Gradazahima and uses her as a combo piece, and it's very, very powerful. So yeah. When can we play this game? On the 28th of January is when we're releasing, so it's not that far in the future. I like how the Clumsy Conjurer is being... First of all, I like that the Clumsy Conjurer is being played. And secondly, I like that the Clumsy Conjurer just keeps getting killed. That is almost funnier than the fact that the Clumsy Conjurer is being played. The fact that it's like a priority in killing it. So yeah. So yeah. Anyhow. Sorry, could you describe what's happening rather than the metagame? Yeah, apologies. I haven't been paying... I've been like kind of getting a little bit off track. Please feel free to like call me out when that happens. So to kind of talk about what's happening right now, frankly speaking, I'm not that sure. I don't know what these guys are doing. We are about to actually enter Act 3 though, so that's kind of like interesting. Oftentimes we will enter Act 3 via a barrier break-in, right? That's how it usually goes. But you can see this Act counter, this Act 2 Act counter is actually getting dangerously low, already being at 3. Meaning that at most one more turn will pass before we are about to enter into Act 3, at which point Chimera will start being very powerful. I'm not entirely sure what the players are doing here, because to put it nicely, I wouldn't describe these decks as meta decks. I think Bebu intentionally didn't trigger Act 3. So this is something I saw pop up a little bit. That Bebu, so the Bebu player isn't attacking right now to not break this barrier, right? And the idea here, I think, is to stop the game from going into Act 3 prematurely. The thing is that the first barrier doesn't have anything to do with Act 3. It just doesn't have anything to do with that. The second barrier has things to do with Act 3. Meaning that the first barrier can be broken all day. It doesn't matter. So this could just be broken and we wouldn't enter Act 3. The first barrier decides whether or not you're in Act 2. The second barrier decides whether or not you're in Act 3. So here we go. We have Chimera in Act 3 now. She's evolved. You can see she has a fancy new artwork, and she's got a new primary, deal 4 damage to any target, a new secondary, play a spell from the ashes. If you do void it, you still have to pay its mana cost, and then finally an ultimate that says deal 8 damage to all permanents. So this can be used to kind of clear out the board, and then also you can just use this to like start shooting and deal damage. Yeah, I kind of wanna show something really quick. So we're still working on like kind of like animations for abilities and ultimates, and you can very much expect that this will continue improving even after release, right? But Chimera actually has so this is the normal Chimera artwork, which you can see in the game normally. So this is just kind of normal Chimera. She actually has a full transformed like fancy artwork, which currently is just in that portrait. So kind of wish that was a little bit more visible at times, because I just think it's really cool. Anyhow, we're in Act 3. So right now it's Chimera's turn. So we'll see how this ends up playing out. Just gonna start shooting the hero. Maybe click that ultimate. Maybe click the ultimate. Maybe get rid of this board because this board is actually maybe scary. Oh, Garden of Thunder. That's a big one, right? That's gonna clear out the board. Does damage to everything. Does damage to the hero as well. So Bebu actually only looking at 10 life right now. This is sort of what makes Chimera so powerful, right? Chimera has no cards in hand right now. But just because she is in Act 3, she's actually able to put up enough of a fight to stop this game from getting out of control anyway, and kind of like use her resources from her ashes, right? It's like so many spells in here that you can just reach in and like reuse over and over again. Will there be some stats tracking like custom replay built into the game at a later date? So stats tracking we don't currently have, but we actually do have a fully working replay system, which is kind of fun. I would really like to have some proper stats tracking, but this is not going to be a release feature. But we do have a replay system. So you can actually do that. So what is the plan, balance / new content release cycle? Just expansions, just pretty much what you're used to, with the exception that there's probably gonna be some kind of like smaller moments where we'll just kind of like release some bonus content here and there. You know, it's just kind of like, oh, okay, you know what? Here's here's a bunch of new cards, and here's like a few new things that you can use. So yeah. Anyway, click that ultimate. Come on. Click the button. You gotta kill Gradasa, else you die. I mean, admittedly, you could just play Garden of Thunder again. Alright, seems we're going with something in the ashes. Again, this is Chimera's power, right? This is what makes her so strong. She can just keep replaying stuff. You gotta be very careful. If it comes down to late game against Chimera, you have to be aware of the fact that she might just constantly spam things over and over again. She is the weakest hero up to that point. So ideally, you want to make sure that you overwhelm her, right? That you... Really? I would have just used my primary. Alright. But you want to make sure that you overwhelm her and you just kind of like pressure her out. Maybe even skipping Act 3 entirely, which is possible, right? You can't just kill her. You can just kill her instead. You need a strong board for it. You need a lot of damage for it because you have to get through the barrier and then deal another 15 damage in a single turn. But it is possible. What you can't do is what's happening right now. Because right now, this is a long, drawn-out game against just, you know, it's just an Act 3 Chimera. It's going to be a lot of damage that you have to deal with. So, yeah. This game is a shit show. This game is special. I think this is a very special game that we're watching right now. Let's just, you know, they're having a good time. I think that's what really matters, right? Isn't that what's important? That everybody's having fun. Because I'm not entirely sure what they are doing here. The game might be over very soon now. Because there is something, so that's important to keep in mind here. There is this in the ashes, right? There's 1000 Shining Teeth. This is a spell that deals 12 damage. So as soon as the Bebu drops to less than 12, or like 12 or less health, she can actually just be killed by the Chimera reaching into the ashes to use that. Hey, Ancient Guy Ever, thank you so much for the sub. Very much appreciated. Stay hero, that secondary is to switch its primary. Yes, there's Quill. We do not talk about Quill though. Don't ask me what Quill does. I will not tell you. You just gonna have to wait until release and then have to figure it out yourself, and I will not explain it to you then either. Don't ask me what she does. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about Quill. Here we go. So that's gonna be the ultimate. I guess, you know, waiting for it can be a good idea as well. You know, it's just kind of like, just do that. You know? Anyway, just kind of pushing for more damage. 4 mana cards. So what are we going to see here? I wouldn't be surprised just like a casual lightning seed or something like that. You know, just keep dealing damage to the hero. I think at this stage, the best course of action for the Chimera is to just like try to get the kill. And it seems that's exactly what's going to happen. Yeah. So Bebu sitting at 2 HP, which is really not that much. Yeah, I don't really think there's anything the Bebu can do here. Because she has a handful of stuff that mostly just doesn't really do that much. But I guess we'll see. So it seems that the Bebu is kind of playing like a really slow controlling deck. Which can be powerful. It's just against Chimera you kind of want to change up your game plan a little bit. Because I think you really got to see it here. You don't want to spend too much time in Act 3. Like, we spend a lot of time in Act 3, and the Chimera just started overwhelming.
What does Quill do?
Hey, I Paradox. As I mentioned, I will not tell you, but thank you for the $5. Really appreciate it. This game's going a little longer than mine did. Yeah, they're taking their time. They're definitely taking their time a little bit. How do you make money with Chroma? Well, Chroma has a cosmetic store where you can just go in and pick up a bunch of cosmetics. I mean, like, we can pop out of this really quick while they are sideboarding, and I can just join it again later. But if you have a quick look at this here, right, you can buy alternate artwork for cards, like kind of like nice fancy full art versions of different cards. You can buy little emotes like the Maniac Laugh here, which is very, very funny. There's a battle pass full of interesting things that you can get. The UI for this is still a bit work in progress, so please don't judge us. We're still working on it. But yeah. Now the question we have to ask ourselves is, do we want to continue watching that game, those two players? And maybe we want to have a quick look. Okay, Nail is not playing. All right, just make sure. Oh no, never mind. It just, look, this is, it's just taking a little bit. Can I buy different maps? Yes, there's different boards. Oh, we got 3 minutes to kill. So we have a 3-minute delay on the spectating feature just to make sure that the players aren't cheating. All right, we just didn't want to have that really. We didn't want to deal with that. I guess I can like go back into the main menu really quick and then show you. So like you can see we've got like alternate hero skins. So this is like a fancy Harbinger or like a fun little Bebu Boomu here, if you want to use that instead of the default stuff. Or we've got different maps. So let me maybe equip this one. This one will be available in the store at release. The other two will be available for free. But this one will be in the store. So let me go ahead and load in. So you can see here. This is kind of got a bit of a different feeling to it, doesn't it? What's up?
Hey, players will play until round 4, and then round 4 and round 5 will be played tomorrow, right?
I'm not sure how many rounds are remaining. Just so we are playing until in the winners bracket there's only 4 players remaining, and in the losers bracket there's only 4 players remaining.
Okay.
Right? So if in the winners bracket there's 4 players remaining, semifinals, they don't play anymore. Those we do tomorrow. And if in the losers bracket there's 4 players remaining, then they also stop playing, right?
Because there's also, like, I think round 4 is 8 and 8. So.
No, that would be too early. Yes. So yeah. Anyway, we still have some time to kill right now. Can we get your wallpaper? Oh yeah, there's different loading screens. Like if we, like this is something that will eventually be available on the lore page, which is currently still not. But there's like a whole bunch of different loading screens here. I mean, I have everything unlocked on my account, obviously. But like what the loading screen I like to use is this one right here, the Banegrove Understory. But there's lots and lots of really beautiful ones. Like I really like Val's stuff here, or the Winter's Tooth loading screen. I think they're very, very beautiful. So yeah, there's like lots of different stuff. I think this is one that people really like. If I like select that really quick, then you can see that when we load back in. While we're just waiting for this. So I kind of want to see this game, because this is going to be like probably 2 actually decent players, which is going to be exciting. Yeah. You will also be able to view all of these like locations and their artwork in the lore page, which is not in the game yet, but it will be coming at release. All right. Oh, interesting. Nail versus Hojoish. I see you in the Discord a lot, and I do not know how to pronounce your name. Apologies for that. Interesting heroes as well. I really thought Nail was actually gonna play a Bebu deck. Is Nail not playing Bebu for the tournament? Okay, Nail is playing Gugu. Hell yeah, I'm excited about Gugu. Alright, so who is Gugu? This right here is Duvdang Gugui, who is a Tayak, who doesn't speak English so well. I don't know, is our common language called English? Is it common? I don't know. I gotta ask Aaron that. I don't do the writing. But Duvdang Gugui is an interesting hero. So this is a bit more of a defensive hero, right? Like, I think Bebu is a bit of an aggressive hero, right? And we saw McNarchitect, who's definitely aggressive. And Duvdang is a bit more defensive. So what does Duvdang do? Duvdang Gugui do? So, Duvdang's primary ability is give target a companion -1/-1. Refresh this ability's cooldown after health is restored to you. So he can do this to kind of like make everything weaker. And you can use it repeatedly if you heal yourself during your turn. How do you heal yourself? Well, you can use like cards and spells and all of that stuff, right? Like companions, this guy heals you, for example. Or you can use this. After you yourself destroy an opposing companion, restore 1 health to yourself. You yourself means either with your abilities or with a spell. So you can use a spell to destroy a companion, or you can just use an ability to destroy a companion. So for example, if you use this to destroy something, then you heal yourself for 1, and then this refreshes, allowing you to use it again. Which is a really powerful combination because you can kind of like spam it over and over again. And then finally, Duvdang's ultimate is 5 neutral. For the rest of the game, after your opponent plays a card or uses an ability, deal 2 damage to them. So it's a one-time effect, like as all ultimates are, almost all of them, apart from, I guess if you count Chimera, maybe Chimera, but mostly like Shikmati has got something else. Anyway, sorry. But basically you click this button, and then for the rest of the game, whenever your opponent does like plays a card or uses an ability, Duvdang will deal 2 damage to them. And it's something that adds up very, very, very quickly. It's a really powerful tool for like overwhelming your opponent. So that's just kind of like something that's interesting. Also something that's interesting. So as I mentioned earlier, mana is a critical component, and the way you build your mana curve is really important in the game, right? This right here is a card that says I destroy target enchantment. This right here is an enchantment. It's an enchantment companion, but still an enchantment. What that allows you to do, you can use this to kill this, right? But Nail couldn't, even though this is a 4 mana card and Nail just had 4 mana, because Nail built his mana curve in a way that only had 1 blue mana in its second slot, or in like the first 4 mana. The second blue mana comes at 5 mana, meaning that for Nail's deck, this card right here is effectively a 5 mana card. And that's something that's really important to keep in mind here. This was just a sacrifice Nail made in deck building. He said, I want to play this as my enchantment removal tool, but I do not want to have to play it, do not want to give up my mana curve for it because I want to play other cards, right? I want an ambition in there so I can play God in a Bottle. I want to make sure I have enough devotion for roaming contemplative. So the earliest I can really play this is on turn 5. And this is something that's really important to keep in mind, right? Like these kind of like alterations to how your decks are constructed really matters. Now this is scary. We just saw a card that I have to admit I actually haven't seen that much, which surprises me because it is very powerful. We just saw there's a beast in everyone. Give all allied companions +3/+3. They become Eric for 6 mana. So you can see there was a lot of companions on the board, and they were small. They don't do that much. But now all of a sudden, they're big, they're scary, and Nail needs to start dealing with them. So this is always like a really nice way of just overwhelming your opponent, you know, just playing all of this stuff down. All right, gonna go ahead and take down that companion. This guy is really nice because it's just like it's a body and it destroys an enchantment. You even steal the effect, which is very strong. But this board still needs to be dealt with, and there's actually not really enough power on the board to do it. So I wonder how Nail's gonna do here. This is looking a little bit rough. One of the big cards that Duvdang is always looking for is Awe. What Awe does is it makes everything a 1/1, which is just a really great tool for reducing... Okay, just gonna go like that. For reducing the overall damage, and it also synergizes perfectly with the primary, right? Making it so that you can like destroy everything by just using it over and over again and restore a lot of health to yourself. But so far, Nail has not found ore, which is making this a bit difficult. God in a Bottle is going to buy a bit of time. What God in a Bottle does, it gives restores free health to yourself. You gain 2 plating and you draw a card. 2 plating is basically like damage protection. Oh, nice. That was beautiful. Again, positioning, mattering so much right here. This Hex Painter, I deal 3 damage to my opposing adjacent permanents, right, when it comes into play. So it will deal damage to like a cluster of 3 like this. Something that's important to keep in mind with positioning, right? Nail played this Drinks Deep's magic right next to his Roaming Contemplative. And now they both got destroyed at once because the Hex Painter came out at a really nice moment. And there we go, the Folly, one of the big win conditions for this kind of like smaller companion sort of tokens-based deck. What does the Folly do? At the start of each hero's turn, the Folly deals damage to them equal to half the amount of companions in their opponent's ashes. So the more stuff of your opponent you have destroyed, the more damage you will take. Now it works for both players, so that's important to keep in mind that you're risking your own health with it as well. But usually the kind of deck that will play the Folly is kind of okay with that because they're trying to overwhelm anyway. This is looking a bit rough for Nail. I mean, there needs to be some sort of defense against this. The Folly is what's called a landmark. Landmarks in particular are difficult to kill because they don't have health, they also have plating. Right, so you need to deal multiple instances of damage to them to take it down. You can't just deal 3 damage, you have to deal any amount of damage 3 times. Which is scary. How many companions are in here? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the Folly right now will deal 3 damage, which is actually enough to go into Act 3. Although it seems we're spending some time thinking about this. Okay. Really taking your time here. I think I would always just push into Act 3. Don't trade. Don't trade. Trading is for the player that's behind. I think that's a really important skill in these games. It's like realizing when do you fight for companions and when do you just go in, right? Okay. Are we having a problem here? I'm wondering if there was maybe a disconnect of sorts. Because that was just some free damage right there. No comments in the Discord, so I don't know. Oh, that was a crash. Oh, okay. Well, that is very unfortunate. That is very unfortunate then. To be honest, well, this game is pretty over. If Nail is nice, Nail can just wait. The reconnect is in the game. You can reconnect. We actually put a lot of effort in over the last week to make sure that a reconnection feature is in the game for the tournament. Right? That's what we spent all of last week working on. We implemented reconnecting, we implemented spectator mode, we implemented friend challenge. We wanted to make sure that these things are available. So you should be able to come back into this. It is still very unfortunate to lose a turn like that, though. Yeah, so it seems that we're back. But this is very unlucky. But admittedly, you know, what can you do about it? Is that enough? That might still be lethal. Is that enough? That's 14? It's not enough, but it's so much damage on the board. Ah, damn. With the last turn, that would have been enough. That would have actually been lethal. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Don't disconnect, right? Alright, 3 HP remaining. Nail's gonna have to work hard to make this one happen. Honestly speaking, I don't know if there's enough. I just, like, there's not enough removal mostly, right? The prey, you know, there's no way to deal the amount of damage that Nail needs right now. I guess you could take these two and trade them here and then play a Hex Painter, bounce this back, but that's still, then you still die. You trade here Hex Painter. You can't play it that way, so you don't have the mana for it yet. You could hit here And then Hex Painter these two, but then there's just too much damage over on this side of the board. This is probably gonna be it. I would guess that there's no good way out of this. Alright, Hex Painter over there. I mean, yeah, sure. You can use the primary to snipe these two guys, okay? Okay, and then another. Never mind. Oh, we might actually be looking a bit better than I thought. See, this is why I'm not in the tournament. My brain is too chicken press stable together. It's just smooth. That's what it is. There's no wrinkles in there. All right. I have no idea what I'm talking about. But Nail actually surviving. Still. Oh my god. Oh, that is so brutal. That's it. No. Okay, it didn't matter. It did not matter. That is so... Oh my god. Oh my god. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. Alright then. So to kind of briefly explain what happened in that last clip. That was two... Will of the Woods. So what Will of the Wood does is it makes it so whenever you play a companion, all of your companions get +1 attack. And it also comes into play with two Bramble Beasts is what they call it. 2 1/1 companions. So basically comes into play and immediately buffs everything by 2 attacks, as well as bringing in 2 bodies, which is really, really nice, right? It's just a great tool for making sure you can kind of like continue pushing damage. And also it can be used as a finisher because it's a lot of damage that can be put out immediately. The other card that we saw was the Tayak from earlier. Hey, Lindleya.
My alarm didn't go off and I overslept.
Thank you so much for the 44 months. Oh, that's kind of sucky. But hey, thank you for being here right now. Still, what the Veteran Executor does is it buffs everything you have by +1/+1, or if it's already Act 2, by +2/+2. Which is just another great way of using all of these tokens. Hey, Humani, thank you very much for the 22 months. How many cards are there in total again, right now? There is 240 cards. 241 if you count Tulok. And 22 heroes. There's a lot of variety. There's actually quite a lot of cards. So, oh, this is beautiful. What we see right here is actually one of my favorite cards. This is the Mikotop. At the start of your turn, I deal 2 damage to my adjacent companions. So this is something that just kind of like every turn, it will shoot everything around itself. It also has an ability where it can move itself. So you can like move it around. So at the start of Nail's turn, it will kill this guy. And then on Nail's turn, he will probably move this Mikotop into a different position to like continuously reapply this damage, right? So it destroys that. And now you can move the Mikotop and just scoot it over into a better spot on the board. This is a really, really powerful kind of like anti-aggro tool. And this is kind of where you can see the power of sideboarding, right? I would assume that Nail put this guy into his deck specifically to counter this kind of token strategy. On top of that, we also can see there's the Hex Painter. I deal 3 damage to my opposing permanents again. Hex Painter, just a really great way of just, you know, clearing out a spot on the board, especially if it comes down to a lot of these smaller things. So it's a mole. Yes, it's a lightning mole. It's a lightning mole. I mean, is it not obviously a mole? It's obviously a mole. I feel like it's not a secret here. Alright then. I find it interesting that, I don't know how to pronounce it, I'm really sorry. I find it interesting that Muse is playing Can Be Trusted. So this is a card that says don't uncover a card, I remove it from the game. Dusk, I add it to your hand. So this is a card that kind of like gives you a delayed draw effect, which is actually very handy. I suppose this is being used here to just kind of like filter out the deck a little bit and also just continue providing tempo. Now I really wonder if this token deck even plays a way to deal with this lightning mole. Because if there is no way to deal with this lightning mole, it's just gonna win the game. Now, the mole is not that hard to kill. It got 2 life. Right? It's got 2 life. It's not that much. Is Dusk the same as Death Rattle? Yes. So Dawn is comes into play and then you trigger it, and Dusk is it dies and then you trigger it. right? So to put it in Hearthstone terms, dawn is battle cry, dusk is death rattle. I hope that helps. OMG, adjacent means across from as well. I thought it was only to the sides. Yes, so adjacent means anything in these, like, so this guy has these 5 pages here as adjacent pages. Right, that's something that's really important to keep in mind here, that adjacency includes everything around the thing. Yeah. Now, Nail's deck, we can see 2 of the big win conditions here, right? First of all, Blooming Blackly. Deal 5 damage to any target, gain 5 plating, and a 5/5 Ico enters the story. So the way this works, it's an 8 mana spell. It deals 5 damage, gives you 5 plating, which is a lot. Plating is hard to deal with. And it also gives you, Hex Painter. You see what was going on there? The Muse felt pressured by this lightning mole, so put everything into one corner, setting up for that beautiful Hex Painter triple kill. Perfect. Couldn't have worked out better for Nail. I mean, this is just buttery smooth. Small misplay towards the end there, with not switching the lightning mole to the combat stance, because it's very unlikely there's anything with bold in this Muse deck. Oh, I lied. I'm wrong. I am wrong. It was very much the right play to leave the mole in the guarded stance, because there is actually a Son of Driven with bold who could have killed the lightning mole. But yes. So this is just a really strong kind of like defensive tool, and also puts like a bit of a body on the board. 5 plating is very difficult to get through. So if you're a Hearthstone player, right, if you're familiar with Hearthstone, do not compare plating with armor. Armor in Hearthstone is just you have more HP. Plating in Chroma is damage protection. For every point of plating you have, you take one, like, you absorb 1 full instance of damage, and that is incredibly powerful. So this is a huge defensive tool. Finally, the big win condition here is never enough. You place never enough in your opponent's story. So this is a card you don't play on your side of the board, but you play it on your opponent's side of the board. When you do, you give them an enchantment that has 4 negative effects, and at the start of your turn, or I guess at the start of their turn, they have to choose one that they haven't chosen before. The 4 effects are discard your hand, destroy all your companions, destroy all your other enchantments, or 4 5/5 Sworn Quarries enter the story for your opponent. So usually the way this works out is your opponent has at least like 1 or 2 options that are fine for them. But eventually they will get to the remaining 2 options, which just kind of close out the game very quickly. Can anyone play a demo of the game, and does the full game come out? There's no more demos of the game. The game comes out on the 28th. Never Enough is incredibly powerful, but it does cost 10 mana, and it also has no immediate effect. Because keep in mind, right, especially like a deck like, for example, the Muse is playing here, in all likelihood, she doesn't care so much. Oh, finally. Beautiful. Oh, that is such a good card here too. Revels in Cruelty. I'll talk about that in a second. But this is something that acts a bit slowly. It doesn't immediately do anything, right? Like, let's say the Muse right here gets Never Enough placed in her story. Well, what does she do first? She chooses destroy all your other enchantments. Right? So you just spend 10 mana to do effectively nothing, because she didn't have any other enchantments. But the following turn, now it's scary. Now it becomes powerful, right? It's very slow. But if you do have the time, if you can manage to buy enough time to make it work, then it pretty much always wins you the game. So, Lightning Mole just got killed. Lightning Mole got taken down by Revels in Cruelty. All healing deals damage instead. I may enter already occupied allied pages. If I do, I destroy the permanent in that page. Then I destroy my opposing adjacent permanents. So what we just saw was the Muse play a companion into this page and immediately just slam the Revels in Cruelty on top, destroying the Lightning Mole, and I think even an additional thing. So it's just a very, very powerful effect. But because healing deals damage instead, Nail, being a smart brain, having a wrinkly brain, very wrinkly, used this ability right here. I restore as much health to any target as I have health. Right? So it heals you for as much as this guy has health, which this guy has 6 health, which turns out right now healing deals damage because of the rebels in cruelty. And guess who else has 6 health? So actually using the roaming contemplatives healing to deal damage to the rebels in cruelty so that Nail can go back to healing himself again. What is a permanent? A permanent is a landmark, a companion, or an enchantment. Anything that goes on the board. Anything that's on the board is a permanent. Can that guy heal himself? Yeah, that guy can heal himself. A guy even got a secondary healing ability that says, I restore 2 health to any target. This guy is a healing champ. I mean, he doesn't do anything else, but he does heal a lot. But yeah, an absolute champion of healing. I mean, honestly, this game is looking pretty over. I know, you're not really supposed to call it this early, but this is not early. Nail has control of the board, is pretty much full HP, has way more cards. This was a rough start for the Muse. The entire strategy fell apart to the lightning mole. I mean, like, sure, okay, there's another Will of the Woods. I think it's fair, you know, don't concede, you never know. It might still work out. This might still be what you need. You can maybe still make this happen. But, you know, might be time to think about Game 3. All right, yeah, sure, buff him up, very good. I mean, this is still a strong board, and this does need to be dealt with. Right, and so this is kind of, I guess, where you gotta... I think this is actually smart. You know, I would probably do the same thing. Just play out your cards really quick. Maybe Nail doesn't have anything. You know, maybe his hand is full of nothing that can't deal with this. And then next turn you draw another Will of the Woods. Maybe it's possible. Nothing, so okay. So yeah. What do the 2 coins on the healing guy mean? Oh, these are abilities. So permanents, things on the board can have abilities, active abilities that they can use. So this guy right here has 2 abilities, you know, that he can use. Not freely, right? They oftentimes have a cooldown and a mana cost, maybe even an additional cost. Some of them like require you to discard a card or something like that. But you can basically, like, permanents can have their own spells, I guess, their own abilities that they're using. So yeah. Is there a card that makes you restore a barrier? No. No, barriers are one-time things. You can't get them back. Alright, so this actually worked out pretty well. Pretty well right here. Minor disagreement. What are we looking for? Minor disagreement is a card that it allows you to either buff a thing that you have on the board or look for a companion and then buff that one. And we're going to see, oh, that's disappointing. That's not gonna be good enough. Blue Crest Villager. Blossom, alright. Alright, playing Blossom for the cycle, that's fair. Or, you know what, funny enough, Blossom can be used with Rebels in Cruelty for a little bit of burst. But this was not what the Muse needed here. The Muse was really looking for some sort of tool to, you know, start overwhelming again. And just getting, like, this guy is good. So Bloom Vagrant, very powerful card. We have seen it a few times already. What does it do? It's an enchantment companion. So it's both an enchantment and a companion. I know. What does this mean? Well, it acts as both. It has attack and health, but it also has a span. When its span runs out, then it dies. If its attack and health die, like if it dies as a companion, then it stays on the board as an enchantment. And what it does is at the end of your turn, I create a 2/2 Bluekin. So you can see right here, this is the Bluekins we are talking about. We've seen a lot of these. This card is great because it just allows you to fill your board with lots and lots of stuff. What does the yellow 3 in the center of the card? That is the span of an enchantment. So enchantment... Oh, that is a big board. Oh, I don't even know if Nail has anything to deal with that. Alright. It's just Nail has enough HP that he doesn't need to deal with it. Like, that's kind of like the problem here. With 62 life and 2 plating, it might be okay for Nail to just kind of like chill a little bit. You know, use the primary, nuke down some of these creeps, and then wait it out until until the never enough clears out the board for you. Okay, what was I saying? Ah, sorry. I forgot what I was talking. Oh, yes, the yellow 3 in the center of a card. So this is the span of an enchantment. Every enchantment has a span. Enchantments can't be attacked, and they are not companions. They don't fight, right? They just stay on the board. But they have a limited lifespan. So this enchantment has a span of 4, and at the start of your turn, it ticks down by 1, and when it reaches 0, it's destroyed. Right? So enchantments stay on the board for a limited amount of time. There's always something to keep in mind there, so they don't actually have to specifically be killed if you don't want to. They don't have to specifically be killed. They can just kind of like, they will just kind of die on their own. So yeah. Quick question, are you only able to spectate people in the friends list? Yes, you need to have whoever you're spectating on your friends list. Okay, hi Bowie, want to ask, what is the difference between the two reducing gauges on the turn end button? Okay, so on the right side here, you can see there's these two circles around the end turn button that decrease. The inner circle is the current turn timer. So every turn has kind of like its own turn length. And this varies between acts. So you have a 60-second turn length for Act 1, 75 seconds for Act 2, and 90 seconds for Act 3. After your turn timer runs out, you go into what's called reserve time. Your reserve time is the second bar around. Reserve time, you have a total of 90 seconds per game. And you can dig into this to kind of like extend your current turn length. But it does not refresh. Your turn length refresh, or like your normal turn timer refreshes every single turn, but your reserve timer does not refresh. That's just a one-time thing per game. So you can have a longer turn if you want to, but you know, you need to be a bit sparing with it. That's why it's generally advisable to try to act within the turn timer, but sometimes I think it's just my personal experience, right? But like I've played Hearthstone a lot, right? And I feel like in Hearthstone you just have the same turn timer every turn, and I feel like, you know, sometimes I have turns they take me 2 seconds. They take me 2 seconds, and it's just like I'm done. Then other times I have turns I'm like, damn, dude. Like I'm, you know, this takes me a while. This is just not that quick. And so I wanted a system that kind of allows to be a bit more dynamic than that. Nail has now officially reached maximum health. So there is a max health in the game, right? And this is it. We are also now going to start seeing Gugu to do Gugu things. Because we are in Act 3, ultimates are unlocked, which is nice. Sadly, the Muse ultimate, not really that useful here. Right, not the best thing. And now Nail got a huge board. Oh, that is actually a very good card here, though. Whew, that is very good here. All right, big boy. Okay, there goes that. Okay, just pushing damage. So this is where we're gonna see the Gugu ultimate, I suspect. Yeah, there we go. Gugu's ultimate, as I already mentioned, it makes it so that now constantly Gugu will be dealing 2 damage. And it'll add up very quickly, I think you will see. Nail just needs to end his turn, doesn't even have to do anything, because this is the power of Never Enough, right? Never Enough, just an absolutely overwhelming card at times. Alright, there's Blossom, and 2 damage. There's a guy, and that's another 2 damage. There's another one, nope, that's another 2 damage. Oh, there's a beast in it, no, you know what they call that? They call that another 2 damage. Yeah, that's fair. Alright then. That actually ended up taking a lot longer than I expected it to. But towards the end there, you know, a full never enough being played out, like Act 3 against the Gugu, that's still at 80 life. What you gonna do there? Will spectator mode show both players' hands in the future? No. So we're very intentionally doing it like this because I just don't want people to be able to cheat. Like, that's the big thing, right? Like, I don't want people to invite their friends to spectate them and then... so right now, we have a 3-minute time limit. 3-minute delay on spectator mode. Right? There's just a 3-minute delay on it. And I think that's fair, but ideally, I would like to remove that as an option. So I would like there to be a setting you can choose that just says, no, when I'm spectated, I do not want a 3-minute delay. I don't need that. The reason why I would like that is just because I think it's more fun to, you know, spectate your friends' matches if it's actually in real time. Right, and then you can be in like Discord and talk to them and you can watch them play. I personally really like doing that. Right, I don't know if you really like doing it, but I really enjoy that. So I want to be able to have that experience. I want you to be able to have that experience. And for that, we don't want a delay. But the problem is if we do that, and then we show the opponent's hand. Yeah, well, you know. Well, now you can just tell them what's going on. All right, that's just cheating. So that's just not going to be something that will be possible. Apologies. You will never be able to see your opponent's hand in kind of the default spectating mode. So yeah. In which phase is the tournament? Honestly, I am not too sure. You guys want to have a quick look at that? Let's maybe have a quick look at what's going on in the tournament right now. I've just been having a good time talking about everything. But, oh, do I have to refresh this? Yeah, let me refresh this really quick. Oh, yes, so you can see we are already working our way quite through this, right? There's a lot of, like, this game is currently going on. I mean, they are in best of 3. And losers bracket rounds are also happening. Yeah. Hobnob beating Ivan Yesta. Oh, easy game. Snakenko. I know Snakenko plays a lot, so that I would like to see what's happening there. We are probably gonna have a look at this match next. Alright, have a look at that. Also, this is kind of interesting. So I recognize some players, you know, that hang out in the Discord and have played the game a lot. But what have you done? That hero scroll. It seems like a mix between Priest and Warrior from Hearthstone. It's a very defensive hero. Yeah. But please keep in mind, like, Nail got absolutely run over in the first game. Just because Nail just won a game, right? Doesn't mean that this hero is maybe like is too much to handle. Right? It's a strong guy, but of course he needs to be strong, right? Like, where's the fun if he isn't? Hex Painter though, oh, that Hex Painter's gonna hurt. I mean, I fully expect the Hex Painter to come out again. Maybe even double Hex Painter. Whew. Alright, there's one. Second one as well, or just pray, heal yourself? I mean, there's a lot of options available for Nail here. So yeah. Okay, very good. Pray just coming out. What does Pray do? Pray bounces back a permanent, and then if your opponent has an enchantment in their hand, it comes into the game and is destroyed. So it's at times this card can effectively be like bounce a card and then they discard a card. It can also just be used to like destroy a specific enchantment or something like that. It's got a lot of utility. Yeah, Will of the Woods not so good against Google. Ooh, immediately going into Act 2, alright. Check Discord, Munchen lost with a 700 plus damage in a companion. A really big boy? Where's the really big boy? Okay, wait, do we have a screenshot of this? No? No, we just have... Okay. That's a shame. I would have liked to see a screenshot of that. Alright. How's the new trailer progressing? Bit weird the game's so close to launch without trailer. Mustafa has just been working his ass off. Who's kind of like handling the editing and all of that stuff. I suspect that the trailer will be done next week. It'll be a little bit later than I really had hoped. But, you know, that's just how it goes. Oh my god, what is going on in this game? Alright, look at this. This is what was happening in another match. With the really big rod wave, and then what is this? Oh, these are some big boys. Okay then. Yeah, that right there, that's a card called Ivory Heart. Oh wow. Ooh, what did I miss? Wait a second. I thought Nail was winning. And a second later he's just dead. Alright, it's not that bad yet. Not that bad yet. Okay. Yeah, no, Nail's still looking alright. Still looking alright. I gotta take some notes for balance. I have to say, I think this guy probably got... I should reduce his attack again. I increased this guy's attack to make him more useful, like, apart from the healing. But turns out, his healing is really good. Like, really, really good. So making it more useful apart from the healing was maybe not the right play. I'm probably gonna reduce the attack on this guy again a little bit. Alright, I'm going to take a quick note. This is, it's of course important that I, roaming contemplative, attack 2-1. It's important that I take these kind of notes. I mean, the main reason why we're having this tournament at all is to find these kind of balance issues so I can fix them. Right? Like, that's what it's really about in the end. So, yeah, that's kind of what I gotta prioritize a bit. Anyhow. Nail's got a lot of options here. Can't quite play Never enough though. Doesn't have enough purple mana yet. Could kill this 5-2. So there's actually a pretty easy way of taking this down. Oh, okay. Should still be enough though. Yeah, you just use that. That bypasses plating. Heal yourself, use the primary again. That takes that down as well. So something that's important to keep in mind here though, right? Is that while Nail is killing a lot of stuff, that fills up the ashes. Look at how many companions are in here already. Right? Tremendous amount of companions are in the ashes. Which makes the folly just even more powerful. And that's always something that's really important to keep in mind. These kind of token decks, yeah, they are about the tokens. And yes, the tokens do matter. But they are really folly decks. That's what they really are. They are about using the folly and abusing the damage output from that card. The folly deals damage to your opponent for every companion that is in your ashes, right? So the more stuff is in your ashes, the more powerful the folly becomes. And that's kind of the thing you're trying to use with it. Also, this is brutal. Absolutely huge guy here with the Rebels and Cruelty. However, Blooming Blackly. Oh yeah. Blooming Blackly is gonna be like a big defensive measure here. That's a lot of plating. That is a lot of plating. Maybe a little too much plating. That might be a little thing. Do you think that might be a little too much plating? Oh my god, double folly. Alright. Okay, Muse going all in on this. Yeah, this is gonna be pushing. Oh, that is the perfect card! That is the perfect card to be drawing here. I cannot believe you, Nail. Starving Steel. Deal 2 damage to target companion. If that destroys them, return Starving Steel to your hand as the hunger grows. So what this does, is he not gonna play it? Alright, Nail preparing to take a bit of a risk here. Alright. So Starving Steel kills a thing. right? And now that it's killed the thing, the hunger grows. Destroy target permanent. This allows you to just kill anything. In other words, it's a great tool for dealing with the folly. Absolutely fantastic for that. Oh, but that's true. Good point, Poker and Dino. And Never Die, Never Farm too. And Starforge. Wow, you guys are really paying attention. Well, thank you very much for paying so much attention, noticing more than me. Yeah, Nail couldn't actually play the Hunger Grows because he only has 1 green mana. So he could only play kind of like the first instance of that. All right, Prey, very good. Takes down that. Another guy. And this is actually looking a little rough here. I mean, the thing is that the Folly is just a lot of power, right? It's a lot of power, and it is that kind of power repeatedly over and over and over again, which makes it hard to deal with. And Nail actually just used his green mana. So this is one of the problems you have with Gugu a little bit. Gugu as a hero only has access to 1 ambition mana. It's not that Nail isn't playing more ambition. It's not that Nail made the decision to play less green mana, even though his deck actually uses a lot of green cards. Gugu just has 1 green mana. That's all he's got. And that kind of limits your ability to really play these kind of green cards. So that's just something to keep in mind there. What is Muse's ultimate? Muse's ultimate makes all of her mana chromatic. You see how she's got all of this fancy shiny mana? Makes it so she doesn't have to worry about what kind of color her mana is anymore. That doesn't matter at all. Alright, Son of Driven. Actually, probably a mistake right there. No other companion in hand. Okay, alright. Oh, look at that. That Folly does 9 damage. These gotta go. These gotta go. Nail can actually kill both of them. I wonder if he's gonna see the play. So the thing is, these Follies, you can see, they are doing a lot of damage. Alright, here's the first one. Gets destroyed by the Hunger Grows. There is a play here, alright, very good. Deals some damage there. No, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. So what Nail could have done here is he could have played Beholds and Becomes to become a copy, to make this a copy of the Son of Driven, and then use that, because the Son of Driven has Bolt, to kill the Folly. Or you could have used that to like clear that out. But, you know, like I can see, you know, it's pretty tricky to miss. Well, it's pretty easy to miss. Alright, very good. Some card draw there, but yeah, it's a bit sketch. And... okay, that's a pretty big companion. But at this stage, I oh, that Folly, you gotta get rid of it. Oh, that hurts so bad. Isn't that just scary? This game is actually like surprisingly close. You can see what I mean. These decks are Folly decks. They are, of course, based around the tokens and all of the companions, and that matters. These are strong effects. But it is, in the end, about the Folly. There we go. Yeah, that's gonna be it. I mean, this board is just too much. This board is just way too much. Gugu Ultimate is active, 5 plating. Damn. Both games won by never enough. That was actually pretty close though. That felt intense. That felt intense. Alright, that's a victory for Dufdan Gugui. Very good. Alright, let's have a look at what Hobnob is up to. I think this is gonna be a bit interesting. Oh, not playing a game? Yeah, it seems that I am finding a bug with like wanting to spectate immediately after having played. Oh wow, okay, we are entering into like a whole scene. Oh, there's a lot going on here already. Okay then. Alright. Which gate? Oh, okay. Which gate goes down? Yeah, this is looking rough, I have to say. This is a big board. That is so much. That's lethal. Oh, you're way dead. Oh, you're so dead. Oh my. Oh, you're way dead. Okay, well, I guess we get to watch a full game then. As I mentioned earlier, it is possible to just kill people even through the plating. Not even through the barriers. And that was game 2. So we are actually going into a game 3. Very good. So this is just kind of like a... Yeah, this is a Magnarchitect deck. One of the best cards in the Magnarchitect decks, I think, is Monomaniac. So this is a card that says, discard your hand and then draw 4 cards. If you control a golem, your opponent does the same. And that second clause is really what's important. Right? The first clause is just, discard your hand and draw 4 cards. That's great. That refills your stuff. It can fill up your ashes if that's something your deck cares about. But most importantly, against a lot of like control decks or combo decks, it's something that Nail's deck would have hated. You know how he was always saving up cards in hand so he can respond to stuff? Imagine what happens if a Monomaniac comes down, just yeets it all away and fills it up with just 4 cards, which is really not that much if you're playing these slower controlling decks, right? And that's where Monomaniac is just absolutely fantastic. Monomaniac also crazy good against Bebu specifically, because Bebu likes to spend a lot of time kind of waiting. Right, that's what Bebu does. She just waits and waits and waits. And so using the Monomaniac to just interrupt that is absolutely brutal. Especially with Bebu, since it's kind of predictable when she's gonna do something. Because you just, you know, mill it all away when she doesn't do anything for a turn. So yeah. Is there going to be a rebalance after the tournament? The only reason why we're even having the tournament is so I can get good balance data. Right? I will ask, I will have a look at the replays after the tournament. I will look at all of the decks that were played, and I will see how this all worked out. Of course, we also spectating stuff on stream today, and I'm taking notes as we're going through it to to balance the game. What is Overwhelm? Trample, if that helps, but it just makes it so that any overkill damage you deal to something goes directly to the hero. Trample is also a counter to plating and makes it deals full damage to plating. So if something has 10 plating, but you deal 10 damage to it with Overwhelm, then you will actually deal then you will get rid of all the plating. Overwhelm is very, very, it's very good against plating because it's kind of like the main counter to it. All right, so this is gonna be another kind of... Saiga, are you here? So this is kind of another more mid-rangey type deck, I think, that we're gonna see here from the Magnarchitect. One of the big cards that we already talked about earlier is where we make soldiers. Mark target page. If companions in this page have rally, I gain +2/+2. Great tool for buffing up your stuff, especially with this hero, because she can create toy golems over and over again, so you can just rally every single turn based off that. Of course, she also just plays a lot of golems here. But then we also have the King's Eye. This is a card we haven't seen yet at all, but it's actually surprisingly powerful. King's Eye has 2 effects. The first one is companions can't change stances by themselves. So you play this and it's just no more chance stance changing by default. This is actually one of those, remember earlier when I explained how this changed the stance of target allied companion? It's not the best ability, but in some niche situations it can be useful. This is one of those situations. You know, this Bebu deck might want to play something and then not immediately have it be killed by these golems. Well, King's Eye prevents that guarded stance. But then you can use the Bebu primary to swap anyway. And then secondly, this also says my allied adjacent companions have +2 attack. So not only does this kind of allow you to control the board, but much more importantly, it also allows you to deal more damage. Yeah, it seems we have a disconnect here, which is a bit unfortunate. Let's hope they come back. Let's hope they come back. As we mentioned earlier, though, reconnecting is possible. So it's kind of like a big thing there. Something that I'm really happy about is that it doesn't seem like there's any lag. We've been having a lot of lag issues recently. And that's just not a thing right now. They're having issues. Should I just leave? I don't think so. I would say stay in the game for now. Like, what kind of issues? Are they gonna come back? I mean, it is the start of the game. We could rehost. What's up?
All of round 1 games are done.
That's good. Thank you very much. That's very good. Okay. They disconnect. I said they crash. Well, then they should reconnect. If they can reconnect, then they should reconnect. I mean, honestly speaking, if your internet isn't stable enough to make it for a best of 3, then you can't reconnect. That's not possible. We're gonna need a screenshot from that or something like that. Okay, so here's the general rule, right? If they can't reconnect, then you need to prove that. Otherwise, we count that as a concession. Because it's very easy to just say, oh, I disconnected. Oh, no, I can't reconnect. There have been 0 issues with reconnecting. Just, it's been absolutely flawless. So, unless you actually have some sort of proof, for now, we're going to go ahead and just, yeah. All right. Was first turn, lost all his reserve time though, should be restarted. I do not want to restart games unless absolutely necessary and absolutely obviously the case. So. So I guess reconnection talk in the system, there's no server-side issue as far as I see. Okay. Can we see a screenshot of your play button that shows that you can't reconnect? Like, that's what we need at this stage. We need proof that the reconnection isn't working. Because otherwise, you know, I got a bad mulligan too, so I guess I'm just gonna reconnect. I don't think they're in the chat. Yeah, but the admins are in the chat. Right? That's what really matters. No, I'm just saying, right? Like, I'm a suspicious person. I'm a suspicious person, and I find it very easy to just say, you know what. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of this game for now. Maybe we can, like, spectate something else while this is happening. Is Ivan Yesta playing? Alright, I'll try that again. No, doesn't seem to actually be playing. Gugu won. Yeah, Gugu did win. Wait, is Pada playing? No. You? No. I gotta actually see if I can maybe, like, who can we spectate? Okay. Sorry, this is a bit annoying right now. Yeah, I was kind of looking forward to this. Oh, that's kind of loud. It's back according to him. Wait, no? Well, look, I don't know. I don't know. If they're like, if the situation here is, oh, I can't reconnect. Oh, wait, the button reappeared after you asked for a screenshot. That sounds like a concession to me. That sounds like a conceit. That's all I'm saying. Hey, live long and prosper. Thanks for the 50 months.
Everyone is enjoying the tournament.
Well, I'm having a good time. I do hope that everybody is enjoying it. Are you guys having a good time? I hope that it's interesting. Okay. All right. Okay, that seems fair. That seems fair. Waiting for second player to connect. All right, then let's just rehost. I mean, this was the start of the game, so we'll just do a rehost. You two play another game. The first, I think whoever won the first game concedes out of that. Wait, whoever lost the first game concedes out of that. Whoever lost the second game concedes out of that one, and then we play the third game fresh. Okay. So let's just do that. Get it all going again. In the meantime, I'm gonna see if I can find somebody else to spectate. Who even is still in the bracket? What even is still going on? So we've got Snoopy versus Walton here. Choksney versus Pinex Ginger. Oh, Time actually lost. That's a bit surprising. I kind of want to watch this one. Can I get Pinex Ginger? Can you add me? Is Pinex Ginger here? Probably not. Yeah, I'm gonna send oh, that I can't add that. Okay, that can't be found. Okay. Oh. Wait, Ivan Yesta, are you playing against Time? No, not yet. Okay, I need to add some people to my friends list. That's oh, Nail is playing against somebody. Wait. I think I need to refresh this really quick. Sorry. I know, this right. I'm sorry. We were having such a good run in the early game where everything was like going so smooth and perfect. Monster Kai versus Pitpat. Wait, Pitpat is winning? Alright, Pitpat, let's go, dude. Pitpat was the Chimera from earlier, right? With the clumsy conjurers? Is that you? Is that Pitpat? Oh, that's great. I'm gonna see if I can find Monster Kai and have them at me. Alright, that would be perfect. Some slight shade right there. I just find it really funny because like Clumsy Conjurer is really a card that, like as I said earlier, right? Like when designing cards, I kind of have an approach of like there's 3 different distinct purposes a card can have. Of course they can overlap, right? But like generally speaking, they should be either good, they should be good in sideboarding, or they should be a meme. Right? They should be either good individually, they should be a tech card, or they should be funny. And Clumsy Conjurer was meant to be funny. It's supposed to be a meme. Right? So I just find it really funny that somebody brought a Clumsy Conjurer to the tournament, and it's actually just kind of good. Ah, Killian is sending me somebody. Alright. I think Killian wants us to spectate his friends. So I'm sending out friends requests. They have to accept me. Alright. I have no idea about the game set when a disconnect. Was anyone clearly winning? Oh, for that game between the Hobnob and the other guy? No, they just started. That disconnect was before anyone did anything. So I think it's a pretty clear restart of the game. There was... neither player had done anything yet. Isn't that the best though? If the funny cards actually usable? It depends. Like sometimes that can be a bit problematic because like the design for like a meme card and the design for a good card tends to be a bit different. You know, like something to point out there is, for example, when Hearthstone released Yogg-Saron Hope's End, which was supposed to be a meme, but then it ended up being the best card in the game and just ruined tournaments for like 6 months. Because it just made the tournaments be an entire meme because it was so RNG that nobody, like it felt like flipping a coin who wins the game. right? So that's generally speaking, like, to a certain degree, but you have to be a bit careful with it. All right. Especially since meme cards have a bit of a tendency to be a little bit randomy. All right, here we go. We're gonna spectate Killian's friend. All right. Oh, Gyari versus Siege Baron. How far into it are we? So, 2 new heroes. We haven't seen these 2 yet. So that's already exciting, I think, generally speaking. That's something that's kind of cool, right? So, what are we looking at here? We've got Siege Baron, primary. Discard a card and draw a card. Kind of like lets you filter through your deck and fill up your ashes with stuff. Then, secondary. Deal 1 damage to any target for every 5 cards in your ashes. So this doesn't do anything for like a lot of the game, and then it's kind of bad. Like right now you have 4 cards in your ashes, so this is just nothing. But eventually, really late in the game, this can end up dealing like, I don't know, 5, 6 damage, which that hurts, right? A 1 mana thing that deals 5 damage every turn is pretty harsh. Ultimate, destroy all permanents, pretty straightforward. Blow everything up. Gyari, primary, deal 3 damage to your opponent. Secondary, if you yourself have dealt damage to your opponent this turn, your companions have +1 attack until end of turn. Ultimate, deal 5 damage to any target. Gyari is honest. Gyari is straightforward. Gyari goes face. That's Gyari. And you know what? Sometimes that's all you need. Alright, so this is, Gyari is very commonly just aggro. Oh, you just go hard. Alright, you just go hard. And that works. Oh, this is already looking bad. I mean, if you're playing aggro, you want to be in control. And this is... Yeah, there's not enough damage here. I mean, I don't know what kind of Gyari style this is. Right? Because there's some red in there. Oftentimes you will see Gyari decks just like be mono green and not even bother with other colors. So it might be a bit of a slower deck. I don't know. What's the red effect on the card? It's just indicating that it's an aura. Right? This right here is just, it's just an aura that's going on there. I feel the face hunter vibe. It's definitely got a face hunter vibe to it. But, you know, I think it's important that you have some cards and some decks and some heroes that do that. Right? You need to have these kind of effects that are just pushing the limit of the survivability. Gyari can do absurd amounts of damage very, very quickly. And it's kind of just, like, it just asks your opponent, can you deal with this? In this particular case, the answer is very obviously yes. So, yeah. Does the stream have a delay? No, there's no delay on this stream. We have everything nice and real time, which I'm very happy about because, you know, well, we were able to implement a delay into the game itself, so we didn't need to have a delay on stream. Just go face, dude. This is so much damage. You can get this to what? 6 health? Wait, no. No, 5 health. Yeah, just gotta kind of do the math. No! Oh. You missed 1 damage. Okay, I guess that's fine. I'm kind of sad though. Oh my god. Yeah, well, oh, I guess even 4 health would have been possible. Still missed the point of damage. Probably doesn't matter that much. This right here is something that happens sometimes, where we kind of skip Act 2 completely. Right? We go from Act 1 straight into Act 3. That can definitely happen. Again, these rules, like they are like, I guess these kind of the act system, right? It kind of functions as a guideline for the game, and it kind of like keeps the game in a certain rhythm and a certain pacing. But it doesn't hard enforce it. It just kind of says, yeah, this is what we expect. But how it works out exactly varies quite a lot from game to game, and it's something that really depends a lot on how things actually play out. So yeah. I don't know how a Gyari deck can come back from this. I don't think they can. I don't think they can. I think this is it. This is just way too much. I mean, this is very hard to come back from in general. I'm glad that Will of the Woods is seeing a good amount of play, though. Will of the Woods just being a really, really fantastic, fantastic card. I think I gotta say, can I just look? I've been designing the cards for this game for like a year and a half now, right? And Will of the Woods is one of those where it took me like, hey, Sailor Play Games, thank you very much for the 73 months. Appreciate it. But this is a card that I spent like 2 weeks on this. Of course, I was doing other stuff as well, but this one took me a long time. I'm very happy with how it turned out. I think it's a really nice card, and I think it works really well for its purpose, right? But it still took me a long time to get there. So yeah. What are you doing? Look, either show us your magic play, how you're gonna come back from this, or let's move on to the next game. Because I just don't know what even is possible here. You can actually get a lot of damage. Look at this. Look, this is what I mean if the Gyari does a lot of damage. This Siege Baron right now, right? This Siege Baron could have been pushed to 12 health. Gyari does a ton of damage. But it still probably is just not really gonna matter here. Because, you know, it's just gonna die. Very good. And there we go. Alright then. Well, let's see how game 2 goes. Very curious to see. Always important, just kill your opponent. Do not waste any time. Do not show them any more cards. Right? Oh. I guess that was game 3. Or game 2, I don't know. Well, I guess that is already over. Okay. Let's have a quick look at who else we can spectate. I don't really want to do Nail again because we already spectated some of his games. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're in a match. So this is game 3 between Hopnop and Zyga. Hopnop, oh, that is surprising. Getting rid of Where We Make Soldiers. Now, Where We Make Soldiers is one of those cards where it's just so powerful once you get it going. But I can kind of see getting rid of it here just because, you know, there might just not be enough. There might just not be enough time to really like get a lot of value out of it. Alright, Rummage. I love Rummage. I love Rummage. Can I brag about Rummage? I'm sorry. I know, I'm a bit of a wiener. I'm just bragging about all of my cool cards the whole time. I love Rummage. Here's what Rummage does. At the start of your next turn, choose a card type, then uncover a card of that type. So, uncover means you are... So basically the way it works is like at the start of your turn, you can choose Spell, Companion, Landmark, or Enchantment. And then if you choose Spell, then the game shows you like the top 3 spells in your deck, and you can pick one and add them to your hand. I just love it because it doesn't do anything. And it still feels so good. It just kind of doesn't do anything though. I just really like it. Okay. It is our turn. Birdsong. Oh, I love Birdsong. Birdsong is such a nice card. I just like the art and the flavor. Did you know? No, of course you don't. Sorry. Birdsong. So, Birdsong is a card that exists because Aaron wrote a story for it. So there's a short story called Birdsong. And you will be able to find that in the final version of the game, right? Like on release, you will be able to find short stories about the world with different characters and such in it. And there's a short story called Birdsong. And the card Birdsong is based on that short story. And I just kind of really like that. I think that's cute. So yeah. Okay. well, we're spending some time thinking. Gonna work our brain through this. Gotta figure this out. See how it goes. I mean, there's some options here. I think the big option that is worth considering here is Monomaniac. Our opponent just played the Word Install. Word Install. We saw that earlier. Word Install allows you to play Tayak without having to worry about their mana cost. Which is a very powerful effect. Kind of lets you just cheat them out. And in particular, it is always suspicious if your opponent plays a card like that. Oh wait, you passed your turn? What? What did I just... Did you run out of turn time? Did you disconnect now? Oh no, what's happening? Ah. Okay, what was I saying? The word "it's" on Birdsong had 2 apostrophes. Yeah, we are aware of that. It's something we're gonna fix, don't worry. Okay, did Hobnob disconnect this time? Oh, wait, no, there's something weird going on right now. I think it might have, like, I think our spectator mode might have, there might be some issues. That would be my guess. You see what's going on there? There was like, I think there was probably some sort of like weird desync with the spectating. Because clearly there was something happening that wasn't actually showing. Well, game is over? Oh. Alright. So Hobnob, I guess, lost then? Oh man. We had such a good start and now all of the issues are coming up. Because game ended and spectator bug shouldn't. I mean, we had this earlier and it was fine. Okay, let me see if I can maybe find somebody else to spectate. Alright, you're not in the game. Is Nail just still bullying people with Duvdunk? Okay. You know, I really like the way you name cards in this. Just very different from the way our card games do it. It's thematically very fitting, since everything sounds like it's something someone says while telling a tale. Yeah, I don't know. We didn't want cards to just like be... we wanted to really like kind of show a world, right? Like that was always like one of the primary goals of the game. So, I don't know. That was just something we always like we were trying to do. Just checking to see if there's maybe playing. You still playing? Oh, I found somebody. Nice. Nope. Oh no. I'm not explaining. I'm not talking about this. Nope. No, I'm not. So this is Bebu against Quill, and I will not talk about what Quill does, and you're just gonna have to deal with that. You just won't know. I'm not gonna do it. No, not happening. I mean, like, all you need to know is look at this board. Look at this nonsense. Like, does this even make any sense? Why does this guy have 3 buttons? Look at how much text is on there. What is... This is... Quill. Oh, I'm not talking about this. I'm not talking about that. And now there's an Eon. Oh, God. Okay. So welcome to Quill. Let me, okay. Oh, no, she's gonna start shooting stuff. No, she's not. Okay, we're good. So, what is Quill? Quill is a bit strange, and also her UI isn't great, so that's something that we're still working on. So let me explain Quill then. Her ultimate, just gonna start with the easy part. Her ultimate says repeat up to 10 times, deal 1 damage to target opposing permanent. So she can't just kind of like sit there and like pew 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 everything, right? Which is nice. You can like deal very precise damage to your opponent, which can be very helpful. Her secondary ability says swap your primary ability. Yes, so a Quill actually has 4 different primary abilities, and the secondary ability only serves to swap between the 4 primary abilities. The secondary ability has no mana cost, no effect itself. All it does is swap between the 4 primary abilities. Her 4 primary abilities. Let me go ahead and start in order. The first one allows you to scan a permanent. Now, I'm going to use the current language. There's already better language for this written. Like the flavor for it is going to be improved. But for now, I'm going to use what is written in the game just so, you know, I can like then hover over it and show it this way, okay? So maybe I should explain the concept of Quill first. The concept of Quill is that she can produce copies of stuff, but to produce those copies, she needs to gather resources. And this resource is not mana. So she needs a different, like she has a unique resource pool that is only accessible to her and that she needs to build up over the course of the game. And then she needs to use that resource pool to generate the additional mana that she needs. Or like the resources she needs to be able to use stuff. That's basically what I'm saying. Oh my god, that is insane what's happening here. Okay. Eon also being very mean right now. So what Quill does is her first ability allows her to scan a permanent. It costs 2 mana, has a cooldown of 1, and if you use it, and then you have a permanent scanned. Her third ability, and we're gonna get back to the second, no more. But her third ability just lets you view which permanents you currently have scanned, right? So you might have, you might have scanned Eon or an Amalgam or something, and you can just check on that. You can click on that, and then you can see which ones you currently have scanned. Her second ability lets you gather these resources. So the way it works, it costs 1 mana to use and then it gives you 1 resource. And whenever a permanent enters the story, you can use it, refreshes, so you can use it again. So you can like use it and then you play something and then you use it again, you play something, you use it again. You can gather multiple mana every turn. It also can be activated automatically on your opponent's turn. So let's say you have 3 mana remaining and then your opponent plays 3 permanents, you will automatically spend those 3 mana even though it's your opponent's turn to gather 3 more resources. And the final ability costs 2 neutral mana and has a cooldown of 1, and it allows you to create a copy of one of the scanned permanents, but it consumes as many resources as the copied permanent, or as the scanned permanent has a mana cost. So if I scan an Eon which costs 7 mana, then I need to use 7 resources to be able to have it enter the story with this. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Everything makes sense? Okay, great. All right, I'm glad that everybody is able to follow it. So yes, that's what Quill does. So Quill basically, what you need to know is spend mana to gather resources and then spend those resources to create copies of stuff. It is a very slow kind of playstyle, but over the course of a game, if you let her do what she wants to do, she just has access to like stuff that other heroes don't. She's strange. She's weird. I apologize. Sorry. My bad. I don't know why I did this. I don't know. Shouldn't have done this. So yeah, that's definitely my bad. Oh, and after you have a permanent enter the story using the thing, using her 4th primary, you lose the scan. Alright, you lose the scan. So you need to scan something again. You can't just have something like enter over and over again. You need to scan it again. So again, she just like, you can spend infinite mana with this hero. She just soaks up mana like it's nothing. But she does give you a lot in return if you do have that. So she's a multifunction printer. She can scan and print stuff. You know what? That's actually gonna be her flavor. Well, not the printer, but like the resources are gonna be ink. And the other stuff is gonna be like she inscribes stuff and exscribes it. But you know, exscribe is not a word. Don't judge me. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me about Quill. I don't want to talk about it. I do not want to talk about it. Okay, do you now understand why we don't talk about Quill? And yeah, that's pretty much it, I guess. So does she auto lose to Incubator? You mean Duvdang? She does lose to Duvdang. Yeah, if you're playing Quill and your opponent's Duvdang uses his ultimate, you're dead. You're dead. So Dr. Teaspoon, if Dr. Teaspoon ever runs into Nail, then you're probably gonna die. I mean, what you need to do against Duvdang is you really need to make sure you don't go into Act 3 too early. Alright? Now the question is, if Quill gathers ink, does she lose to Ink Eater? I didn't even catch that, and now I'm mad. Both of you, and at myself. So, anyway, that's Quill. Yes, I hope you're satisfied with your answer as to what Quill is. I don't know if we learned anything. I know I didn't, but here we are nonetheless. So that's very good. Alright, gonna add this guy. Go ahead and just keep expanding my friends list. I'm gonna give you a warning right now. I'm gonna yeet all of you guys out of my friends list later. Just gonna say that right now, right? Don't expect to stay on there. I don't want people talking to me. And that's really the main reason. It's not because I think I'm better than you, right? I'm very clearly not better than you. But I do not want to talk to people. That's my main concern. So, I'm not a very talkative person. But that's not true. Just not with people. I don't... Anyway. Stop judging me. I know you're judging me. Stop it. Sorry. I know I should talk about the game. I got a little bit sidetracked because we were talking about Quill. Right now, Bebu has 4 mana open. Right? So she's got 2 Devotion, 1 Valor, and 1 Ambition. This means that she's able to just kind of have a huge turn next turn, with even possibly playing Gradazahima. There's going to be enough green mana available, although considering the rest of the cards in her hand are all green, makes it a bit sketchy. Right, that makes it a little bit difficult because you don't want, generally speaking, if you play Gradazahima, you want to immediately get some value out of it. Like, you want to be able to, play a card. Oh, yeah, so this is the kind of nonsense we're talking about with Quill. Right, so Dr. Teaspoon does not play this card in his deck. The Fields of Longing is not in this deck, but now there's 2 of them on the board. Yeah, again, Quill is a little strange, and she does some strange things. So yeah, anyway, but there's enough mana to play Gradazahima here. The problem is just, it might not be the best idea to do so if you can't follow it up with anything. Because while she's powerful, and she is really powerful, so maybe we should actually talk about what she even does first. So Gradazahima has 2 effects. The first one is spells you play from your hand are played an additional time. Right, so anytime you cast a spell, well, you have Gradazah on the board, you cast it twice. And then second, after I attack, you may play a spell from your ashes for free, if you do void it. So she's just the god tier spell user, right? You get Gradaza down and she just she makes magic happen with spells. Which I suppose isn't that much a surprise, considering it's spells. But you get the idea. And that's really where she shines, right? That's what makes her so powerful. But at the same time, she is a legendary, right? She is a legendary. So you need to be a bit careful with protecting her. You can only have her in your deck once. Your game looks very exciting. We're planning mobile version of this? Depends on your definition of planning. Are we working on it? No. Do we want to have it? Yes. Will we work on it as soon as we can? Yes. Have we started? No. I hope that's an okay answer. Alright, Starving Steel. Oh, the counter! The awkward serendipity. Can quill a copy and create more than one copy of a legendary? Yes. Why did you just do that? Okay, so that is awkward serendipity. We're going to see this card actually probably a few times. Secretly target a page. Next time a companion in the target page would take damage or be destroyed, prevent that damage or destruction. The companion can't take damage or be destroyed until the start of your next turn. And basically it lets you kind of like set up some protection for a companion well in advance. Right? And it does also really protect the companion super hard. Yeah. It's a trap card. There are trap cards. Yeah, for sure. That's a thing. Like, because we have this like pages system with the different, spots on the board, and the spots actually matter. And there are trap cards that does exist. In fact, there's one particular card called Broken that I'm hoping people will figure out over the course of the tournament that they should probably put in the decks a little bit more. But we'll see. Anyhow, Dr. Teaspoon actually just out of stuff. Just fully out. No cards in hand anymore, right? Deck might even be running a bit low. 15 cards here, so that's not too much. But is Quill, which means you can kind of probably do something weird anyway. Oh, second chance, a big resurrection. So second chance that you just choose a permanent from the ashes and brings it back, which is really nice. Bobby, will there ever be quick spells / cards? No, I don't really want instant speed cards. There's a very deliberate reason why we don't have those kind of cards. It's really a matter of, I personally think what they slow down the flow of the game a lot. And it's a big problem in digital games in particular. Right? By not allowing interaction on your opponent's turn, at least directly, you can limit it a bit more. You can make it so that it just feels smoother to play the game. I personally always feel like when I'm playing like Magic the Gathering Arena, that I find it very clunky. I play a card and then I need to wait 10 seconds for my opponent to confirm. And I try to attack and now I need to wait 20 seconds for my opponent to confirm. And I'm going to play another card and now I need to wait another 20 seconds for my opponent to confirm. Well, what I could have done in a game like Chroma is just play the card, attack, and play another card, right? It just feels way smoother. That doesn't mean I don't want any interaction on the opponent's turn. I just don't want to be able to like play cards. So you need to like there's gonna be interaction on your opponent's turn. There already is with these kind of trap cards, but it's gonna be more. You make the decision to take an action on your turn already. So yeah, Pit Pat lost Clumsy Conjurer down to the lower bracket. Oh no, I'm sad. All right. Insatiable Blight. And double Insatiable Blight. Yeah, this is just Gradaza. Look at that. Alright, it's such a powerful effect and you just get to play it twice. Your story ends. But doesn't work. Awkward serendipity preventing it. Yeah. Gradaza is still on the board though. So that's always important to keep in mind. It's just the fact that she's there is already like a huge threat and it needs to be dealt with. Is there some kind of stack implementation for card effects, or is it just card execution needs to end before other starts? No. So the way cards resolve is they always resolve from left to right. And if something happens, if like for example, there's a card called Be Like the Sun that destroys everything on the board. And if something weird to happen during this destruction, it just interrupts the destruction at the current point in time and then resumes the destruction afterwards. It's a bit unusual, I think, the way we have our stack system, but I think after you figure it out, it actually feels very intuitive. It's not like Magic or, yeah, I guess like Magic, right? Where it's kind of like based on the time at which the card was played, which is also kind of how Hearthstone does it, where they base it on the age of the card. And I felt though both of those are just kind of like a bit complicated and hard to keep track of. So in Chroma, the way it works, it's just literally from left to right. Right? Just from left all the way to the right. But I'm out of the tournament, but I had fun. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you very much for playing. I'm glad you had some fun with it. Well, this game is strange. Alright, yeah, get rid of that. Get rid of the other one too. And this is where we're probably gonna see a Gradaza attack. Okay. So many cards being played here. I mean, this feels like the quill is just out of it, because if you have a look at this, just from like how many cards are in play, you know, how many cards are on the board, how many cards are in hand, it's just, the comparison isn't really fair. Is your right the opponent's right or their left? No, it's also their right. The board as we have it wouldn't exist like this in real life, but it's consistent across, so it's like your right is also their right. It's a bit weird. Wait, no. Their right, your right is their left. Alright, now I'm tripping myself out. Sorry. It's been a bit. Does anybody want to come help me cast now that people are kind of like left side same for both? Yeah, I think left side same for both. I think so. I don't know. I'm getting to the point where my brain power is running a little low. It's been 3.5 hours of me talking here. I guess it's only been 2.5 hours in the recording, but I've been doing a lot of explaining, which just kind of takes some energy from me. Is someone that runs out of cards in the deck lose, or do I have to run out of cards in hand too? No, so if you run out of cards in your deck, you don't lose the game immediately. Instead, we basically just have Hearthstone style fatigue, where you take a damage, like if you draw a card, but there isn't any damage, any card there. And then next turn you take 2 damage, and following turn you take 3, and then 4, and so on. I would if I had brain cells to spare. Everybody is running low. I guess that's how it goes sometimes, right? Especially, like, the fact that we are watching this game, this is kind of like from a spectator point of view. I feel like Quill is like extra difficult to keep track of because we can't check what she's got scanned. This is maybe something we need to consider looking into. But, so let me maybe talk about Amalgam. So Amalgam is a strange card. At the start of your turn, I steal the card text and subtype of a random of my adjacent permanents for the rest of the game. So what this does is it just kind of lets you take cards, but like only the effects. Which is also a permanent change. So you can see that this Amalgam here, right, like even though it's in the ashes, usually when something goes into the ashes, it loses its buffs. But Amalgam steal is permanent. So you could, in theory, steal the Gradazahima effect of the Amalgam, which I think is the goal right now. But the problem is of course, that Gradazahima has a really easy time fighting back. But I think, and I'm not 100% sure about this, but I think, in theory, this should also allow Quill to create amalgam copies with this stacked text. I think. This is just video games, right? If this was a board game, it doesn't. Okay, all right. So, in video games, you know, you might think, oh, Mommy, how do you not know? It's your game. Well, video games are not that simple, right? Like, even you as a designer will not know every single detail because there's just a lot of details to know. So, yeah. Well, I think that this is looking to be over quite soon. Now, I do think actually that Quill generally makes like fresh copies of stuff. Yeah, you can see here. Quill creating another one of those. Oh, even creating a Gradaza. Okay, hello Gradaza, how you doing? Well, I mean, it's just kind of a little late. Even though 25 HP is a good amount, there's plenty of damage on the board already. Right, at 6, 18, 27 on the board, plus spells, plus Gradaza, playing something from the ashes. It's easily enough. We'll probably be able to kill from board, from full with this, so... Yeah. Okay. Alright, there we go. Just eat that back into the hand and just get the remaining attacks in really quick. I find it very fun how you see in tournament matches, you know, people like overthinking the smallest things. Are just like, okay, is 18 more than 16? Is 18 more than 16? Hey, Wispy, you wanna come cast? All right, let's come in here, Wispy. All right, come here. I'm in general. If yes, what should I do? Just be here. Just come talk. It's fine. Hello, Wispy. I can't hear you if you're saying anything.
Hello?
Oh, there you go. Hello. How does this work? Can you like spectate me spectating someone?
No, of course not. I need to be also a friend with whoever is playing.
Okay, then who do we spectate next? I was gonna spectate Salva Shaktiman.
I have no friends. I need them.
Well, that's sad. Okay, well, it's not in the game anyway. Maybe we can find you some friends.
Yeah.
Oh no! Okay, wait.
Friends,
Yeah, I'll send you the Steam account.
All right.
I just hope get accepted pretty quickly. I mean, like you can also just like watch what's happening on the stream. I guess that works too, right? Oh, it's another Gugu deck. Wait, what's happening here? They're probably sideboarding right now. Ah, they are sideboarding right now. Okay, there we go. I was wondering, it's like, okay, that's kind of weird. And they both don't have a deck and no cards. Okay.
Yeah, if we start spectating during sideboarding, doesn't really display the process, but it should be fine after the game starts.
Yeah, it's fine. Hello.
First player to reach round 5 is Hobnob.
Oh, Hobnob got all the way through? Nice.
She's at the end of this day.
I believe in Hobnob.
Very good, very good. Hobnob, first player to make it all the way to round 5. Yeah, wait, let me... Yep. Hobnob beating Voltan there. Nice. Very good, very good. With the Magnarchitect deck too, which is exciting. Okay then. You know, I was so stressing out that the tournament was gonna be just like Hema Bebu. Or Bebu Hemo. Hey Dingus Khan, thanks for the sub. Have you seen the Bebu Hema combo?
Oh yeah, it's insane. I think I have played against a couple. I have ruined a couple for sure. But yeah, I expected to see more of those. We did see some, but we didn't see it used as much as I've seen before. With the knife made wise specifically to let Hema attack continually across the turn. I haven't seen that pulled off on your stream yet.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that. I'm actually so relieved that Bebuhima isn't like wrecking everything. I was so worried. And actually, I think we've had a really nice amount of deck variation, haven't we? Look at this. Look at this. This is so cool. Okay,
We
I maybe
even
should
had Quill. We even had Quill do some nonsense.
and just lose. Right?
Didn't Quill go into pretty far in terms of rounds? Like, how far in rounds are we? It's not the first round, it's not the second, right? So Quill has made it through for some time.
Yeah.
Assuming that person has been playing Quill.
I'm checking. I think I'm looking for Dr. Teaspoon. Well, I can't see. Maybe Dr. Teaspoon signed up with a different name. But I can't see it in the bracket. Oh, or maybe it's in the losers bracket? No, you don't start in the losers bracket. Wait, I'm just gonna control F. Oh, there. No, Dr. Teaspoon went 0-2 in the first match. And then 2-1 in the second. No, wait, 1-2 in the second. So Dr. Teaspoon just lost.
Oh, I see. It's a double lose.
just lost.
This is what you wanted to do, is to play a meme deck and lose fast.
Yeah.
But your meme deck wouldn't be so complex. You wouldn't have to explain Quill in your meme
No,
deck,
I would
for
not
sure.
have played. I would probably have just gone with Checkmati and then Rest Now Fiasco to meme some Bebu decks.
How do you think, how far would you go with the Rest Now and Fiasco?
Honestly, I think it would have performed really well. Like, not because I think it's a great deck. I don't think it's super strong. It's just everybody's like kind of playing slower controlling decks. And it would absolutely annihilate all of that. So, I think there was actually a pretty good chance that would have done pretty well there.
I see. We're giving ideas to people who
Yeah.
can change their decks, add some Fiasco, add some Rest Now.
Yeah, that's right.
Make some nonsense happen. We haven't seen this combo yet on the stream, right? Which I'm surprised with, because I've seen it played by a bunch of people on other streams.
Yeah. I think maybe that's my fault. Like, maybe people just assume that it's a meme because I kept calling it a meme. But it's actually kind of decent. I don't know. I want to explain Iron Wraith really quick because I haven't talked about that yet, and I want people to know what the hero does. So Gugu we already talked about, right? So -1/-1, but refreshes after health is restored. This right here heals you when you kill something, and then find the ultimate, which just kind of like kills your opponent quickly. But we've got the primary for Iron Wraith. Iron Wraith's primary actually doesn't cost any mana. It's free. But it has sort of an additional cost. It destroy target allied companion, and then deal their attack and damage to target permanent. So you destroy one of your own companions, and then you can use their attack like to deal damage to something. Which is really nice in terms of just kind of like getting additional hits in. It also makes more sense with his secondary. After an allied permanent is destroyed during your turn, add 1 end to your mana pool until end of turn and take 1 damage. So Iron Wraith is kind of all about like having his own stuff die and then using that to kind of like ramp up his own mana at the cost of his own life, and also just like destroy what your opponent has a little bit. So there's some real value there. And then finally the ultimate, 6 neutral, choose a companion in your ashes, they become an avatar and then enter the story, destroy all the adjacent permanents. So you kind of like choose something in your ashes to come back as like yeah, you get a second chance, you know, you become nice and powerful, become an avatar. And then it deals, it just kind of acts as this kind of very targeted AoE removal spell, which is pretty powerful. Now, this Duvdan Gugu here, though, is being a little bit of a wiener, I think. Because what seems to be happening is that this Duvdan has decided to only play defensive cards, going so far as to play 5 words, which is a card that costs 4 devotion. You may only play 5 words if you haven't attacked with a companion this turn. Until the start of your next turn, prevent all damage. Void 5 words. So this just is a perfect protection. It just makes it so you don't take any damage. But it also severely limits what you can do yourself. But exquisite proliferation creates copies of cards in your hand. So that's why we have 4 or 5 words here. And yeah, this Google is just chilling. It's kind of hanging out.
I wonder what the late game is. How do they win? Do they win with just casting an ultimate and stalling the game enough? Or what's going on?
I would guess that's the strategy. Like, I mean, if there is a hero that you can do that with, it is Google, right? You just click the ultimate, and then whenever the opponent does anything, it's just kind of like 2 damage every time. Adds up really, really quickly.
I wonder if the opponent can just do nothing and not lose that way.
How many?
But we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
It kind of comes down to card draw, I guess. Because here's the thing. You're right about something that's quite interesting here. There is no way to like deal damage or do anything with this Google deck, right? This Google just has nothing that will kill anything. Or well, like, sorry, that will kill your opponent. It's entirely defensive. So, if you just kind of do nothing as well, then, you know. I think the important thing is just make sure that you have. Oh, you play exquisite proliferation as well. Interesting. Just make sure that you have more cards in your deck. And as long as you have more cards in your deck than they do, then you can just win with fatigue.
I am pretty sure the Google will have some healing rains come out so that they heal to 80. Yes, we see the healing already with the Taunter.
Yeah, they will. There will be healing. There will be Ivory Heart, I would guess. Because Ivory Heart is just kind of the big payoff for the healing decks.
I'm also amazed at this particular hand right now for the Gugu. They have 2 O's, which are insanely powerful for Gugu just because they can reset the primary over again and just clean the board. So they have essentially 2 board wipes, which also heals them in parallel.
Yeah. That, and then also the 4 or 5 words in case there's ever any sort of pressure. Wait, 3 5 words now, I guess. And then can also just snatch up anything big with the open arms. I mean, this is really interesting. That like this super control-y deck right now feels like an actual very powerful option. Ashes are bugging. Yeah, I know. It's like a mild issue there. So we see an interesting card here. Well, actually kind of, 2 interesting cards. One is a card that I really, really like a lot. So I'm excited to see it. This is the Solar Witness. It says, start, and at the start of your turn, if I'm 1 page removed from exactly 1 allied enchantment, and that is my closest enchantment, I gain +3/+2 and deal 4 damage to my opposing page. This is a great tool for fighting back opponents, while also just having a threat on the board that continues to grow, which is always really powerful. Then we have Reliance here. All allied companions have attack equal to the attack of your highest attack companion. This allows you to just kind of like make it so you have a widely spread board that can still have a lot of attack as long as you just have 1 companion with high attack. It's an interesting idea to play this card in this sort of deck. So this seems to be kind of like enchantments with Solar Witnesses. Yeah, there's just a lot of Solar Witnesses here. Damn. You do need to have an enchantment, like in this exact position here, right? Where there's like the Solar Witness, empty space, and then an enchantment. I think this is actually a really nice combo with the primary as well. You can use all of these kind of weaker companions to really get a lot of value out of the Solar Witness. Not Solar Witness, out of the Iron Wave primary here. And this, by the way, this is something that if you play Chroma, you need to immediately learn. But if you end your turn and there is the act counter is at 2, then you will go into your next turn in Act 3, but your opponent doesn't go into Act 3 yet. Very, very important to keep in mind. All right, this is something that you can use to really... oh my god, that is just mean. But it's something you can use to like make sure you get to use your ultimate first or something like that.
How much plating are we looking at? 24 in total? If
Yeah.
they play all of the cards, that's a little bit insane.
I'm thinking we might need to nerf Blooming Blackly a little bit.
Does everything 5.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem with it. Like, the only way to really nerf it is to like make everything also have this. Or I guess I could make it like a scale. It's like a 5/5 Ica. A 5/4 Ica enters the story, deal 3 damage, gain 2 plating. Something like that.
Oh, that's a good idea.
But the symmetry is important. Like, this is actually kind of like something that people may not necessarily think matters that much. But if I were to just take this card, because what really is the problem with this card is 5 plating, I think it's just a bit too much, right? If I were to take this card and just say deal 5 damage, gain 3 plating, and the 5/5 Ica enters the story, would you be happy with that? Right, that's just, we can't have that. That's not acceptable. So it needs to be a bit more careful there. We could just nerf it to like 4/4/4. That's definitely something we can do. Or I was even thinking 3/3/3, but then it kind of becomes a bit weak. I don't know.
Oh, the boat comes out. I wonder if it is the Iron Wraith boat play where they basically uncrew as much as possible, come out with the crew out of the boat, and then just destroy the boat. So you play 3 companions that way. It's essentially you get a bunch of bolted companions on the board.
That's a really cool
we
idea.
will see if I don't think the boat will stick around for the next round though, but I've seen that played, and that's a powerful effect, except you need the boat to stay for at least 1 turn.
Well, boat actually survives, but 5 words is down again. Yeah. The 5 words just providing so much protection.
Yes, and we have 2 more 5 words, so we have 10 more words. And yeah, there is not enough space for boat to do its nonsense as well, so it shouldn't be very effective right now. I wonder, so as for the blooming, as for the card that gives 5 plating, there is a mechanic in game to add like a soul heart in Band of Isaac, which prevents the damage.
Mm-hmm.
What about instead of giving 5 plating, you give 5 prevented damage?
I guess we could do
Kind
that.
of like an overheal.
I mean, we already have like kind of damage protection effects like that in the game. I don't know. I'm gonna need to think about it a little bit what we do with it, because I kind of like it. I just think 5 plating is a bit too much. Like, I think I was just a bit too enthusiastic with that.
Yes, I mean, what I was going for is there is this special mechanic in the game, and only 1 card uses it. So maybe we could just use it more broadly for other cards, the damage prevention. Although we would have to display it better than we're doing it right now. With the plating, you have a nice armor display, great health bar. With the prevented damage, it's not visually displayed yet.
So in this game, Gugu is just gonna be chilling, right? Gugu used the ultimate and is now just not going to do anything. Oh no! Oh, there's awe again. I really like that effect. I think Andy really outdid himself with that one. That one's just very, very pretty.
It does have the sound right. I have the stream muted, so I don't experience the sound effect for the
Oh yeah, no, it's got some sound effects.
The boat goes away, and the crew goes with the boat, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we're in the stall zone. How many hours do you think this game will take?
I don't actually think that much longer, because like you can see the Iron Wraith is just struggling so much to do anything. Because
I feel like the only companion that Gugu has played is Nomad. That's the best they can do as a companions, right? Just a 2/2 rabbit comes out.
It's a very good rabbit. No, there was also the... Oh, actually Bloom Vagrant came down apparently. And then just Ghost of Goodwill.
Oh, that's true. Ghost of Goodwill, I saw that. I missed the Bloom Vagrant though.
Oh, just a GG.
Okay.
All right, that's fair. You know what? Yeah, sometimes it's just. I think that was a rough matchup for that Iron Wraith. Yeah, that was just rough. That was just rough. Okay.
You can win the tournament by not doing anything apparently. So we'll see how far that goes.
Let me see. Monster Kai is playing against Pinix Ginger. Oh, this is also going to be for. Oh, Minerva! It's another. There are so many different heroes. I was actually I'm really excited about that. That there are so many different heroes.
So is it time to explain Minerva?
I should explain Minerva. I was just about to say. So we've got, like this is also gonna be. This game is also for. Top 8. So whoever wins this makes it into tomorrow, and it's gonna be in winners semifinals. So Minerva, deal 1 damage to each of up to any 2 different targets. This is a great tool for just kind of spreading damage, and kind of spreading damage is sort of Minerva's thing. So you also got this right here. The first time each turn you are attacked, deal 1 damage to the attacker. So she kind of like returns damage again, keeps the opponents away. And then finally, prevent all damage dealt during your opponent's next turn. So Minerva is a bit of a simpler hero, but I think in that simplicity lies a good amount of strength. Anyway, Minerva lost. So I guess there's that argument. Also, apparently the elephant screams when it goes back into your deck during sideboarding. That is very funny.
It's very upset about sideboarding.
The elephant is upset about everything, and I love it. That's an interesting deck. There's so many kind of like one-offs. Right, like 1 Evoke, 1,000 Shining Teeth, even playing the like development artwork. Just a Small Favor, 2 off. God in a Bottle. There's also, yet again, a bit of a slower paced deck. We really haven't seen a lot of aggro. Really have not seen a lot of that. Interesting.
We have seen one Gyari and that one lost.
Yeah, the Gyari lost. We did see some kind of like mid-range Magnarchitect, so that's not too surprising there.
Wouldn't you consider those Magnarchitect decks with we make the soldiers mark? Wouldn't that be considered an aggro? I feel like that's a good candidate for aggro decks.
Yeah, it's probably actually an aggro deck. You're right. Like it's kind of like more like. It's like aggressive mid-range, I guess. Sure, let's call it aggro. Why am I being so picky here? Especially since mid-range is so hard to define anyway. Hobnob is calling it an aggro deck, so we'll call it an aggro deck as well. But yeah,
we
Hobnob
also saw a Muse aggro, and I am in love with Muse aggro, where you play as many companions as possible, and then you use the there is a beast in everyone. I think the card is called. I'm really bad at card names. I'm sorry for that. But and yes, you just destroy the enemy if they don't deal with your tiny companions.
Yeah. There was I don't know how to pronounce this. Zoge, something like that. Zoe, I don't know. But this we saw that match against Nail where he just honestly that was pretty close. He lost against Nail though, and then ever since then actually been winning. Like 1 against Tok, 1 against Damakuna, currently playing against Soaring Flying. So actually like sticking in there, really still in this tournament and fighting his way through it. So that's pretty cool. I think
Nail is in particular had a great sideboard to counter the many companions coming out with the Mikatal and the Hex Painter and Lucky Draws. So that was an interesting match for sure.
You know what we haven't seen at all? There's been no Venora. How is there no Venora?
I remember people just abusing Venora all the time, but now they're just hyped about Hema. I haven't seen Venora in a long time though.
People are just so excited about Hema. I fought a Venora round 1. All right. I'm just a bit surprised that people aren't playing Venora. I think she's pretty strong. But anyway, so this right here is kind of like one of the big reasons why you would want to put emphasis on blue. Mana Drone. Add 1 insight to your mana pool at the end of turn. It just ramps you. This card is great for like getting you like to a high amount of mana in the early game. However, it's actually kind of a little bit awkward at times, because then you are stuck with these mana drones on the board. And they just take up space when you don't need the mana anymore. And they can't like go and just kill themselves, because they don't have any attack. By the way, this right here was the power of Minerva. Right? Like 1 damage return when she gets attacked doesn't sound like a lot. And honestly speaking, it isn't that much. But it is enough to actually like really fight back against these kind of early game aggressive decks. And also to just kind of like spread damage. Again, that's kind of a theme with her. She's happy to just kind of like deal a bit of damage here and deal a bit of damage there, and then just kind of get the pickoffs when she can. Also, Ebbing Wishwander, that's kind of exciting. So it's got 2 abilities, deal 1 damage to any target, I take 1 damage, and then another ability where you can make this bigger. So it costs 2x neutral mana, and then it gains +X+X. So that means if you spend 2 mana, it gets +1/+1. If you spend 4, it gets +2/+2, and so on. So yeah. Oh, there we go.
So I have an issue with mana drones and how people play them, is that when they come out, and sure, if you draw 2 mana drones during mulligan, you can put them on the board the first turn, but then you lose the 2 slots in your hand, so you need to compensate for mana drones with some sort of draw. And with how the game is losing more and more draw effects, yeah, you really need to watch out for not being able to play anything with those mana drones just because your hand is empty.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. Actually, interesting thing right here. Look at this. There is Rest Now being played by Minerva. This is a card that costs 1 Valor and 1 Devotion. Minerva doesn't have Valor. Doesn't have red mana. She can't play this. My best guess here would be that she's playing this so she can then she can probably use a bag of crowns with like a benefactor, or just a bag of crowns you can get at the start of the game for free, to play the Rest Now and kind of like act as this kind of as graveyard hazing that way.
There is another mana fixing card. Well, benefactor is, yes, benefactor would work. The Son of Dancing is another one that would fix your mana.
That's true, yeah, that would be another way to do it. I mean, she is playing purple.
Yeah, and blue, so we will see which one comes out first, or which one is in the deck.
Is this enough for Blooming Blackly? This is enough for Blooming Blackly. Alright, probably gonna just throw one of these down, yeah. None of those things, I mean, you might as well use it, right? It just puts a pretty strong body on the board, and then you can start fighting back much more aggressively. This Magna-Architect deck seems to be slowing down a bit. Now, against Magna-Architect, plating isn't as good. It's always something that's important to keep in mind. But you've got this ability. The first time each turn, a golem enters your ashes, deal 1 damage to your opponent. This is this eats through plating very quickly. Right? It just eats through the plating like it's nothing. So Blooming Blackly, while it is still powerful, it's not quite as good as some against Magna-Architect as it is against some of the other heroes we've seen. Yeah, really
I think
that's
just not enough. We see 2 more Blooming Blackly, and that's just too much for Magna-Architect to punch through. In last game we saw Crack Warden at the very end, so there is a chance, there is a potential at the very end for the Magna-Architect to combine the big bot with Crack Warden and deal some massive damage or some massive disturbance with the discard that it does. But we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah. One of the things as well is that the Magna-Architect isn't actually doing anything. Right? Like, this is probably why this game looks kind of one-sided. But what is the Magna-Architect actually doing? This is... It feels like it's this kind of defensive Magna-Architect deck. Not offensive at all, because there's just a few bots coming down, spamming the primary a lot. But other than that, I mean, there's no big plays. There are no markings being placed. I don't know. Maybe like I feel like if I was gonna play like a more controlling Magnarchitect deck, I might want to put emphasis on something like the Foundry. But I don't know. Hey, Shroom Ragoon, thank you very much for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate it.
I feel that this is late game Architect built around the ultimate.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much it can do against the hero we are spectating. Who is playing Minerva, by the way?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
Monster Kai.
Oh, I see. All right.
Yeah. Oh, it's a mill deck. Oh, that changes everything.
How far are we into mill? 20. That's not very far.
Yeah, but there is 9 just coming. Right? Because the Crack Warden is already in the ashes. So that's just a matter of using the ultimate. So it's actually only like 11 cards to go. So what we just saw was this right here. Empty Doorway. Choose one. Discard the top 6 cards of target hero's deck, or choose a card from your sideboard and add it to your hand. We saw the first effect, which is just mill a bunch of stuff, right? This is actually a mill deck. That's what's happening. I was wondering, like, what's the strategy? That is one of the things that can definitely win against this kind of defensive, slow, blooming Blackley star. That is super, super, super cool.
Yes, the fatigue damage will eat through that Platin very fast. I wonder if the Magnarchitect is also playing the card that puts copies of the cards into your hand so that they can copy the Empty Doorway and just discard with a bunch of spells instead of waiting for the big bot to come out with Crag Warden. Although we probably will see Crag Warden anyway, just because there will be enough mana even before we go into Act 3 to just place the Crag Warden into the story, and Minerva probably not gonna have much.
Magnarchitect can't play Crag Warden.
Is there not enough mana?
But Crag Warden requires 5 Valor and 4 Insight. Magnarchitect only has 4 Valor. She can't play it.
Unless there is a mana fix, but that's hard to pull off. I see.
There are definitely some mana fixing cards that she can use, but she does have to use those. Oh, Open Arms. That's funny. Oh no! Oh my god, are you gonna do it? How big brain are you? Did you take it? Yes! Oh my god! Okay, Open Arms. Choose a card from the story or either hero's ashes, place it on top of your deck. What the Magnarchitect is trying to do is take the Crag Warden out of the ashes with the ultimate to like merge a big board with the Crag Warden effect. But the Minerva just stole the Crag Warden and placed it on her deck, making it so that now that can't be done anymore unless a new Crag Warden is placed in the ashes. Now, I don't know how many Crag Wardens are in this deck. That's like a big question here. Right?
It is such a big disable though.
That is a big deal. That's I mean, like, this is generally nice because it just kind of puts cards back into your deck. Like, in this particular matchup, all you need to do, like, all you're looking to do is just kind of, you know, like, reduce that. But this is still looking pretty bad, honestly. Like, Magnarchitect can just kind of keep playing bots, which will keep, you know, even if they get killed, they will still deal a bit of damage. And eventually she will find another Empty Doorway. And there is nothing in the Minerva's hand that does anything. Right? There is nothing here that will kill anything. Oh, well, sorry, that will deal any damage. It's all defense again. And if all you have is defense, then against an opponent who is happy to just wait, well, you can guess what's gonna happen there. So this is what the Minerva put on top of her deck with the second open arms, right? Just put a Blooming Blackly back on top. Okay then.
So this hand definitely will deal with the big board coming out, but in terms of if the Magnetic Attack merges the big board and tries, I don't think they are running Tireless Automaton unless I missed it. So they might not have a bolt on the big board to be able to use their Crack Ward and discard immediately.
Yeah, that's an interesting question whether or not they have that automaton. I feel like if I was playing, like if I was going to go into this tournament with like a Magnarchitect discard mill deck, I would put at least one Tireless Automaton into my sideboard, you know?
Yes, and there are plenty other columns which have bolt as well. There is the... oh, I forget the names.
Just a bolt bot.
Oh yeah.
Like,
oh, you could... Oh, never mind. You can just do that. I forgot about that.
There's already a bolt bot in the Ashes. That's not a problem.
Plenty. Yeah, that's true.
Like, so there's gonna be there's gonna probably only be one attack, but there will be one attack with the Crack Warden. But that's all you're looking for here, right? This deck is already a 10. That's all you need. Okay, so this is one of the cards that Minerva's actually waiting for. Like, funnily. It that waits. So this is a card that's incredibly powerful in the late game. It says, if at the end of your turn at least one of my abilities isn't on cooldown, I double both their damage and healing. And there's two abilities, one that deals 1 damage to all opposing pages and one ability that restores 1 health to all allied pages. Now, this is where I need to explain kind of how the pages work a little bit. You saw right there that this did a lot of damage to the opponent. That's because when you deal damage to an opposing page, you actually deal damage to the hero, right? So if you deal damage to a page and the page is empty, then that damage goes to the hero instead. If you deal damage to a page and there's something inside of it, then you deal damage to the thing that is in the page. But if it's empty, it goes to the hero. And that's where this It That Waits comes in. Because this can just come down and it's just happy to wait. And this will kill the Magnarchitect in 2 turns. But it gets voided. So...
Yes, I was about to say we saw last game that they're running the Void for the Eat That Waits, and they knew that Eat That Waits will come out in the late game, so I bet they have been holding on to that Void card for the whole game.
Very good. I mean, this is just... I know it's a slower game, but I think this is so cool. This is one of the things I love about card games. Because what I think is happening here is that Pine X Ginger saw there is going to be a lot of this kind of like slower pace controlling stuff, right? Like I saw that they were testing a lot, right? That they were playtesting a lot. Or like that they were just kind of like preparing for the tournament. And I would guess that in their preparing for the tournament, they came to the realization this is going to just be a slower meta game. So I'm going to play mill. I'm going to play mill. And with my milling, you will not be able to just sit there and do nothing. Because if you do, I still win. Right? You might be able to just defend against everything I throw against you. But that's fine, because I'm just not going to throw anything against you. I think that's so clever. I love that. That is super cool. I'm very excited to see it. All right, and you can see here, I don't know if that's just my perception of it, but I'm feeling like a little bit of desperation from this Minerva. I'm just not sure if she's got it. Now, what she might start doing, and this is probably what she should start doing, is just start and try to go for a kill here. That is possible, right? Use the primary, ping the hero for 1, use Dimensional Whiplash, ping the hero for another 4, and then just use doubles just a small favor. That's another 10 damage. And if you just keep using the primary, that adds up. There's only 18 damage that needs to be done at this stage. So, unless the Magnarchitect has some sort of healing? Oh yeah, I guess I'm not the only one that sees this. Right? Like, just a small favor does... So this is a card that gives you 1 of 4 options. And those options are disarm all opposing companions, return target permanents to its controller's hand, deal 3 damage to all opposing companions, or deal 5 damage to any target. And that last one, that is what we care about. Deal 5 damage to any target. It allows the Minerva to just kind of start threatening a kill. And it's only 13 life left. I mean, like, honestly, this wins in 3 turns unless there's some healing.
I wonder if Minerva still has the 1000 shiny teeth in the deck. If they have, or if they have put it in the sideboard, or if it has been milled. So the chance for the Magna Architect to survive here is that whether or not they have milled enough damaging spells from Minerva. But on the other side, Magna Architect doesn't have any healing, as you pointed out, so there is no chance to stand against the slow death from the primary.
Is there any healing the Magna Architect could play? I guess there's no Forsaken. How many ambition mana does Forsaken Armor cost? It's 2 or 3? I think it's 2, right? Yeah, I gotta have a quick look at this. I gotta have a quick look at how much ambition mana this guy costs.
So it costs 3 neutral to ambition.
Ah, okay. So in theory, Pinex Ginger could play it. But considering that the 2 ambition are all the way at the end of the mana pool, I highly doubt that's in the deck. And Steward of Man, maybe? I mean, Steward of Man would be the best case scenario, I think, at this stage. Steward of Man is a companion that prevents damage from abilities and spells. So it would be pretty much ideal in terms of like keeping yourself alive against this right now. Oh, that is good. That is good. I mean, this milling needs to really, really get done soon. Alright, only 2 cards left in the deck. This is actually going to be kind of tight. Is there another Crack Warden in here? That, I love that so much. I think that was so clever. Using the open arms to get the Crack Warden. Oh my god! Yes! You did it! Okay. Yeah, the GG immediately. Oh man.
I am impressed.
Let's go. So I need to go into the deck build and explain that one really quick. But what we saw was Monomaniac. Dawn, discard your hand and then draw 4 cards. If you control a golem, your opponent does the same. That, you know what? Just waiting until the last moment, until the perfect moment. Plays the Monomaniac, yeets all of the cards away. Actually, you know, I think the Minerva was being too slow in her, like, kind of like, aggression. If she had just started shooting the hero a bit earlier, then she might have still been able to just win via pinging with the primary. But, you know, if you take it that slow, you just die to the Monomaniac. That was a great game. I'm very happy with that game. And that makes Pinex Ginger our second top 8 player. Let me have a quick look at the bracket. So this is still going on. I don't have either of them on my friends list though, so we're not going to be able to watch it. Oh my god.
I'm so excited for Chroma's release.
Hey Koipon, thank you very much for the 15 months. Alright, are you guys ready to fall asleep? Because these two... Oh no.
Do we have another Dubedak? Oh no.
Oh no.
What is this?
What are you guys doing?
Can't Nail just one shot with never mind.
No, they did.
Yeah, they did.
Oh my god. I'm gonna go. We can check in on this later, right? We don't have to do this right now. We can just.
We can check in tomorrow.
Yeah. We can check in tomorrow and see how they are doing. Alright. Ivan Yesta said that he just entered a game. Okay.
Imagine watching me get milled on stream feels bad, man.
Hey, Monster Kai. I mean, I think that felt pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. So, Professor Hush versus Ivan Yester. We are looking... I'm gonna really quickly pull up the bracket just so we can contextualize where we're at. I just have to find it first, which is surprisingly difficult because I'm blind. Okay, I'm just gonna have to... Alright, Ivan Yester.
What I see right now on the board is 4 blue guns and insatiable blight in the hand.
Oh,
that will be satisfying to just watch go.
They haven't actually progressed that much in this bracket yet. It's been a little bit slower there. Oh, hey, Condemn, that's fun. I'm surprised to see Condemn here. Insatiable Blight is going to be satisfying, yeah. So, Condemn is a fun effect. No permanents may be placed on this page. So, this page is just, you're not allowed in there anymore. And Insatiable Blight is also a very fun effect. Deal 5 damage to target companion. If that destroys them, deal 5 damage to their adjacent companions. Repeat this effect until Insatiable Blight fails to destroy a companion. So it just bounces through everything you've got until, well, there's nothing left to kill. Especially going to be powerful since Bloom Vagrant is already on the board with only 1 span, so that's going to go away at the start of the turn anyway. Alright then.
I'm
Nice.
really surprised to not see the Condemn control deck to block out the enemy's board. I thought that deck would be seen on the tournament for sure, but maybe somebody played it. I'm not sure.
Alright, well, there's a bit of Condemn right now.
What kind of decks are you not seeing that you expected to see?
So, Ivan Yester is playing Bebuhima. So, this is actually the first time we have seen Bebuhima today. So, what is Bebuhima? Bebuhima is about the cards that are already in hand. So, this is a perfectly easy showcase. So, we already saw Gradaza Hema, right? Spells you play from your hand are played an additional time, and after attack, you may play a spell from your ashes for free if you do avoid it. Very powerful effect. Son of Driven. This guy gives board, has board, and Dawn. I give target companion +2 attack until end of turn. I evolve in Act 3, my Dawn also gives board. So if it is Act 3, this guy can give other companions +2 attack and board. So what you do is you play Son of Driven on a Gradaza Hema. Well, you play Gradaza Hema first, and then you play Son of Driven on it. If it's Act 3, Gradaza Hema has 11 attack and can immediately attack. And then you play the Knife Made Wise. You gain 1 plating. Give target allied companion +1 plating, and I may attack an additional time each turn. So, this means you play Knife Made Wise on... Well, the exact order goes like this. You play Gradaza Hema, you play Son of Driven. Son of Driven gives Gradaza Hema +2 attack and bolt. So now she can immediately attack and has 11 attack. You play Knife Made Wise. Knife Made Wise gives Hema some plating, but that doesn't matter so much. Most importantly, it gives her an additional attack. Then Gradaza Hema's first effect triggers. Spells are played an additional time, giving her another plating and another attack. So now she can attack 3 times. Then you attack with Gradaza Hema, and you copy Knife Made Vice onto Gradaza Hema from your ashes, giving her another attack. So now she can attack 4 times. And you know what 4 times 11 is? That's right, it's more than 40. It's more than 40. It's a 1-turn kill. And every time she attacks afterwards, you get to play another spell from your ashes, kind of like repeatedly, you know, like getting more and more value out of it. Now, this deck has some weaknesses, mostly dying.
Yeah, you need to be very careful because you need to do this all in Act 3, and it can be a little bit rough. Not dying. Oh no, the Hema is coming out.
That is so risky. That is so risky. Even yesterday, just straight dropping the Hema
into the 6.
He wins. Wait, is that enough to win? That might be enough.
Huh.
Oh my god. That was so risky to just drop the Hema. Just straight up place her. That takes some real balls right there. Never enough, not a big deal. You just get rid of your enchantments, that's right. And oh my god, perfect. This is like another party where you can do this to give you Hema +2/+2 and overwhelm, right? So this is probably gonna be the kill then.
It's a
So-
2-turn kill, but very risky.
That was a risky play, yeah. No, so you just kind of give the Hema more attack. You probably play another Son of Driven and then a minor disagreement, and your Hema has 15 attack, and then she can easily beat through everything. Yeah, this is already over.
What surprised me is that there was no removal on Hema whatsoever, even though there is so much removal in the game that could have worked out right there.
Well, my guess would be that so we had interdiction in play. And I would guess the reason, so what interdiction allows you to do is like prevent your opponent from playing a certain type of card.
Oh, I see.
Right? And so I assume Ivan Yesta played interdiction, blocked spells, and then just played Hema and just was like, all right, let's see if this works.
So there were only companion removals left, which there is not many, especially for this the CH Baron mana pool.
Yeah.
There is not that many you can do against Hema there.
There are some options, but it was a calculated risk. It was still a risk, but there was a good chance of it working out. And yeah, clean. So that means that's Bebu Hema. That's right here. That's the strat. So this was the deck that I was really worried we were just gonna only see this and everybody's playing Bebu Hema. Again, the biggest problem Bebu Hema has is just kind of losing the game. I know that may sound like a silly problem, but like that's just how it goes, you know. Sometimes you just die. But yeah, it's definitely kind of like the strongest OTK deck in the game right now.
We haven't seen OTK yet. We have seen only the 2-turn kill with Hema.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, like the core idea was there though. Like that would have worked in a single turn as well.
Yes.
Ivan Yesta didn't want to wait until Act 3, which I think is fair, right? Like it did. There wasn't much in his hand that he could have like used if there was any sort of aggression coming out from the Siege Baron. So. Thank you very much, Asliov. Wait, Bebu was renamed? No, it's Bebu Bumo and Gradaza Hema. Bebu Hema. That's why I call it that. It's a good name though. I like it. It's a good name for the deck. Bebu Hema.
Gradaza Bumo.
Nah, that doesn't sound as good.
Yeah.
So anyway. So we haven't really talked much about Siege Baron yet, but Siege Baron is a hero that's got a lot of options with this kind of like primary combo. You can play pretty aggressively and just kind of say, all right, I'm going to generate a bunch of tokens and just kind of like be aggressive, use my primary to like fill up my ashes so I can later play the folly. And also have synergies with cards like Batonage, which is a companion that when it gets discarded, it just goes into play instead. Or for example, right here, the Chains Are Hungry, which is an enchantment when it gets discarded and enters the story instead. So you kind of like have some nice effects there that you can use. Or what you can do instead is you can just kind of play more of a controlling style, because you do have this just kind of as like a late game option where you can keep pinging people down. This hero, like Siege Baron, is a hero that I'm actually really proud of because he feels really flexible. He can do a lot of different things. You know, like so far we have definitely seen some heroes where they felt like they are more about specifically playing control, or some heroes that specifically about playing aggression. And I feel like with Siege Baron, you can't really know what exactly it's going to be. So that's kind of neat. Anyway,
Siege Baron, of course, has a great potential to run Folly to double down on the damage they deal with the discarded companions. On top of the primary, or is it secondary that deals the damage based on the number of cards in your ashes. And yeah, I've seen this particular, well, I'm not sure if it's this deck, but I've seen deck played with a lot of discard, with a lot of put stuff into your ashes and beat your opponent up with your skill.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it counters Bebu Hema very well, but we will see how it goes in the second game in this match.
Something I find really interesting here is that Ivan Yesta is playing Not Yet Ready. So this is a card, shuffle target hero's ashes back into their deck, void not yet ready. So this is a card you would usually use on your own ashes to try and like kind of like, you know, put everything back into your deck and you know, like for really long games, you just kind of like get resources again. But you can also use it on your opponent. And I think in this particular instance, that might actually be the plan, right? As the Siege Baron fills up his ashes, he's going to start dealing a lot of damage and he's going to start playing discard synergies and you don't really want that. So you just yeet it back into the deck. That's not a problem anymore.
Yes, that could potentially just disable the whole idea of the Siege Baron deck, of the what they want to kill Ivaniesta with, but we haven't seen Foley come out last game, so I'm actually not sure if this is the theme of their deck.
Yeah. One of the biggest problems with the Bebu Hema deck is that you of course need Hema, who is a legendary. Which can be a bit difficult to find at times. Something you can do is you can just play a minor disagreement and like search for it, but then you kind of need to pass up playing any other companions in your deck really. Hello.
Tomorrow's match is slated to start at the same time as today, right?
Yeah, we're starting tomorrow at 1 PM again. Yes.
Just wanted to verify.
Okay. This right here we already talked about condemn, but it's just like, it's like a little mark that just reduces the board space you have. You can override it, so if you play a different mark on top of this, then it will kind of delete this one. But yeah, one condemn, not that big of a deal, right? Like, especially for these kind of decks. But 2 condemns, 3 condemns, that's where it starts being annoying and you can actually run out of board space. Go check on the 2 Gugus. Are they still going on? Do you want to have a quick look at what the 2 Gugus are doing?
Yes,
let's go. I'm gonna have a quick look at what they are up to.
I bet they have 80 HP both.
They just
and
haven't
they're
moved.
just pressing the end turn button to see who dies first.
Oh no, it is still going on. This is still oh. Yep, 76 and 72 HP.
Oh no, how many cards? Oh, they don't have decks?
I don't know if they're
interesting.
actually out of cards. No, they do have cards. So there's 6 cards in the deck here. It's just a little
Oh, I
spectator.
see.
But yeah.
I see, it's just visual right now. Oh, it appeared. So one of them have plentiful of hand. I wonder if that's actually true.
And 10 cards in deck. Ooh. Yeah, so it seems Nail is struggling a little bit.
They're doing the race and yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem here really is just that there's way less cards in Nail's deck.
I mean, there is also never enough on the board, which will happen at some point. I assume that Nail already picked the discard your whole hand option because we only see one card.
Oh, is this like the second? Wait, yes, that actually makes sense. What 43 cards in the ashes. Okay, 1 second. Okay, this takes a little bit to scroll. Yeah, I add a copy of a card from your ashes to your hand with the War Chronicler. Ah, okay, so playing War Chronicler to like play multiple never enough. So there's already one in the ashes, there's one here.
Oh no, that's
there's another one in the ashes. Wait, but that means that this Google got never enough twice. And how many are here? None.
Is it the third never enough right now on the board then?
This is the third never enough of this game, yes.
Neil must be enjoying this game a lot. There is 0 cards in his hand.
Well, I'm glad they're having a good time, but I'm gonna I mean we can check back on them in like an hour and see how they're doing then. Who were we looking at even yesterday? Right?
I mean, it makes sense with the card name Never Enough that you can never have enough of them. So 3 coming out, probably more Chronicles will come out, more Never Enough will be put on the board.
So this right here is kind of what I was talking about with like the biggest problem the Bebuhima deck has is dying. Yes, as you can see.
Seems like there is a lot of dying happening.
There's definitely some dying happening right now. Which is not great. Not ideal.
And there is still no Hema in the hand. So we are looking for that big draw. that can turn everything around. There is every combo piece available in the hand except for Hema.
Yeah, this is always the problem, right? You play a deck that depends on a single card, and then you just don't draw it. What do? Well, you hope to draw it.
You fix your draw, and that's my answer. Put some ramages in the deck, but we haven't seen any draw in this deck so far.
So kind of interesting that there's only 5 or 6 cards now in the Siege Baron's Ashes. That would be my guess that like maybe a Not Yet Ready was actually played. No, I guess not. I guess maybe Vanessa just hasn't killed anything yet.
That would be my guess, is that there hasn't been enough killing going on. And Siege Baron isn't playing a lot of spells, so...
Yeah.
It's pretty... Well, it's not pretty early in the game. Pretty far in the game, actually, but I don't know.
Just
Siege Baron is
nothing.
winning anyway without the Ashes combo with the abilities, so we will see if they can pull this off even without milling themselves.
This is kind of like a small problem, I guess, you have with the Siege Baron deck. So like if you are playing like a purple-green token deck, you have access to like Will of the Wood and what is it called? There's a beast in everyone. Right? You can use those to like buff all of your stuff, make it really strong. But purple-red doesn't quite have those same cards. So that makes it a bit more difficult to really like get that big swing when you have all of the tokens in play. I feel like what Purple Red is more happy to do is kind of play a lot of tokens and then have them die and just kind of like keep playing stuff. But Nail is taking, not Nail, sorry, Ivaniesta is taking the strategy of just not killing anything.
Yeah, just trying to survive.
Siege Baron has access to Will of the Woods. Yeah, Siege Baron can play Will of the Woods, that's right. So you might still have that. But like I was mostly talking about like kind of like there's a beast in everyone. That's like the big one, right? Like if you had that right now, that would be perfect.
With this mana curve as well, with a lot of red in mana curve, we see Condemn coming out, which is nice. It's a 3 Valor as far as I remember, which is pretty pricey, but you can afford it on turn 5 with the curve that the CH Baron has. But I'm surprised to not see the Tireless Automaton come out. I feel like that's a very great combo with CH Baron and with their deck to be able to discard, select and discard.
There's a little desync right there again. I wonder what's causing that. No.
Did we miss it because they finished 3 minutes ago?
No, that can't be. But I think Ivaniesta won on that turn.
Won already.
I think Ivaniesta won on that turn. With the like, we saw the Gradaza Hema. I just want to reconnect really quick to like so we can actually see it properly. But
what kind of disconnect did you see? Just the one card in Ashes being improper, or was there something on the board?
All right, people are asking an update on Expert. I don't know who Expert is. Or if this guy. No, player's not in the game.
Choose who is an expert.
Let's just go back.
Would you call Nail an expert?
No, there's like a player called Expert.
I see. 80 health.
Are you guys done soon?
Is this the 4th or 5th Never Enough? What is going on there? There's Mikotalp in the hand. That's exciting.
Oh my god. Well, they are sure taking their time here. Expert is Namora CM por favor. Alright, let's have a look at that first. Yeah, so I don't think there's any cards in hand for... Or any cards in the deck for Nail anymore. There's like a few left for this guy. This is over, Nail. Call it. Call it. Alright. Nail is gonna lose that one. We know that. Alright, so this guy. Alright, let's have a look at this. Alright, so this is a Bebu deck versus another Siege Baron. And this has apparently been going on for a little while. Why? Seems to be perfectly normal stuff here. Let me just check what's going on in the Discord. I mean, the nice thing is that they are still on the winner's side. So it's
There
not...
we go, we have some cards playing.
Yeah. So it's not so
I
big a
could
deal that they're taking forever because, you know, there's still a lot of like lower parts of the tournament that are happening that still need to happen. Right, winner's side is always just gonna be much quicker, right? If we just have a look at the bracket really quick, we can see here that, you know, winners is almost done actually, right? This is gonna be our first semi-final tomorrow, and the second semi-final is being decided right here. Like, there's not even another game to be played here. They're just gonna figure that out tomorrow. And losers bracket, however, there's still more happening here, right? And we're gonna be playing up to round 7. This is gonna be the last round, right? Because this is gonna be yeah, losers top 8. So we are not quite there yet. Although Monster Kai almost made it.
Hey, beautiful. How's your day going?
Hey, thank you very much, Frost Knight. Doing good. I'm starting to be a bit hungry, which is not so great. Ugh, been a little while here. I'm glad that so many people are sticking around. I mean, like, we've been at like consistently 400-500 viewers all day, which is pretty crazy. So like, thank you very much for coming to hang out with us and watching and participating in the tournament.
Is the game that Nail is playing right now, is that the last game for today in winner bracket?
Yes, that's the last winner's game.
Should we then just watch him lose?
Well, it's the last best of 3. So Nail said that was the first game.
First game of last best of 3. Alright,
Yeah,
never mind.
Yeah,
Let's not
I
watch
feel
that.
like we could watch that, or we could watch like 15 other games. And I think we're gonna choose the diversity there. What's up?
About food.
Yes.
No idea.
That's not very helpful. Okay.
There is a chance
No,
that
we
loser
just talked
brackets
about this
catches up
yesterday.
just because Nail is stolen so much.
I'll make you yogurt.
Sure. Alright. Why are these guys taking so much time?
I'm not sure what is happening on Babu's side. There is no
I don't
combo
need the-
pieces for Hema, so it
I don't
doesn't
need
feel like a Hema deck. And I'm not seeing anything specific with this deck at all.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Latent Warp Spring. Might be like a weird Latent Warp Spring thing.
I'm not sure, there's still nothing, unless they play it on the enemy side. There is a lot of spells for sure.
It strikes me as this is like more of like a, you know, spell power combo deck or something like that. I do not know why they're taking so long. We're gonna need an admin to check in on these two players. Because if they're intentionally stalling the tournament, then we're just gonna DQ both of them. That's not okay. Right? Like, I mean, I get that you need to think, but I mean,
Yeah,
come on.
nothing being played that turn with Latent Warp Spring in hand, that's interesting.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Let's just let this happen for now. No, they're actually playing stuff. Okay. Alright, it seems that maybe they just had some... Maybe they got distracted for a bit or something. But... like, I don't really mind it if matches take longer. Right, I think that's fine. That's part of it. But there's a difference between matches taking longer and players intentionally delaying the bracket. Right? I like this. I like this flower. Corpse Blossom is such a cool card. It just eats a thing.
Corpse Blossom is such a counter to Bloom Vagrant, you place the corpse blossom on the very left, and all of the bluecons come out on the left, and you just eat them every turn.
That's
You
funny.
just consume because you cannot act with the bluecon right away because it comes out at the end of your turn. So next turn, your flower just consumes yet another bird, and it grows larger and larger.
I thought you were gonna say, you know, you eat the bloom vagrant, so you like get rid of it properly because you can void it.
No, you keep
But-
it.
but
You just
eating the
consume the
birds.
birds.
That's funny.
It just spawns a bunch of birds that you immediately eat and get larger and larger. But then, then the place becomes and beholds on the other side, and yes, you become the flower yourself and consume another flower. There is a lot of there is a lot of happening that could happen to the flowers, for sure.
I don't really see what the... I guess ready to bang out with Red Lion's Claw. So Red Lion's Claw is an interesting card. Give target ally companion attack and health equal to the amount of companions you control. So like this can be like a +7/+7, you know, if you have enough stuff on the board. But oh, I kind of see it. I guess latent warp spring. And then you like
I see. But then you could just do the Reliance one instead of setting up Latent Warspring. Also, we haven't seen Latent Warspring come out at all this game, even though you can just pre-place it.
That's
I'm
a
not
weird
sure
thing.
what's going on there.
If I was gonna do like a latent warp spring combo, I mean I would have used the latent warp spring by now, right?
Yes, you do Latent Warspring, you place the Field of Longing to recast it, and you have now 4 on whichever side of the board you want. Maybe there is a concern that CH Baron can just condemn the Latent Warspring page.
Yeah,
But
could be.
I'm not sure. Maybe they're just waiting, who does the first move. Maybe there is a counter going on here.
On a deck that
So-
really tried to rush the later acts for something. Yeah. Like, for example, pretty much any Chimera deck wants to be an act free. But there's actually like a lot you can do there. I'm kind of sad we didn't get to see it today. But there are Gugu aggro decks. And what Gugu aggro decks do is they try to get to act free by getting your first barrier to break. And then they click ultimate and by getting your barriers to break and then they click ultimate. And turns out Google ultimate when you only have 15 HP and you need to defend yourself against aggro, it just wins the game. But we didn't see that today. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Nay. I'm glad that the second game didn't take so long.
Who won?
I assume Nail, because Nail lost the first game. And you're going into game 3.
Oh, I see. There was a mistake on Babu's side for sure with buffing already the vanguards with deadly, because that means the flower can consume one of them, and placing them near the flower. Like, why would you place them near the flower in the first place if you are going for the deadly?
I think that's
So
a bigger
already the
problem.
vanguards is completely cleaned up right now, and the flower will grow stronger next turn by consuming one of them.
You know what my favorite thing about the flower is?
But
The way the imprison kind of like look
oh yeah,
works out. It looks like the flower's actually eating it. I just love that. I think that's so cute.
yeah. Essentially, imprisonment is right when the art, right when the person is on the art.
In the
That's
artwork,
interesting.
there's
I've not noticed that.
In the artwork, there's somebody about to be eaten, and that's where the imprisonment guy goes. I find it really funny.
Was that intentional or no?
No. I wish I was that clever.
Happy accident. So finally we see the Latent Warspring come out on the enemy side to double cast the Deconstruct. So what Latent Warspring does is that it allows you to replicate the effects of your spells essentially, and any targeted effects. So it looks like this particular Latent Warspring will be used to counter the enemy side right now.
I'm sad no one is playing Envoy. And how's
I'm
the...
sad no one is playing Teningoyan. I'm
Yeah,
actually
where's Tani?
surprised.
Tani would do so well against so many of these decks. Right? You want to do Hema combo? Well, fuck, I'm gonna yeet one of your cards every turn.
Just press the button.
No, just press the button. You wanna play enchantments to heal yourself? Nope. Gonna eat those. God, Tani would be so good here. Hey, Eddie Mercury, thank you very much for 2 months.
We saw Tani pre-tournament when you were playing against me, showing off the game.
Yeah.
That's the only place where I saw Tani deck.
This is one of the things I really look forward to with release. You know, like, I think right now, because we have such a small player base, not all of the heroes are really being explored. And, you know, more players means more heroes are going to be explored. Then I think that's just going to be fun.
So we see Locked and Loaded come out on top of the Latent Warp Screen. I'm not sure why. That's kind of scary because now if something else is placed on the other Latent Warp Screen, then they can...
Oh,
never mind, they just removed.
You mean Reliance, not Locked and Loaded, right?
Oh, that was Reliance.
Yeah, no,
I get confused with that art.
Yeah, no, I was just like, oh, Locked and Loaded, that's a different card. We need another tournament soon. This was too fun. Yeah, we definitely want to do like what I was thinking we could do is we could incorporate like tournament sign up into the battle pass post release, and then we host another tournament instead of like having to pay $5 to sign up for the tournament. You just, you know, you have to like by buying the battle pass, you get like a code or something in game. You can just use that to sign up.
Now we see a proper combo with later Warp Screen, the Echo Mage coming out to recast the Warp Screen and cover most of the board now. Then we have the Saw to enable some more draw, which with this deck I saw that there is essentially a lot of cheap companions and cheap cards, so the Saw will be very effective next turn.
That would be a big tournament. Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. I have no idea how release is going to go. Don't ask me what I think is going to happen at release. I have no idea. We're just going to... What we're going to do is we're going to just make the best game we can. And then we'll see what happens, right? These players are thinking a lot. I mean, they're... My brain is a chicken breast, and their brain is just like a walnut or something. That is so wrinkly. So many thoughts.
So I'm not sure what I'm looking at. Still, I'm not sure. So Latent Warp Screen came out on the enemy side. Yes, you can control the whole board. Well, most of the board. Eventually, you can control all the board. And what? Like you don't really deal any damage to the enemy player, like the hero, the character.
Well,
so I'm not sure what is going on here.
I mean, like it can let you control the board very effectively, but the thing that just surprises me is that there's no cards that control the board. Like it's nothing in hand.
That's true. I mean, it was already spent. All of the spells that would make sense with Latent Warp Screen has been already spent.
Is that Gentile?
That big primary usage came out with 1 damage. Oh, I see. I guess it was 2 damage to void the Echo Mage.
Look at that, actually using the Red Lion's Claw as well. Are these two playing the same deck? Like, what's going on here?
Oh, that's funny because if you're running the Latent Warp Screen against the buff deck, then you definitely give them opportunity to buff their own companions that way.
You just made the Red Lion's Claw twice as good.
Yes, and finally we see Fields of Longing being drawn, so that's definitely a next opportunity to cover the board with Latent Warp
I actually have to disappoint you there about Fields of Longing. It doesn't work with Latent Warp Spring anymore.
Wait, what? How? Why not?
Because Latent Warp Spring costs 3 mana.
Oh no! Did they patch that?
Yeah.
Is this deck pre-patched then? I wonder. I see. Yeah, I saw Latent Warp Screen covering my side of the board, like once or twice, and it was quite a long time ago. And The Field of Longing was the card that was used. They can still use it a lot with the to repeat the deconstruct and other cheaper spells. And I think we will see more of that soon. But feels like the Babu is in a big disadvantage right now just because she has nothing to do.
Yeah, this I don't. I mean, she could just play the soul.
I'm not sure what is the weight there, yeah. I mean,
it's not that she can't do anything.
Kinda makes sense to play it next turn, just to have plenty of mana to put stuff in the board, but you could just do it this turn. I'm not sure what's going on here.
That's a lot of stuff.
Another companion is placed on top of Latent Warspring. I'm not sure what is this placement. Oh, I see.
Well,
2 companions have been played.
Yeah, there's no more space, so like eventually that's just how it goes, right? But like, what I find questionable from the Bebu is that she's like holding the soul, and I guess she can play it now and then. What's the next step? Don't you just die? I don't know. It's you gotta do something, you know. You can't just sit there forever. Click ultimate. Just draw some cards. Like, right now you die. You need to do something. And clicking ultimate is not the worst idea. Admittedly, then you probably will die anyway because it will void the entire deck.
Might as well click concede button at this point. I'm not sure what's going on. There you go now. Finally we see the soul coming out. Of course we don't see the selection screen, but we will see the cards being played soon. This is
that's
a big
funny.
Moment.
We see the arrow message.
Well, yeah, it's. I'm surprised we don't see the selection screen. By the way, I think it's just disabled in spectator mode. Because we should see. Maybe because it's not properly cleared. That's why we don't see. We have disabled it. Yeah, they're struggling with selecting the cards for the soul right now, and another Warspring comes in, and I think the concede button will be used soon. Nope.
Slam the ultimate. There you go. Alright.
There is Hema.
I mean, I guess you click the button, right? Like you or like
you could
use lightning strike
twice.
twice.
There is something you could do. Use the lightning on companion on the left,
no.
then destroy the lonely companion, which replicates the Warspring. Oh no, never mind. But you could clear the board right now.
This is like the only thing you don't want to use that on. And this is placed in front of, like, isn't placed in front of this, so you can't even kill the Graven Acolyte. Oh my god. No! Why are you using Blossom? At least it's over soon.
I mean, there are 3 companions with 1 damage on the other side of the board, so it will take a while still. But what I was going to say is you can replicate the your story ends with the
Oh no, that's it.
With the latent Warspring to clear out the board.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what needed to be done here. But I don't even know if it was possible. I guess, yeah, with lightning strikes twice. Yeah, you needed to lightning strikes twice, and then your story ends, and it doesn't matter. This guy is dead anyway. Alright, because that's going to be 3 damage from fatigue. No, only 2? Oh, yeah. Only drew 1 card with Blossom. Okay. This is where...
was an interesting play.
Hema combo. Something I also don't really understand about this deck is there's so much green and purple in it. This deck is almost exclusively green and purple. But its mana curve has 2 red in it.
Have we missed something? Has something been milled of red color that we missed?
No, I just checked. The only red card is Red Lion's Claw. And there's, I guess, and so. Huh. There's 1 Red Lion's Claw and 1 so in this deck.
They require 1 mana each, so I'm not sure why there are 2 red mana.
Okay. Alright. This is where the...
So, it's fatigue damage. heal.
Yeah.
They
I mean,
can
there's
just
no way
skip
to
the
heal,
turn.
right? Is there any way to heal? I guess there's Blossom still, but you draw a card, which just kills you anyway.
Will we see the Blossom?
No. Yes. Alright.
I wanted to see
How did this
Blossom.
take an hour and 13 minutes? Okay. I'm gonna go back to watching Nail. At least these two, you know, like they take forever, but at least there's like something happening.
That last game was definitely very methodical.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know what was the plan of a
I
player.
don't know. I just don't know how
Yes.
that took so long, right?
They successfully covered the whole board with Warp Screen. They had the Hema come out, so you can double the spells, and that still doesn't do anything.
Waiting for second player to connect.
That does make sense for the spectator mode. Have they just started the third game?
I don't know.
No, they have been playing for a while, right?
I've been playing for a bit.
So this might have been what the person were reporting when they were trying to reconnect this particular screen here.
Well, I'm just gonna like restart the game really quick.
Could it be possible that we will just not see the nail game?
But I mean, we have to. It's gonna be beautiful.
Yes.
It's gonna be another hour of two Gugus just not doing anything. God.
Most played card and turn button.
Okay.
Hi there. Care for a cup?
Okay, let me see if I can
More than enough for you.
connect now.
We can also try to connect to the other side of the game.
Or yes, if we want to. Do you want to spectate it from that point of view?
Who is
Player's
playing
not
against now
playing a
again?
game. Alright, let me see this.
I see. Okay.
No, it's saying waiting for second player to connect again.
I mean, I hope their game is going fine.
I assume so. If it wasn't, I'm sure they would complain about it. Oh no, imagine what if they crashed out and they're like, oh, gotta replay.
No. You spectate
No.
them and they crash out because you spectated.
Don't even say it. Don't even curse it like that. Alright, this is clearly
Just gonna
not
go
working.
for
I'm
it.
gonna try to like spectate from the other side. Can we look into Black Hassan versus Fugent? I do not have I don't have
Okay, the
one
game
of
is
them
working for them. That's good.
on the friends
Nail
list.
is in chat.
I'm gonna see if I can maybe add Fugent to my friends list.
So warm too.
No, have you finished yet? You are still in the game, right?
Oh, you asking now? Oh, I'm gonna try to connect from the other side. Oh wait, Fugent accepted me. Very good. I'm gonna try to connect to this one. There we go. Venora! 2 of them! What the hell?
What? Wait, where's the walnut?
No, I connected to a different player.
Oh, I see. I thought we were watching the nail from the other perspective.
Nah, they're boring. Let's watch this.
Time for the Nora explanation.
Oh, right. Okay, Venora. Venora is pretty simple though. So Venora's primary adds Crown to your hand, which Crown is this, which is just a free spell that adds a neutral mana to your mana pool. And her secondary, start the game with an additional bag of crowns. Every full turn afterwards, add a bag of crowns to your hand. So bag of crowns adds a chromatic mana into your mana pool. And her ultimate is draw 5 cards. This hero's not that complicated. This hero's pretty straightforward.
I think that is an understatement, because there is so many cards which interact with the bag of crowns, and Venora has a good way to stack up the bag of crowns, so you don't rely on any other means to get them.
Yeah.
So you can pull off the combos that these particular cards allow you to do.
Yeah, so for example, there's for hire for sale, add a copy of target permanent to your hand. If you play the bag of crowns this turn, repeat this effect. Or I guess that's it. But we saw something earlier, just a small favor, which lets you choose 1 out of 4 options. But if you play the bag of crowns this turn, you actually get to choose 2 out of 4 options. And so on. So it's like kind of like all about generating these bags of crowns and utilizing them with cards that have like synergies with them. Venora is all about generating a lot of resources and then using all of them really, really quickly. And kind of getting a lot of value that way. That is so clever. That is so clever. Okay, I'm gonna have to explain that. So there's a card called Interdiction. Interdiction is an enchantment that costs 5 mana. First of all, it says your opponent can gain additional mana during the turn, which is nice. But the second effect is kind of the big one. So choose a card type. During the next turn, your opponent can't play cards of the chosen type. It's got a cooldown of 1 turn. Or like got a cooldown of 2 turns, so you can only use it every other turn. But the important thing here is you can kind of stop your opponent from like playing a certain type of card. What happened here is Fugent used Drink Steep's Magics, which is a companion that says, I destroy target enchantment, then I become an enchantment companion with its effect and current span. So you can destroy something, and then you become that thing, right? Also, what is going on with these guys? Alright, there's some nonsense happening.
I think that's the trade in high. Drink Deeps in Magic returned by trade in high with retained effect. So there might be interdiction stacked on top of one of the Drink Deep. Drinks Deep Magics.
So this Drinks Deep Magics has a few effects stacked on it. But what just happened was that Fugent used a Drinks Deep Magic to destroy another Drinks Deep Magics, to refresh the cooldown of the interdiction, to reuse the cooldown of the interdiction, to prevent more cards from being played. Does that make sense? There's a few of you in chat that already get it, but that was really cool and I really appreciate it. And there we go. Venora wins.
Essentially doubling the effect of interdiction. When we just started spectating this game, the other Venora had so much less health. I'm surprised they were able to turn it around very effectively.
Yeah. So interdiction, let me actually kind of like talk about this really quick. So like part of the tournament, right? Like I guess a big reason why we're having this in the first place is because I wanted to make sure that the game is like in a decently balanced state when we release it, and I want to give it to people to have an incentive to take it seriously, right? So they play it seriously, and then they and then I can like balance it based on the results we get from this tournament. So one of the things that people have been saying is that Interdiction is the card that is overpowered. I think people actually don't understand why they don't like Interdiction, because something that people on the internet do is they believe anything that they don't like must be overpowered, because overpowered things are bad and I don't like it. So because I'm a good judge of things, it means that it must be bad because it is overpowered. But it's actually not overpowered. It's just not fun. It's just not a fun card. So what we're going to do with Interdiction is we're going to change it to not make it so that you can't not play cards anymore. Instead, I'm thinking either I'm going to make it so that the mana costs of the cards are higher, or just give it like an entirely new effect, something like that. But Interdiction is actually a card that, while I didn't change it for this tournament, because really the complaints for it started popping up only in the last week while people figured it out. And I think it's kind of important that this type of card exists. I feel like it goes a little bit too far and it makes it just a little bit not fun. But yeah, so it's kind of like one of those things where you kind of have to ask yourself, well, is this change really, are we making this change because we think it fixes the balance of the game? Does the balance of the game need fixing there? No, I'm not making that change because I think interdiction is overpowered. I'm making it because I don't think it's that fun. Anyway, 1 second. I have a cat that very desperately needed to come into my room. Isn't that right, Noah? Yes. Say hello to everybody, Noah. He's not saying hello. Oh. He's very upset. He does not like being carried. All right. But yeah, so we're gonna change interdiction. It's one of those cards. So I mean, I can already give you like a loose list of cards that we're gonna change a little bit. But there's gonna be like interdiction is gonna be changed a bit. Knife Made Vice is gonna be changed a bit. Awkward Serendipity is gonna be changed a bit. I might need to rework 5 words again because honestly, as much as I like it, it's just people are stalling too much with it. But yeah.
I was wondering how exactly you're gonna change the Awkward Serendipity.
I was just gonna take away the destruction part of it. So currently it prevents damage and destruction, right? Mm-hmm. And just make it about only damage, and it just doesn't prevent destruction. So if you have an effect that says destroy target permanent, it will still destroy it even with Awkward Serendipity. But if you have damage, then it will still prevent that. Because I actually think it's fine. Like I like its use. Right, because I think it's something that, especially against these like slower controlling decks, which we're seeing a lot of, I think it's great to have a card like Awkward Serendipity, which actually really forces something to happen in the game. I just think right now it feels completely uninteractive, which is the biggest problem. Right, it feels like, well, there isn't really anything you can do against it, and it should give you some options still. Anyway, that's just it.
He will destroy my Eat That Waits Serendipity deck. It wasn't good anyway, so not a big deal. I used to run this deck where I would protect the Eat That Waits with infinite Serendipities using the War Chronicles and then Become and Beholds, and it was just really sticky.
Yeah.
But it wasn't very successful, especially against the stuff like Condemn and the enemy decks which move my cards around. That's an easy counter to Serendipity.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just really one of those things where gotta kind of like figure out what exactly to do with it. But like if I were to like kind of like assess or give an assessment of this tournament so far, what I think is happening is that aggro doesn't really have like enough of a clear game plan, I feel. I'm not sure if that's a problem with the balance or that's just a problem with the design, or if that's a problem at all. You know, something that's always worth keeping in mind is that oftentimes tournaments have their own metagames, especially if you have a small player base. You know how with like Dota, they always say like, oh, every international has its own metagame?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that's because, you know, you have like what? You've got like what, 100 players playing, and if you only have 100 players playing, well, you're not gonna really develop like a very good cross-section of the metagame, because like in this international metagame, like yes, they are the best players in the world, but they still sometimes get stuck on ideas. And if you're under pressure in a tournament, you don't know what, like, oh god, we don't have that much time to figure stuff out. You just kind of get some ideas stuck in your head sometimes, I feel. So I don't know. I'm interested in seeing like what we can really do with the different cards here. But hey, hello Noah. We got a Noah. That's very good.
I'm surprised to not see a few cards being played. Oh, one of them is Love, Death, and Feast.
Yeah.
which is a big aggro potential, as well as on the contrary side, on the control side, the Hark hasn't been played yet on the stream.
Well, I feel like Hawk isn't actually really that necessary because people just aren't playing that many companions. You know, they like
Oh yeah, that's true.
the decks that are being played are like very spell heavy. So like Hawk, which is something that's good against companions, doesn't see that much use. So yeah. Anyway. Couldn't Corpse Blossom technically counter Awkward Serendipity? Yes, it can, but like I just think Awkward Serendipity it's the kind of card where I want it to be cheap in its mana cost, but then it just can't be as powerful as it is right now. I kind of gotta pick one, like, can it be cheap or can it be as strong as it currently is? And I'm just gonna go ahead and say that it's gonna need to be cheap, because I think that is the more important aspect of it. So yeah. And anyway. Gotta have to, like, I mean, like, the thing is, like, I'm not really making any big balance decisions today. That's not how this is gonna go. We're gonna go ahead and today just gonna watch and see what happens. That was very pretty. And then next week, we're gonna go ahead and work on the final balance for release. Then we're gonna release the game, and then we're gonna freak out. Because the meta game at release will be entirely different from the one we had at the tournament. And then we'll go from there.
We have a lot of Epigons right now, copying
Yeah.
another Epigon to come out as an Epigon.
Yeah, so Epigon, I add a copy of another target permanent to your hand, I develop. So Blue has this mechanic develop, which creates this right here. This is called a development. If development is an enchantment which you can, like, has an active ability which reduces the span of it by 1, and then you can add 1 mana to your mana pool. It's a really nice way of just kind of like having access to additional mana. And then these Epigons are just like a pretty generic companion really, but what it does is it creates like a copy of something which you can play later. So what these two players are doing, which is a bit silly, is they're just Epigoning their other Epigons and just adding more Epigons to their hands and just playing more Epigons, and the entire game is just Epigon. It's just Epigon o'clock.
There is a combo though for fusion. They have drip steep in the magic. If they sip some enchantment with that, they can continuously copy it with the Epicons.
Yeah.
And replace that enchantment over and over again. Although they would have to be careful with that, of course.
Yeah, that's what we saw earlier, right? Like at the end of the last game, the Fusion had a version of Drink Steep Magic that has like a ton of enchantment effects stacked on it, and then like kept using Epigon on it to create more copies of it.
Yeah, it had like a full poem written on it, which you couldn't read because it's so tiny.
Gotta start figuring out some, like, maybe a solution to that. Alright, here's another, so this is Hope. After an allied companion's attack, Hope triggers their Dawn. So, you know, Hope will come down, and then these Epigons attack, which will create more Epigons, and will also give more developments, and the developments will give more mana, and then that will create more Epigons, because with the mana, you can't just play more Epigons, and then eventually we'll probably see, like, High Archpriest Glycerphane or something, and Glory. It's just, there's going to be a lot of, like, recursion here. This is a bit silly. This is a little strange what they're doing here.
Do you have a feeling that they're playing exactly the same deck?
Mana curve is slightly different.
Yes. Just by 1 mana off.
Yeah, so I don't know. We'll see. Oh, it seems Nail lost against Sava Shaktiman, who is gonna be our other top 4, I guess like top 8 winner's side players. So we've got Hobnob versus Gyando, and Pinex Ginger versus Sava Shaktiman. That's gonna be the winner's side tomorrow. And loser's side, well, we're still working on that.
That's exciting. We have really strong players in the winner bracket right now.
Yeah, that's some good play. I'm pretty happy about that. So we are currently just figuring out the loser side. Right now we're looking at Fugent versus Baklasan, which is still only round 3. Damn. Okay, well, that's taking a little bit.
Taking their time with Epicons.
Yeah, but the nice thing is, like, afterwards, every single match is already, like, fully ready. Like, these two play, and then an easy game plays against whoever wins there, and then whoever plays against Jigs, and then against Nail, and then whoever wins that gets to play in top 8 tomorrow. That does also mean, Nail, you can probably take, like, a break for an hour or two. Okay, one of the nice things about the red, the blue matchup here, though, right? Just like inside versus inside, there is no healing here. All damage is permanent, right? So this is just happening. They're just gonna be dealing damage to each other. I need to make Ivory Heart cheaper. Sorry, just had a revelation. Well, the thing is that, like, the super heavy, like, the biggest problem with the Duvdan Gugu healing decks, right, and those kind of super slow healing decks, isn't that they are necessarily bad, but it's that they take so long, right? They're just so slow. If I just make Ivory Heart, their win condition, come out a bit quicker, then they'll actually win the game a bit sooner. Right? It just speeds up the game. It doesn't really, because like Ivory Heart is a card that already has a condition that's kind of difficult to fulfill, because you need to have a lot more HP than your opponent. So it doesn't really change the balance of the deck, it just changes the speed of it. Which is nice.
Ivory Heart right now is 3 neutral, 5 devotion, so 8 mana cost total.
Yeah.
What do you
This
think
time I
about the
subscribed
change?
with real money because I made a mistake and give my Prime Minister Sing Sing.
Hey,
Of
Belarius.
course, I also have to support my favorite streamer.
Would you
Now I'll
change
shut
it
up
to
and give
7,
you my
6?
money XD.
I would change, I think 7 mana is good. 7 mana is good. I might even up the span one more again. But I don't, like, the thing is, like, right now, again, I don't really want to, like, commit to any specific things because, I don't know, I always find that in the moment, it's easy to have ideas and easy to have, like, okay, I know what needs to be done, but, like, figuring out the details, I like doing that later because then it's just, there's a bit more time to think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I do things. This is very silly. I'm a little disappointed that this is the blue matchup we got to see because blue can be very exciting. We're just like slinging spells around. And what are you guys doing? What is this? I've never seen this. I have never seen this before.
Same here. Like, why are we looking at board full of epicons?
I don't...
It feels like they are just afraid of playing anything else just because they have so many epicons to copy from it.
Yeah.
Like, will this drone come out? Will this drone come out and the epicons will copy the drone now? And then I'm not sure what's going on.
But it's not even good. Like Fusion is dead on the board.
Yes.
Right? Like, you need to start doing stuff. I just find this really... Like, I think what happened here is, like, neither of these decks are about, like, just looping epicons, right? But then they both started doing it off of the other player's epicons, and now they're just committed.
It's a little meta inside this small game.
Black Sun is dead on board now. You hit them, and then Glory. 1, 2... So that puts him down to 15, 11. You Bag of Crowns puts you to 12 mana, 9 damage from the Glory. Nah, it's not enough. You're missing 2 damage. What if you play Hope? That's still not enough, right? Because then you attack and you get like 3 more mana. That's actually less mana than otherwise. So Glory is a card that is very flexible on how much damage it can deal. It's got an X mana cost, so it costs X neutral to play and 3 inside. It says deal X damage to any target, draw half X cards. So it would be like a way to actually like push a lot of damage, but probably not here.
Yeah, and it's used to remove Happy Gun right now, so we will not see this turn.
Alright, chat wants to see Soaring and Emerald. Now, I don't know if I have either of these people on my friends list. I do not believe so. So, I guess we're gonna go back to watching the Epigon mirror.
It might have been over already.
Oh yeah, it probably ended. Yeah, alright.
There
Okay.
has been 1 or 2 turns left.
Alright, yeah. Yeah, the game is probably over. Damn it, that was a bad moment to disconnect from that.
Yeah.
So... Okay.
Game is also over for Sorin, they say. Oh, I see. It's the game that we were spectating before. Okay. Fusion crashed.
No, I don't think so. I think Killian's just confused why they weren't attacking, but they were actually kind of just thinking about stuff. Okay, let's have a quick look here. Woolton is... Who's playing? Easy Game would be playing next. Emerald, Soaring, Flying, Emerald, Riritz. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can add one of them to my friends list. Ivan Yesta's playing. Ah, I just watch Ivan Yesta. That's on my friend. Yeah, we got Daga on my friend. That's already.
Ivan Yesta's still in tournament. That's exciting.
Yeah, Ivan Yesta's still looking good. I mean, Ivan Yesta's playing a top tier deck. Actually, Ivan Yesta's swapping it out.
Huh.
Okay, playing a different strat.
What is this? Let's see.
This seems to be kind of like mid-range Magna Architect. With like, so like, Magna Architect is always like inherently a bit aggressive, but you know, Ready to Vanguard, Interdiction, that's a bit slower. So, that's just how it goes. Alright, nice.
So we have Crack Warden in the Magna Architect hand, so there's something going on with the ultimate later. I didn't think you can play the Ready the Vanguard, but it makes sense. It's only... Wait, can you play it?
Yeah, no, she's got enough mana for it.
Okay.
She'll be able to play it next turn, so it's not going to be exactly on curve, but, you know, that's fine. It says Act 2. Yeah, I don't know why it shows Chimera as being evolved. She's not actually evolved yet.
Yeah, it's probably from the previous game in Best of 3, I would assume. So it's not evolved yet. It's, as we can see on the primary icon, it's not a big laser beam, so...
There's still some issues with Best of 3. Like, we're working on that kind of stuff, but... I mean, largely it's working pretty well, though. Pretty happy with it. It seems that, like, in terms of technical issues, there were basically none today, right? Like, what did we have?
We had, well, we had one person reported that they cannot reconnect, but they just replayed the game, I think.
Yeah, just not talk about it.
So I think that's fine. I think that's a good solution. And we had a few issues with not being able to spectate.
Oh yeah.
The nail game.
Well,
but all of those, I feel like they're pretty much. I was much more anxious about servers being laggy and games just crashing out and stuff like that, which I don't think we have seen today. So I'm pretty happy with how it's going right now.
Oh, Resonance again. Oh my god, this is Pitpat. This is the guy with the clumsy conjurers.
Oh.
You're still in the game. You're still in the tournament.
There is clumsy conjurer in there. Yeah.
Oh my god. This is my personal hero. And we're in Act 3. What is happening?
How are you in Act 3 with 30 HP? I'm not sure. Like, these clumsy conjurers might be really good, and you don't know it.
I don't think so. They just keep dying. But
But people focus on them so much that you protect the hero, and
I think people are overreacting to them. Because like something that's important to keep in mind about Clumsy Conjurer is that it swaps itself. So let me go and explain Clumsy Conjurer really quick. It does, at the start of your turn, I swap pages and positions with a random adjacent permanent. So it like swaps itself. Like if your opponent has something, Clumsy Conjurer is in front of it, then you swap with the opponent, right? But do you know what happens at the start of their next turn? It just swaps right back.
And also it applies the summoning sickness when the companion switches sides, so you cannot even use that thing that you just swapped, so...
It's just a bit silly to me. Alright, here comes the big bot. So it's just, yeah, it's just a crack warden big bot, nothing crazy here.
What else does it have? It has Bolt, and yeah, it has Bolt from Inexora.
Yeah, and Rally.
Does it have the Tireless Automaton? Doesn't look like it.
No.
Looks like just 2 bots right now.
Yeah, no, it used the bait bot for some taunt. I think Ivan Yester might have gotten a bit unlucky with the bots you got. But Garden of Thunder again. Not actually enough damage though. Ooh, that's not good. Oh, you don't want to take 2 hits from this. I guess it's fine. I admittedly, one of the things that's always important to keep in mind about like milling is that milling doesn't matter unless you're actually out of cards, right?
Yeah, you need to do it fast as well as survive in the process.
No! The bot is gonna heal! The rally!
Oh, the rally comes out. The problem is that you cannot block the primary of the hero.
Yeah, you can't do that. And I'm not sure how interdiction interacts with the secondary. I think the secondary still lets you do stuff, although there's not enough mana yet.
Oh, I'm not sure as well. Huh.
I think it would, but the problem... So, like... Oh, okay, just clicks the ultimate. Yeah, that's smart. Just get rid of that stuff, right?
There are so many ways they could interact, and I have no idea which way they would interact, to be honest.
Alright, then. Just 4 more damage. Yeah, just... This is really close. This is just about who can poke each other. Oh my god! It's another Clumsy Conjurer. I also like how Pitpat seems to have learned over the course of the game to put the guy into the guarded stance, so... That's some big brain stuff right there.
I think they just forgot the first time.
You're gonna use 2 cards. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess. Oh my god.
Everything drops on Clumsy just to remove it from the game.
It's not like it would even do anything if you steal the interdiction. Like, who cares? Oh my god.
So this is definitely a close game.
This is lethal, right? You use the secondary and you yeet Thousand Shining Teeth.
I'm not sure how it works.
Or Garden of Thunder. Yeah.
There you go. Okay, you were right. It works. It actually works.
Even Yester got knocked out.
Oh no.
By the Clumsy Conjurer guy.
The Clumsy Conjurer climbs the ladder yet again.
Oh my god. Pitfan! Let's go! Oh, how is Pitpat doing this? That is... Ivan Yester's out. Knocked out by Clumsy Conjurers. I mean, I am just happy that like Chimera is doing so well though. That's really fun. Alright, Monster Kai. I got Monster Kai, I think, on my friends list. And so this right here, Pitpat won that. A Pitpat versus Nadaris. Yeah, we are getting to the end here as well. We're definitely reaching the end of this, which is very good. So it's not going to be that much longer. So the question now is, what do we want to watch? Do we want to watch Pit Pat or do we want to watch Monster Kai? I mean, the Monster Kai match might already be going on.
I feel like we should keep Pit Pat strategy as mystery as long as possible. So I would watch Monster Kai.
Okay, then. Monster Kai not online right now, though. So, man, that's some wild stuff, though. Okay. Man, it's been a long tournament already, but it's actually not gonna be that bad. Like, I mean, like, we are really reaching the end here. Like, this is the last round, right? Like, so this round 7 here, we are not playing this today. So this bulk here, this is the last of it. All right, and although this right here, this is taking a while.
Is looking kind of empty right there.
Yeah, this right here, this bracket this is still gonna be a bit. That has me a little worried.
Wait, are we still waiting for the round 2 game between those two people?
No, these two, the Paradise and Expert, they took forever. And now Paradise is playing against Gladite because, like, this match, like, you know, the fact that this took so long delayed this entire bracket.
And is it taking forever again?
Oh, seems to be taking a bit, yeah. Interdiction has Moran cheating out spells. Yeah, we saw that. I don't even know if that's a bug. Should that be a bug? I feel like that's kind of it doesn't really matter. It's not really a bug worth fixing. Because like I'm changing interdiction anyway. Like I'm gonna change interdiction anyway. So it doesn't really matter. So anyway. Are you changing? Don't know yet. Don't know yet. Again, I'm not making any like commitments to any particular change today. Today I'm just noting down which cards I think still need adjustments. And then I will figure out what exact adjustments those be later. Alright, I think doing that right now would just not be so good.
We know the problems, we are looking for solutions.
Well,
but then I get to work on cards a little bit more, which is exciting.
They should actually I guess it didn't update. Oh, okay, cool, they're in the game. Alright, we got 2.5 minutes before this starts, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back.
So a little interesting side feature that popped out on Spectate, and since there is a 3-minute delay, it gives you the game timer starts negative for the spectators, and you can actually predict that the game will start for spectators in 2 minutes, which is kind of neat. It's just a little interesting feature that we didn't plan for. Somebody in chat is writing hello chair. Yeah, I'm the voice of the chair. Have you been wondering what voice does the chair have? I'm the voice. This whole time the chair has been muted, but Bomi has forgotten to mute the chair this particular stream. Sunrise Siren says, I thought Chris is the chair, it was Wispy all alone. I mean, Bomi has changed chairs. You might have not noticed that.
Hello.
But that's what happened. Hello.
Oh, did I turn into a chair again? Is that what's happening? Okay.
People were thinking that I'm the chair. I'm the voice of
Oh,
the chair.
no, you are the chair. Oh, okay. All right, I'm going to leave you chair people alone for just 1 second. I need to actually check what Mustafa sent me. And I don't want to do it on here because that would spoil some of the trailer stuff, possibly. So I'll be back in like a minute or two. Maybe 3, maybe 4, something like that. Okay? 1 sec.
All right. I can't believe Boeing's chair has covered the cards in the game. Yeah, that's brilliant. So we're 15 seconds away from the match. Keep the chair memes going. The chair has been silenced. Have I been silenced? Oh, okay. I thought Bomi came in, muted the chair, and left. All right, let's see what's going on here. Oh, finally, we're seeing the Tanny deck finally being played. I love Tanny because they have a really good secondary. So I cannot show you in-game because Chair has no hands and cannot control the cursor. So I will be just speaking for the Tanny. So what Tanny does is a lot of destruction for the enemy board. The primary says deal 1 damage to target opposing page and the other random opposing page. Damaging an enchantment with this ability instead reduces its span by 1 and restores 1 health to you. So effectively this is a good tool to remove the 1 health companions. Good tool to deal just 2 damage to enemy by targeting the empty board. And a really good tool to reduce the span of the enchantments and also restoring 1 health to you, which is a nice bonus. So overall, it's just a really nice clean for the really cheap companions on that enemy could play. The secondary is where I think the Tanny main power comes in. It's a 0 mana cost ability, which has 1 cooldown, so you can spam it each turn. And it says shuffle a random card from your hand into your deck, and then draw a card. So it returns 1 random card, and then you draw a random another card from your deck, and your opponent does the same. That's the strongest part of the effect. It effectively messes up their combo. So if they're planning to play a bunch of if they're storing up some combination of spells that they want to play late game, well, you can disturb it pretty effectively by just pressing the second button. And I've been successfully disturbing the Hema combo that people wanted to play this tournament just by removing the combo pieces over the span of the game. It doesn't work. It's not guaranteed because you still remove the random card, and the enemy hero can have like a 8 card.
Tani! Sorry.
It's a Tani, yeah.
I'm so excited there's a Tani. We've been talking about Tani all day, and finally we get to see a Tani.
So I have covered primary and secondary. Maybe you have comments on that, but I have covered the effect.
Okay. Well, the important thing about the secondary is that it's free. There's not a lot of abilities that are just straight up free. So it's great because you can just slam the button over and over again and just kind of like mess with your opponent. The problem is it also messes with your own shit. And that makes it a bit unpredictable at times. But it is...
I don't think that's a problem. You can just build the deck around not playing combo pieces.
Yeah, like that's kind of like a thing with Tani, right? Like Tani is, I feel like, at his strongest when you aren't really trying to like get a big scary combo with like specific things, but instead you're just kind of like, yeah, this is a good card. And honestly, that simplicity is something that's like really special. And something that's important about Tani's primary, which is actually kind of relevant here. You can use Tani's primary on targets that are boarded. It deals 1 damage to the page, which means unless the page is blocked, right? Unless the page has warded on it, you can use it on warded permanents. So we saw that right there. Easy win. Game 1. Tani is so good!
That was a fast game.
Yeah,
We
Tani's
didn't
strong.
even explain the ultimate, and that game is already
Primary is also great because it's 2 instances of damage. Have a guess what doesn't like that? Right? Plating, the thing that we keep talking about that is so powerful, doesn't do shit against Tani. Like, again, I don't think Tani is like inherently super strong. If I look at a hero like Bebubumu, she's just so strong. Right? She has so much power. But Tani just seems is so good against the meta. He's just so good against the meta game right now. Does anything give a page warded? No. There's nothing that gives a page warded right now. So there's absolutely nothing you can do to prevent the Tani primary. Again, this is why it's a really good effect. Ultimate. So Ultimate, what it does is Ultimate returns all permanents to both players' hands. And then both players like play permanents from their hand at random until they have the same amount of permanents before. So if I have 3 companions and you have 4 companions, then they all come back to our hand, and then 3 permanents enter from my hand at random, just like 4 permanents enter from your hand at random. And it's completely random, so it can be any permanent I had in hand, and they go into a random page, and they go in a random... and they go in a random page and in a random order. What's really important about this effect is, first of all, because of the way summoning sickness works, or like I guess we call it ready for combat, the way that works in Chroma, this ultimate actually disables enemies from attacking. Right? So if they have a board full of stuff, you can actually use Tani ultimate to stop them from attacking with it, because it just kind of like resets their summoning sickness, even if you just summon all of the same stuff back. And also, if you use it like if you have a bunch of stuff with Dawn, you can trigger all of their Dawns again, but not your opponent's Dawns, because Dawn is something that only triggers on your turn. So since you're using the ultimate on your turn, obviously, your Dawns will trigger, but your opponent's won't, which is another really powerful effect. And then finally, you can also just try to like have a handful of really scary big creatures or shit, right? Like you have a handful of Whittlers and Gradazahimas and whatnot, or boats. And then you just have a bunch of tokens on the board, drop the ultimate, and like swap it all out and get a bunch of really, really strong stuff. So yeah.
In addition to that, if the enemy is playing something like Magna Architect deck with a lot of marks, as well as continuous buffing of the golems, you reset the state of the golem. So the golems come out as 1-1, 1-2.
Yeah.
They come out back into the game without any buffs. So you reset them, and they're placed randomly, so they don't get to be placed in the correct order, in the correct pages, and the correct marked pages most of the time. And you also mess up stuff like lunar witnesses and solar witnesses, any witnesses, I suppose. Yeah. So there is a lot of disruption going on in that ultimate of the enemy board. But the main part is, I think, is disabling their turn for one, disabling their board for 1 turn just because of the summoning sickness.
Tani is just a super disruptive hero in general, right? Like that's just what he does. You can also see here, this is a card we saw a lot today, Bloom Vagrant. Like Bloom Vagrant is super powerful. It's an enchantment though, and like, that's part of where its power comes from. But guess who's really good against enchantments? Right, this primary, if you aim it at an enchantment, it doesn't deal damage to it, but it reduces its span. And that is oftentimes way stronger than just reducing, it's just dealing damage. I'm really excited to see a Tani here. I'm really excited to see a Tani here. I'm looking forward to how this goes. This is not the kind of list I play with Tani. I like to play Tani a bit more defensively. With kind of like the idea being that I'm just going to play a bunch of big things, like kind of just have a bunch of like really large companions and then kind of like use my stuff to interrupt the opponent as much as possible. But I can see the value of trying to play an aggressive Tani as well, because you can just, you know, like if your opponent is trying to like kind of interrupt you or like stop you from attacking, do some setup, some weird combo, play defensively, Tani is so good at interrupting that kind of stuff. Like that's what makes Tani as a hero is a disruptor. That's what he does. He interrupts things. Like he messes up with the order. He brings you out of balance in your strategy. And that's where all of the power comes from.
with green and purple mana pool, the Tiny is has a really good defensive potential with all of the healing as well as God in the bottle. And there
Yeah.
is an interesting combo that you can do with the ultimate where you can play a lot of small, tiny companions, have a lot of big companions in your hand, and just overdraw them with the ultimate. Effectively saying you have a full hand, let's say, you press the ultimate button, the companions that you have on the board, the tiny ones, get voided, so they don't re-enter the board, and then you just place big companions in the board, and you can disrupt the board that way. There is a lot of combo potential with Tani as the hero. It's not as obvious as I think other heroes are.
I think one of the reasons why we don't see a lot of Tani is because his game plan is just not as straightforward. Right? Like if I play Siege Baron, I know what I want to do. I want to use my primary to get discard synergies. I want to use my primary to filter through my deck. I want to use my secondary to deal damage. Done. Right? If I play Bebubumu, I want to play some big combo with my mana. If I play who else have we seen? If I play Duvdan Google, I want to just kind of destroy everything and control the board. These are very straightforward game plans. Tani isn't like that. Tani is a bit more, what does this guy even do? Right? But what he does, he's very good at. So, yeah. Anyway, we're hyping up Tani a lot here, but I'm just excited to see him because he's actually one of my favorite heroes. He's very fun to play. And mostly because it's really fun to play against people that are like, I'm gonna go and combo you down with all of my crazy stuff, and you just kind of keep clicking the secondary, and then they don't do anything. That's the game plan for Colt. We don't talk about that.
I've been having this argument with people that they were just saying Hema wins everything, and I'm like, but you just can click the secondary and win and disrupt the Hema. But no, people don't take that seriously until they face Tani, which we're seeing right here.
So of course we're like hyping Tani up a lot right now, and Monster Kai might just lose. Although it's not looking bad right now. Monster Kai feels to me pretty in control. This right here is just nice, you know, it gives you like refreshes your board a bit. I also like that the Fields of Longing isn't being rushed out. This is something we see a lot, that people just like try to slam Fields of Longing as quickly as possible. And from my experience, that's actually not that good. I don't know. Like when I feel like whenever I try to rush out Fields of Longing, what ends up happening is that, yeah, well, you know, I guess I have the Fields of Longing now and it doesn't really do anything. I feel like it's at its best when you're kind of taking your time with it a little bit, you know. Anyway, we'll see how this goes. I mean, we've got a nice Knife Made Wise here for some potential with these guys right here. The Vanguard Recruiters.
We have Blight Baptism as well, which should come out on the Will of the Wood. Well, it doesn't actually. Interesting.
Oh, that's a lot of power right there. Okay.
This appears to be an aggro tiny deck or attempt at aggro, right?
Yeah, no, this is definitely an aggro deck here. I think that's actually like, I mean, it's working. It's kind of funny. Yeet the Knife Made Wise for another Knife Made Wise. Hey, PK Chips, thanks for the 24 months. Appreciate it.
And you never know if it's the same, same knife or no.
Well, that's looking like it'd be like the sun. Oh. Yeah, it might have been a good idea to like Blight Baptism something, because this is not so great now. But I guess this is again where, in this situation, the secondary is also nice because you just slam it and hope to find something good. Will of the Woods. Will of the Woods. Come on. No, Willhunt. That's not so great. I mean, like, Willhunt, I guess, is alright, but yeah. It's not what you're looking for at this stage, I think. Yeah, just slam the secondary. It's not ideal, but like, you gotta do it at some point, right? So yeah. Okay. All around, I mean, it's alright. So Willhunt, a card we haven't seen too much of today. It's just Dawn, use your primary hero ability. Well, fairly straightforward effect. Can be pretty powerful in the right situations, but yeah. Well, if the board is incredibly strong tempo, it's very, very good, yeah. It's just, it puts a lot of pressure on the board. Okay.
It seems like the opponent Emerald has stabilized and took control of the board, so they might be taking this game soon.
I wouldn't be too sure of that just yet. Like, yeah, it's stabilized, but there's a lot of damage already done. Oh, this is gonna be a bit silly.
There's a Chroma right now, though.
Oh my god, that is way too funny. Okay, I gotta explain that. Okay.
What happened there? I have no idea.
So heavy hand, heavy heart is to play heavy hand, heavy heart. You have to discard a card, destroy target permanent. So it's a great, like, it's like an amazing removal tool. It's just 3 mana to destroy anything, but you have to discard a hand to do it. Discard a card to do it. But then there's the Chains Are Hungry. After the Chains Are Hungry is discarded during your turn, it enters the story. And it says, Dawn, the Chains Are Hungry imprisons target opposing permanent. Imprisoned means it's like locked away until, you know, a later time. Until the thing like disappears from the board. So what happened is, the Chains Are... a heavy hand, heavy heart was played. And the first thing it asks you to do is discard a card. So the Siege Baron discarded the Chains Are Hungry, which then entered the story and triggered its dawn, which then imprisoned the Vanguard Recruiter, at which point the Vanguard Recruiter isn't on the board anymore, and the only thing on the board is the Chains Are Hungry, which means now Heavy Hand, Heavy Heart wants to destroy a permanent on the board, but there's only one permanent on the board. And...
Wow, that's amazing.
And there we are. So that might have been a throw. Honestly, that might cost Emerald the game. I would not be surprised if this is like actually that big a deal.
Discarding Chains Are Hungry was a mistake there, apparently.
Huge mistake.
You rarely see discarding Chains Are Hungry as a mistake. That one was definitely one of them.
Like, that was really a moment where just, you know, like, discarding any other card would have been way, 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 way better. But hey, I mean, sometimes you get it wrong. So this is also where it gets kind of interesting. You can actually like Son of Driven and like buff and use the ultimate to kind of like replay the Son of Driven. Like play it twice this turn and get like 2 attacks out, which can be a lot of damage. This is where...
That's interesting. I haven't thought about that, about the bolt combos with the ultimate.
Yeah. Again, this is kind of what I was talking about with like, you can trigger Dawns multiple times a turn with the Tani ultimate, but it just requires some creative thinking a little bit. There we go, like get another one of those out, right? Play another Son of Driven, and since you don't have any other permanents in play, you will just replay the permanents you already have in hand. You're just gonna get the exact same ones back.
You will also replay the Fields of Longing, which brings back another potential Son of Driven.
This is lethal.
Or
Yeah, okay.
wow.
This is lethal on the board right now.
That's amazing. The tiny thing comes out.
Alright, and here comes this, and now you can trigger that. Son of Driven, second Son of Driven.
Fields of Longing didn't come out just because Chains of Hungry released one of the tiny companions.
Yeah.
So it wasn't super fluid. But you can still just play the Fields of Longing.
Oh no! Oh my god, look at this! The Huddle Survivor, that's like the perfect spot for it.
Oh my god, no.
It's not lethal! It's still lethal, it's still lethal. Yeah, Son of Driven. Okay.
Is it?
Yeah, so you can get another Son of
What's
Driven.
going on? Okay.
Oh, that was... Oh my god. Almost got scammed a little. Almost got scammed a little.
Why? Wait. How does that little guy have a bolt? Oh, because it
Son of
came
Driven.
out of Chains of Hungry, I see.
No, it's just Son of Driven. Son of Driven buffed it.
Oh, it's Act 3. Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gives bolt in Act 3. We keep changing Son of Driven, so I have no idea what it does.
Son of Driven went through some iterations, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Alright then. Hey, Tani won! Yes! Hey, Isa, how you doing? I'm so happy that Tani won. Now we get to see more Tani.
Tiny
I hope, I
climbs
don't
up
know.
the ladder.
I mean, Monster Kai is still in the tournament, right? No, Monster Kai is done. No Tani today. That's it. No more Tani today. Monster Kai is now in the top 8.
Oh, I see. Tiny
Yeah.
tomorrow. Well, potential Tiny. They can still
Maybe.
switch.
Yeah. Although that was, I mean, that just looked overwhelming, right? But I'm so glad we got to see like the whole spectrum of what Tani can do. Alright, Nail and Jigs and Woolton and H1P9Y. These two. Oh my god, can this guy just get knocked out? I don't mean to hate on any specific player, but it's just this guy is playing so slowly. Pitpat, can I add you on Steam? I need to add Pitpat on my friends list so I can. I want to spectate Pitpats.
But you will reveal the secret of win by clumsy
That's
controls.
okay. That's okay. I'm gonna add Pitpat. Where can we play this game? On Steam in 2 weeks. Wait, is that Pitpat? Wait, I think I clicked on the wrong guy. Okay, I did. I was like, this guy is called Hairy Queen. I don't think that's Pitpat.
Probably not. On Steam it should be Pitpat.
Reveal the most broken card.
The name in the game.
The most broken card is the Revolution. Not because it's overpowered, but I love its. I love just the language on it. The Revolution destroys all permanence. Oh, hell yeah.
The most broken card is the Broken.
Broken is what. The most broken card is broken. There you go. There. This is the most broken card. I'm checking the wish lists right now. 10,643. I gotta say, 15,000 is maybe a bit far out, but let's just make sure we keep our sound spot here. Yes, Pitpot. Yes, thank you, Pitpot. Okay. There we go. Yeah, this is all still a little bit fidgety. Again, we're aiming to improve these things.
They even have a superhero icon as the Steam profile picture. Superhero people.
Is Pitpat not in the game yet? I guess Pitpat is not in the game yet.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, Pitpat just died. Ah, Pitpat lost. Wait, don't accept me as first friend then. I don't want to be your friend. I just want to see you do funny thing. I'm gonna unfriend Pitpat. Get out. Get out, Pitpat. Just remove as friend. Pitpat, you've lost my faith. Alright. Hey, Monster Kai.
I love Tani Alt. It isn't as consistent of an ultimate finisher like GRE, but it surely can do so much more damage with a bit of thinking.
Yeah.
I am top 8 now, right?
Yes, you're top 8, yeah. No, I like that about Tani Alt a lot too. Like it's definitely inconsistent, but if you just like think about it a little bit with a bit of setup, with a bit of strategy, and just a tad bit of luck, you can actually get so much value out of it. I think it's a really cool ability. Alright, so Pitpat knocked out Ivan Yesta. Pitpat got knocked out by Starforged. No, by Nadaris. Which is... Well, I don't think... Have we seen anything from either Starforged or Nadaris? I'm going to see if I can add Nadaris to my friends list really quick so we can spectate that.
I don't think so. I mean, we haven't seen anything... Well, yeah, never mind. I was about to say, if you don't have any of them on friend list, we haven't seen anything, but that's not true.
Yeah, we might have, like, seen them play against someone.
Yeah.
Alright, let's hope that they accept me. I wonder how the decks are gonna be tomorrow. That's another thing to keep in mind. That's why I'm actually pretty glad that we split it across 2 days, because now we'll have, you know, kind of like, now the players have a bit of time to rethink their strategies, right? Like, if today we saw that, you know, like there's two Gugus, you know, maybe tomorrow we'll see some Tunnies, because Tunny is good against Gugu.
Well, one of the Gugus eliminated another one, so.
Yeah, but they're both in the top 8, right? Or is Nail... Wait, I don't know. No, Nail is in the top 8. No, Nail hasn't played yet. Okay, Nail can still make top 8.
He can still do top 8 through the loser bracket, right?
Yeah. I was just...
I see.
So we've got Winner's Side. This is already figured out, these 4. And down here we've got Monster Kai. Is currently the only one in the losers bracket who's guaranteed top 8. And Nail, Wotan, and then these 2. This is why I want to watch this game if possible. But they haven't accepted me yet. Allow hero change between games? Will you allow hero change between days? Yeah. You can change your whole deck.
Yeah.
I don't care.
You can change it between games as well. We have seen this today.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be interesting to run a tournament where you cannot change decks. We can definitely implement the system to do that. But it's not happening today, of course.
Thank you, Starforge. Starforge accepted me. Yeah, I know that for normal tournaments, I guess, you do something that's called a deck lock, where players can't change their deck between games, and they can't change. They submit a list of cards for the tournament at the beginning of the tournament, and then they have to play that deck for the rest of the tournament. And while I think that's a fine thing to do, and honestly, I would probably say that it's the better thing to do for most tournaments. For this particular tournament, I didn't want that, because all I care about is finding out what are the best combos, right? And if that involves players changing decks as they learn through the game, through the tournament, then frankly speaking, to me, it's more important that I get better data on what are the actual strong decks by players learning and becoming better over the course of the tournament than it is that it is a fair tournament. Right? It's still fair because everybody can still do it, but it's not how you would usually run a tournament, I guess. Right? So the main purpose of this tournament is to give me data for balancing the game. That is what this tournament is about. If this tournament was just about running a tournament, we would do a deck lock. But yeah, we're not doing that.
So here where the mind games come in between the 2 days. So everybody knows that Dupta and Gugu will win if they don't counter it. So everybody will play the Tenikoen tomorrow.
I don't even know if Gugu will win.
And somebody knows what counters Tenikoen and will play that and will win.
I think you can just play just like Magnarchitect with what's the guy called? The healing stopping guy. Just play that. That's all right.
The Revels in Cruelty.
Yeah, Revels in Cruelty. I think.
Yeah, that could work.
I think honestly, that's just a combo of cards that will do a pretty good job at keeping things under control.
Except the Walnut. Well, yeah. Except the Walnut will just awe it and use primary in it.
But that's why I think specifically Magnarchitect will do alright against it. I don't know. I don't think healing is that good. I just don't think it's that good, right? I get that you can make the argument that you can just awe it, you can just keep healing, and you can, but what if you die? That's always a thing to keep in mind, right? I think the Gugu deck is super, super strong in the meta game where people aren't doing so much damage because they're playing more control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I don't know how good it's going to be in a meta game where people are actually trying to kill you. All right, that's just the thing. I don't know about that.
Hopefully we'll see some aggro decks. Then go in aggro decks in
finals. Something that's really important to keep in mind here is today, right? While we saw a lot of control, the first deck to make it to top 8, Winner's Side, was an aggro deck. That was the deck that just got there the quickest. Like, was there immediately, stomped everybody across along the way. I mean, if we have a quick look at the bracket here, right? Hobnob played a Magnarchitect aggro deck, right? 2-0-2-0. Wait, Hobnob 2-0, 2-1, 2-0, 2-1.
I see.
And it was over so quickly. I mean, you know. Gyando is also aggro. Oh, Gyando is also aggro. I didn't know that. Yeah, so Gyando is also aggro, you know? Like, and Gyando also 2-1, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. I don't know.
Somebody's saying Hobnob is cheating because they have weaker powers.
Alright. Alright, 3, 2, 1.
And we're in the game.
Well then. Siege Baron versus Gyari. Who?
We have the aggro. Almost monocolor aggro.
Hey, Mr. Shooter, thanks for the 34 months. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay, mozzarella. Okay. Oh, that. Ooh. Oh my. Oh, what a turn one. And there's no response.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, there's nothing.
That's
Not a thing. Okay. Skullofos hatchling becomes a 3-3 on turn 2. And we're knocked 2. Hey, Yoshizaki 1978. Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs, dude. Appreciate it very much. And we're knocked 2.
no, we have no mana though. We'll see.
Yeah, that's true.
They can still not play even Will of the Wood just because of their mana.
Yeah, that's one of the important things. Like, you ramp really quickly, but like the way you ramp is that it's mostly neutral mana.
Get your hot dogs
And you
here.
just
Yeah.
can't do as much with that.
Forgotten didn't come out, which is
sheesh.
surprising. Oh my god.
Okay.
Are we speedrunning Chroma?
This is, you know, this is strong. This is the deck. This is the aggro list, right? I mean, 20 HP. Like, here's what's really important to keep in mind. Right? Super, super important to keep in mind. Yes, you can clear what's on the board. Sure. But Gyari can just ultimate and click primary a few times and you're done. If you don't start healing soon.
We still see Forgotten not coming out. That's really surprising to me. There are 6 damage on the board.
Well, that's not surprising to me. That's bad. That's just wrong.
I feel like it should have been played 2 turns ago.
No, yeah.
Have Bolt come out on Gary's side?
This is game. It's over. Keep in mind, Gyari's ultimate is deal 5 damage. Right? So Gyari can just do 8 damage.
Wow. You don't even need the board for this win.
Yeah. Like, if every single thing gets killed right now, you still die. Alright, game 1. That was quick.
I wonder if it was a bad mulligan for the CH Baron. I haven't catched that.
It wasn't great. I mean, the hand you got was not ready to deal with this.
Did you notice if they did mulligan or did they accept?
I think there was a mulligan. Yeah, there was a mulligan.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, it's just using the ultimate, but I mean, you still die. Alright, so that's Siege Baron any percent.
You mean Gary any percent?
Well, it kind of depends on how you look at it, I suppose.
I mean, if you are willing to lose as fast as possible, then in Siege Baron, any percent defeat speedrun.
Alright, that was a quick molly. That was a quick...
How fast was that? Oh, the timer is set, so we don't see
3.5
the
minutes.
timer.
3.5 minutes or so. Yeah, that's a good mulligan to keep here. I like the Wild Gardener. Right, I think that's good. You keep that. And
There's the Forgotten, you got the Bag of Crowns as well. So Gary is not in as good point. The same Egotist comes out.
yeah,
Wow.
Egotist is just scary. Like, this is what you're looking for if you're playing Giari, right? You want to play Egotist or Skullforce Hatchling first. Although I think, generally speaking, Skullforce Hatchling is better. Like, ideally, you want to have Skullforce Hatchling, but I guess this works. This is where it starts mattering, though. Like, oh, that's not great. You don't want to see that. You do not want your turn 2 to just be primary, right?
Maybe the luck is on the
6 hours
Siege Baron
later.
side now.
Hey, Lixon, thank you very much for the 30 months. Yeah, we've been streaming for a while here. Man, 6 hours. But you know what? I've been having a good time. Okay, this is gonna push damage. So this is the Grower Battle Standard. At the start of your turn, use your primary hero ability, and then Dawn, Grower Battle Standard reduces the ability cooldowns of its allied adjacent permanents by 1. Usually you don't use the Dawn. This is usually about the other effect. This card is essentially just push 9 damage.
I didn't even know it has a Dawn.
Yeah, I have had moments where the Dawn was useful, but the Dawn is really more like a sometimes, you know. Alright, Grow Battle Stand are gonna be locked away. So this is just the Chains Are Hungry, right? Like, this is this imprisonment where it's just gonna be chained away for a few turns. No big deal.
And Siege Baron has another 2 answers to Giari aggro, which is the Forgotten as well as the Chains Are Hungry discarded by his secondary.
Specifically, Forgotten is going to be good here because it gets rid of this guy permanently, right? And you really want to get rid of Reintegrator for good.
Back of Crowns comes out? That's a mistake.
No, I think we're going to see Forgotten here. I would guess, at least.
Oh, there's
Just
still
found
mana
$5
left.
outside
Okay,
while
never
grabbing
mind.
something to eat, so here you go.
Hey,
CX.
blah, blah, blah. Thank you very much. Oh, it's just a trade. Okay, so that's a bit risky. So Reintegrator. The first time each turn after you play 3 spells and I'm in your ashes, I enter the story. So it's something that can come back. 3 spells is quite a lot in a single turn. So usually it requires the deck to be built around it a little bit. But still, this is kind of a risk to take here. Alright, ready to Vanguard. Ooh. This is not great because it's mana inefficient. You never, ever, ever want to be mana inefficient. Okay, better. Way better. Is that going to be a trade or are we going face? Okay, it's face o'clock. It is face o'clock. I guess that's just the way it goes. Could have traded into the Will of the Woods, but you know what? We're not here. We're not here to trade. We're here to speedrun Siege Baron. I mean, this is not gonna be a new world record, but hey. It's gonna be alright.
I'm surprised it wasn't traded into the Will of the Wood, but I guess you can do it next turn, it doesn't really matter.
It does actually matter, because you lose your 2 attack. That only lasts until the end of turn.
Yeah, I mean, next turn you can trade two permanents into Will of the Wood. I guess, yeah, it does matter. As well as the little Bramble guys get extra attack, extra damage there.
I am really surprised to see this. From this, that was a mistake, right? Oh my god. Oh no! Well, somebody should have traded.
Yeah, there was an interaction with the Vulcans.
This is not lethal, but it is very close. With ultimate, that is lethal. Are you gonna trade? It might be better to trade here, actually.
There might be a spell in the hand.
Yeah, but like, I feel like you gotta get rid of this Will of the Woods, because else you might actually get killed. Yeah.
They're trying to speedrun against each other now. Oh, there you go. I have a stream delay, let me refresh. I have spectator delay as well as stream delay.
This is where it gets really scary. The primary and the ultimate, they are 8 damage. The Siege Baron has 9 HP. So, if the Siege Baron doesn't manage to like if the Siege Baron needs to like clear the entire board, and then no, you can't clear. If you just clear, you lose, right? You need to set up lethal and clear. Oh my god, this is just a lot. This guy is gonna help though. The Eager Apothecary. You know, you can use that to start healing yourself a bit. So Siege Baron actually does play a bit of healing. It's not gonna be enough to outrace Giari though.
There is a lot of damage cleared, but that's not enough for sure.
Yeah. It's also, you know, something important to keep in mind is like the Gore battle standard. This thing would have pushed 9 extra damage, right? So the Imprisoned right there really ended up being a big player. However, that's running out next turn, and then you need another. You need to kill it. You need to kill this battle standard, else that will just straight up kill you. Okay.
The blue
Lightning strikes twice.
Even a mouse turn next turn.
That's enough. It's over. Lightning strikes twice for 4 damage.
Oh.
Deconstruct.
It will strike twice.
Even a reintegrator. Alright, it's over. This was way over. It was like 8 damage overkill right there. Hey, Pika buddy. This is Wispy. In case you don't know who Wispy is, I don't know, have we ever introduced you? Wispy does all of the programming for the server side. So all of the cards, all of the gameplay, that's all Wispy. So, Wispy is the one that I torture with my somewhat insane card design sometimes.
Sometimes you sometimes sacrifice me.
Sometimes Wispy dies. We have had to kill Wispy multiple times over the course of making this video game.
It's fine, we have Blight baptism, so it's fine.
Yeah, that's right. We got the resurrection set up, no problem. And that was quick. Wow.
Was that last game? Oh wait, they won 2 games. Yeah.
Yeah, that was just that was just it. Giari aggro wins, dude. It does so much damage. Right, like this is kind of what I'm talking about. Do you think that a Duvdang could have done anything there? It's just too much damage.
Yes, I think they could, because there is a lot of one health companion coming out on Gary's side. They could have slowed it down. I'm not sure how much. Yeah. All
right.
Duvdang would have controlled it more than the CH Baron for sure.
So I've got Nadaris is going to be our second player in the top 8 from loser side with Giari aggro, which is very exciting. Then this is still waiting here. We got Baklasan versus Jix. Do I have Baklasan on my friends list already? I have added so many people on my friends list over this.
I think that's Baklasan. That might be Russian.
No, I don't know how to pronounce anything.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I just wasn't able to handle Giari. Aggro is my only weakness, frown.
Hey, thank you very much. Well, I appreciate your playing. Thank you for participating in the tournament. You made it really far, so good job with that. And I hope you had a good time. And thank you for the 2 months. Paradise is out apparently. Oh, thank God. The slowest player in the world. What round are we in? We are nearing the end here. So we've got 4 games left or 4 matches left to go. We've got Baklashan versus Jix and H1P9Y versus Lamour, and then the winner of those 2 versus either Nail or Walton. And that's gonna be the last one. And Walton keeps complaining about how long he's been waiting for everything. But everything else is already done. What's up?
Say his name is Hippie.
Hippie.
H19P.
Hippie. Okay, I don't know how to. I just read the names as they are written. Okay, good. Hippie. Sure, but it also looks like H1P9Y.
I mean, you remember your old stream name?
Yeah.
Did it look like for me?
But that's why I changed it, because it was stupid. Like, you're not really making an argument here. Anyway.
The argument is people use later word numbers in the places as words.
So, it doesn't seem like Baklashan is accepting me. Maybe I can get Hippie to accept me instead. That would be nice. I just, I wanna go out and spectate these last few games just so we can get like we gotta actually like get everything out of the way now. All right, spectate. Player not in the game. Wait, are you not supposed to be playing? Oh man, game is about to start. Ah, perfect. All right then, very good.
That's good. Well, we will have 3-minute delay, but that's fine.
Yes. I guess we got a bit of time to kill again.
We have 19,000 coins.
Yep, 19,000 what?
You have 19,000 Chroma coins. You are a rich person. Rich Chroma person right now.
I have infinite Chroma coins.
Potentially.
Yeah, I can't. Yes, I have 9. I'm very rich with my 19,000 coins. How much do these cost? So that's like what? It's like $200 worth of coins right there. Oh, we need to update this page. This page is just ugly. This page does not look good, does it?
So in this tournament, we haven't yet seen Envoy, Air. I don't think we've seen Air, right? Which is surprising to me because people have been running Air mono blue, almost mono blue for a long time.
Yeah, people also keep ranking Air really highly. Like I asked people to make I made a tier list maker. Wait, so here, I'm gonna show that really quick. But I like tier lists. I think tier lists are just a really fun thing. I know they are nonsense. I know that they're complete bullshit, but I just find them very entertaining. So I made this little tier list maker thing here with the Chroma heroes, and I asked people to make tier lists. And honestly, Air is always like all the way up here or something like that. And like Bebu is always number 1. Bebu not doing so well.
Oh, is
How many
gone?
Bebus are even still there?
Yeah.
Wait, like, are there any? Is there a single Bebu still in the tournament? I think they're all out. I think they all got knocked out. And I think Giari is always ranked really lowly, which makes me kind of sad because I think Giari is super, super good.
No way. It's nice and effective. Simple and effective.
Right? Like you just click the button and they die. I mean, that's good enough. All right. I'm loading into the next game. Don't worry, guys. Even if I'm a little late, we have to wait out the delay anyway.
We also haven't seen any Checkmate as far as I know, as well as Ryla. We haven't seen Ryla 2 combat at all.
Yeah, Ryla is maybe not so good though. Like I can maybe see that argument. Checkmate, I think, is just because people are intimidated by Checkmate and don't really know what to do with him. It took me a while to really like feel comfortable with him playing him myself, but I think he's a lot of fun and really powerful now that I know how to use him. But yeah, I mean, like what immediately like I think is showing is like with like an architect is just kind of like super good. That's like kind of happening for sure, and it seems like good old Google, definitely holding up as well. How are you guys playing this game? This game isn't out on Steam yet. Well, this is my game. it's
And it is on Steam, it's just in closed beta.
Yeah, sure, it is on Steam. Yeah.
I think you can even search for it successfully.
All right, we're gonna just go ahead and get into this. I wonder if I should switch maps. I'm gonna switch maps really quick. I mean, the dark map is pretty, but I want to like mix it up a little. Here, let's go for the simple one.
People should wishlist Chroma.
Oh yes, wishlist Chroma, please. Wishlist Chroma. Babu! Babu! And Chimera. That's a thing that really surprises me because I think a lot of people don't think Chimera's any good. But somehow she's like actually making a pretty deep run into this tournament. Wait, when did we make the simple board so bright? I'm gonna switch back. I'm gonna switch boards really quick. Damn, that's an ugly board. Yeah, it's just supposed to be for bad computers. If you have a bad computer, use the simple board because yes, it's ugly, but it will also use way less, way less power from your computer. That's the whole point. All right. So, here we go, babu. So this is just the default board here. We gotta take the... People are gonna get mad at us, Wispy. You know why they're gonna mad at us? Because we're gonna take away the... Like right now, the Banegrove board is just available, right? It's just free.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna take it away.
I think.
He's gonna take that back. Wait, is this Bebu Tempo? This is looking like a Bebu aggro deck. Like Bebu Tempo, look at this. Just 3 mana queued up and then just Will of the Woods and Veteran Executors and Song for Dancing. Second Chance. This is just a Bebu Tempo deck. That is really cool. Alright, let's go. I don't know what's going on with this Chimera though. That's gonna be interesting.
People are asking how do we monetize the game? That's how we monetize. We give the pretty map. We put it as a special item in the shop. There you go.
It'll be like $20.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. No, it's not. It'll be $20 and you're just gonna have to pay for that if you want it. And you know what? You do want it. I know that you do. That's why I'm gonna charge $20 for it. Okay, so that is really interesting here. We've got a card that we haven't seen yet at all. This is the Dancer. The first time each turn, a companion is moved into one of my allied adjacent pages, triggered at dawn. And then dawn, I move target companion. So this right here was used to trigger the Benefactor's Dawn again to add a Bag of Crowns to your hand. So now this dawn was triggered twice, which is kind of strange. Oh no, don't do it to me again. Do not do this to me again. I don't want to see 15 Epigons again. Alright, Bag of Crowns, the Epigon mana. There might be another Bag of Crowns. 4 Bag of Crowns.
Epigon the Will of the Woods, so we're fine.
Oh, okay, thank you. And Hope. Okay, combo time. It's combo o'clock. Alright, Hope triggers that, which then triggers that. Now there's another Hope in hand. There's more mana. This attacks, which triggers that, which draws another which gets another Bag of Crowns. Kill the Hope. Kill Hope. We are opposed to Hope here. No more Hope. Right? Hope is from now on illegal. Or is this just gonna go for lethal?
Isn't there a copy of Hope, you said?
Yes, there's a copy of Hope. I guess maybe just like going hard. Oh my god, that is so much damage though. Oh, the double Will of the Woods. Ooh.
Oh, that's crazy.
You know what's... This is really interesting. This deck actually plays like 3 Will of the Woods, right? And then it plays like Something That's Holy, which is choose a companion from your ashes. And then when Something That's Holy dies, it resurrects that companion. And then Second Chance, which resurrects a companion or permanent in general, but like usually a companion. It seems to be that this deck is all about just... spamming these value things, you know, like play Will of the Woods, play the Veteran Executor, and then just keep bringing them back for more and more value. That is really interesting. Kind of a little terrifying as well.
You don't even need to make them sticky. You don't need to protect them with Blight weapons or anything. You just resurrect them.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And you know something about Will of the Woods, like when it comes down, it has that really powerful daunt effect, right? So you're just kind of totally fine with bringing them back. That's totally okay. Don't really care.
And you don't want it to trigger on enemy turn via the Blight weapons because you want that daunt to place to small companions.
And as long as just the small guys survive, you just keep buffing them, right? That is neat.
This might be the case where we go through Act 3 really quick.
What was that? That guy just passed. You're dead. This is it. It's over. This is lethal, right? There's no way this isn't lethal. You play Will of the Woods. You play the Son of Driven. You're Son of Driven yourself. This is lethal. I do not believe that this is not lethal. Right? No, you Son of Driven something else. I guess it's not. I guess it's not actually lethal. I guess it's missing a little. But you can go into Act 3 if you want. But if you go into Act 3, you do just kind of set up Chimera to like drop the ultimate to clear the board. I think what you need to do here, ideally, is you want to like kill Chimera like without getting into Act 3. Just completely bypass it, if at all possible.
So break the last heart and deal 15 oh no, we're in Act 3.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this, because now Chimera just clicks ultimate, right? You click ultimate and that kills everything.
We will see second chance come out, the Son of River and buffing one of the companions, but I don't think that will be enough.
Yeah, I mean, you get the Son of Driven, so you can play a Will of the Woods into Son of Driven, and I mean, there's a lot of damage just from that alone. I just like the thing is like now I'm not sure what the plan is because the board is completely clear, right? There's nothing there anymore. I guess the plan could be to just somehow get 2 Will of the Woods out. And then Son of Driven, one of the tokens, and just kill with that. Which I think is actually pretty realistic. I can see that working. It does require like just a straight up pass though. So I would guess, if I was this baby, what I would do this turn is I would play God in a Bottle and pass. So that the following turn I can play Will of the Woods and Second Chance, which there should be enough mana for that. Right, we're currently looking at 9 mana. Next turn it's gonna be 10. That's 19. With do not use your purple mana, then it doesn't work. Okay, I assume we are seeing something a bit different. Song for Dancing. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
That's the mana fix, but it doesn't do anything for Babu just because the chromatic mana is spent the last, so the floating mana will not be retained in the next turn. Yeah, so I'm not sure why the mana fix came out.
On that note, we do actually probably have to like fix up the way the mana queuing works a bit. That is clever, I like that. That is really clever.
It didn't destroy the enemies? Oh, it did. It just
is that lethal?
Just took a full stack to resolve.
1 more damage. Oh, off by 1. Damn, that was actually really cool. And now you can just second chance the Son of Driven in case you just need to deal 1 more damage.
Yeah, I don't expect any healing.
This is I like this. I like this Babu deck. It's so honest, you know? It's not hey, here's a bunch of bullshit. Like let me like 1 turn kill you. No, it's just hey, here's the good cards. I'm just gonna kill you with the good cards. You're gonna... Sorry, you're just gonna have to die to the good cards. And that's it. That's over. Damn.
Bouncy Boy wasn't enough.
No, Bouncy Boy is a bit slow.
9 minutes in that game.
Do you play Interdiction? I think Interdiction is not that good. I think Interdiction is mostly great against Babu, but everybody else is not so great against. Okay. Minor disagreement.
The Reese loves Deaths and Feasts finally in this deck.
What's that?
The Reese loves Death and Feast in this deck, comboed with Second Chance as well as something less quality. Hopefully we'll see that going on. Beholds and
Okay.
Beholds and Beacons on top of that to maybe duplicate the Loves Death and Feast. We'll see if this combo comes through.
This deck is greedy as hell. This deck is just kind of like, I'm gonna play all of the good cards. And that's it. That's the strategy. Okay. Alright, I guess. I mean, like, go ahead. Play all the good cards. That is kind of funny to me.
Person saying sorry for spamming Epigons earlier, by the way.
Oh, don't worry about it.
That was just an experience that we never had.
Yes, it was just a bit of a weird little turn of events, I have to admit.
I mean, what did we expect implemented that card like this?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's not like it's an unheard of thing, but it was just kind of weird because they were using it on the opponent's Epigons to, like, get it all started. It didn't feel like a... You know, like, you sometimes build a deck, right? And your deck just has, like, a combo, and you plan for that combo. This didn't feel like that. This just kind of felt like they were like, well, I guess I'm going to copy that Epigon. And then it's just... Alright.
So we see Love, Death and Feast and Second Chance in the hand as well as something less holy. This is exciting. So this is a different combo that we will for sure see happening.
This is a really cool card. I like this one a lot. So the way this card works is it needs to be in the Ashes and it needs to be Act 2. And if both those conditions are fulfilled, then Lost, Death and Feast gains +5/+5, Taunt and Warded for the rest of the game. And it just has those stats now. So it becomes an 8/9 with Taunt and Warded, making it incredibly difficult to get past, right? Like you can't really hit it with spells or abilities anymore, and you have to like break through it because it just does so much damage. The tricky part is that you need to resurrect it because it only transforms in the Ashes. It has to die before it can become scary. And that's where cards like something less holy, which resurrects something from your Ashes, or Second Chance come in, because they bring it back from the Ashes and make it power and like let you like really get value out of that. Tournament tomorrow gonna be at 1 p.m. again, although it will not take as long as today. Don't worry about it. We'll probably get it through it in like 2 or 3 hours. But generally speaking, what you want to do with the Lost, Death and Feast is you just want to make sure you get these in the Ashes. So this is a great start here, right? 2 of them immediately in the Ashes. Then you need to get into Act 2. And then you need to start resurrecting them. That is a very powerful combination that honestly is very hard to deal with. I haven't seen people do it with Babu so much. I personally like doing it with Tani. But as you might have noticed, we're all a little biased towards Tani. Okay.
I'm not sure what's happening there. Maybe was Tani in the demo?
Not the way he is now.
Maybe people are just not picking the new heroes up. He was implemented pretty late.
Yeah, I think it's just generally speaking, people are a little bit You know, like people prefer kind of the more straightforward heroes, the ones again with like clear game plans, over the ones where it's like maybe you gotta figure out what even to do with this guy first, right?
Yeah, true. And we listed like 5 things that the ultimate does, which is interesting, and discovered yet another thing which they can do with ultimate.
So right here,
But-
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So right here, this is kind of like where the Chimera actually has a somewhat interesting decision to make. Do you get into Act 2? Because if you just attack here, right, you break the barrier, you go into Act 2, that will now transform these, right? Keep in mind, they're currently 3/4, and we're going into Act 2. And now you can see a bit of an animation in the ashes. And look at these bad boys now. This is scary. You bring these back, they become very powerful, right? And this is also where we see that combo. We see the Something That's Holy targeting the Lost Death and Feast, and now playing the Revels in Cruelty on top of the Something That's Holy. I assume. Kind of taking a second. Probably gonna try to queue up the mana for Will of the Wood first. Yeah, so we're gonna see the... Wait, no, with Bag of Crowns there's enough mana. Yeah, so here's the Will of the Wood first to get like just the general power on the board. Then Bag of Crowns into this Revels in Cruelty, which resurrects the Lost Deaths and Feast, which now becomes a 9/9. All of that gets destroyed, and there's an absolutely massive board in play. That was a huge turn. I can see why you want to do this with Bebu, because Bebu just has access to more mana, right? So that was whew. I like that turn. That required a lot of thinking, a lot of planning, and was executed very well. And now the Chimera needs to figure out how to deal with this, because, well, the thing is, like, it's pretty easy to kind of like kill these guys, right? Like, you can just kind of use your normal removal stuff. But Knife Made Wise is gonna be protecting Lost Death and Feast, even more next turn. And this is the big one. You gotta get rid of this, because if you don't get rid of this, it's so difficult to take down, right? So there you go. All right. But now the rest of the board is still open. You've still got the Will of the Woods in play. You still got the Revels in Cruelty. This also needs to go. This is just such a hard turn. I don't even know what to do about it.
The hand is getting really small. Only 3 cards. This is getting tough in terms of controlling the board. Especially when Bebu has second chance, as well as Prey in hand. The Hunger Grows is ready to destroy. So I think Bebu is over controlling the board right now, just with the numerous options they have to play.
Something that I think was a bit of a mistake here is the Ataraxy wasn't put into the guarded stance. So Ataraxy has an ability. It's pretty expensive, costs 6 mana, but it says I destroy target companion. And then afterwards is an upside, but we don't have to worry about that right here. It's just a 6 mana destruction effect. I feel like it might be a good idea to protect that guy, right? Because currently there's not that much incentive to attack the hero as the Bebu, because there's still the plating, right? I feel like it might be better to like remove everything on the board first. I don't know. I feel like you should try to make this as difficult as you can, because this right here, this companion might be able to like kill Will of the Woods or Revels in Cruelty later.
I think Will of the Wood should take out the Ataraxy, but I think the question is, do you put the Knife Made Wise on the Will of the Wood before you attack or no?
I think absolutely. Like 100% of the time. Like, first of all, it just protects it from free damage, which means that there's just a lack of damage right now on the board. And also, I guess... but like, I think also just like, what else are you really waiting for, you know? I guess you can wait for like a combo with the Son of Driven, but I feel like that's greedy. You know, I've got a really strong board right now. You know, protect the board you have. Oh, that's spooky though. Mind Roiler.
Will of the Wood probably goes, and but we have 4 mana extra next turn for the Bebu to bring in more power.
No, okay, there's a Forsaken Armor. It seems like the Veteran Executor will survive.
They aren't bringing back the Bouncy Boy, that's surprising.
No, it's 5 mana, it's really difficult.
I mean, they have no hand whatsoever, so I
Yeah.
would focus on bringing it back personally, but maybe that's a mistake.
So this is Mind Roller. Mind Roller has Dawn. I return my opposing permanent to your opponent's hand. That's a really useful ability, right? You can just throw something like Rebels in Cruelty right back into your opponent's hand. It's great. It's fantastic. But it also has an ability which costs 5 neutral mana and says, I return to your hand. So you can play it, bounce something, and then just grab it back into your hand. And you can just kind of do that over and over again. The problem with that, right? The mild problem here is just it uses a lot of resources, right? Like 7 mana for that is expensive. So it's usually something that's mostly used in control matchups where you can afford to have that kind of mana. Or like you can afford to spend that kind of mana, but like I feel like right here, I don't know, it's a bit difficult. It's definitely like a consideration though.
Rebels in Cruelty will come out on top of Son of a River, and that's what I'm expecting right now.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
That's kind of bad placement of their companions there, 3 grouped in, while you know that you return the Rebels in Cruelty into their hand.
That's really the thing that I think is a bit questionable, right? It's not like it was a surprise there's going to be a Rebels in Cruelty. You literally returned it to the hand. Like you put it there.
Yeah. I mean, the board was kind of full, so you would have to sacrifice something. But sacrificing Mind Roller in that interaction, that's what questioned me. Because Mind Roller can effectively remove a lot of things. Love, Death, and Feast, and yeah.
Yeah, it's very good against Lost Deaths and Feasts because it's not targeted, right? It gives a huge advantage in that regard. Alright, here we've got High Archpriest Glycephane, a very useful card, but not right now. So for the rest of the game, add 3 insight to your mana pool until the end of turn at the start of your turn. So after you play High Archpriest Glycephane, you just have more mana for the rest of the game. It's just mana isn't really the problem right now. So,
you know what? I just realized we might be seeing the wrong hand size because of the BO3. So it's not actually. It might be not an empty hand actually.
maybe.
We'll see.
We'll see, I guess. Alright. I think the consideration here is, do we bring back the Lost Death and Feast? I think doing so would be reasonable, although the question is kind of like, is it necessary? Oh. Yeah, that's a fun little bug right there.
Well, it now lives there, okay?
Yes, it's just his new home.
Wait, how many attacks does the...
Veteran, I think it...
They both have 2 attacks, or Veteran has 3?
Veteran has 3 with the Knife Made Wise.
Wow. Oh, I see. 3 came out. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's the wrong... What's the wrong target?
Interesting.
Yeah, again, like at this stage, the Chimera now has bonus mana for the rest of the game, which is something that's really useful if you can actually spend it. So it seems Chimera did actually have some more cards. Look at that. Coming with the Red Sky Racketeer. This is a great card for kind of maintaining tempo. During your next turn, opponent's next turn, their cards cost 1 neutral more to play. And it also gives you Bags of Crowns. But how useful is that right now?
Beholden Becomes comes out, so there is a chance we're copying the Lost Death and Feast.
No,
Or,
we're
I
copying
guess,
the
never
Veteran
mind.
Executor because the game is over right now.
Never mind.
No,
My
because
bad.
that guy was given bold right now.
Yeah, so the
And-
copy is bold.
There's like 50 damage right there.
Insane. The Act 3 completely skipped like you predicted.
Yeah. So that's... Damn. Sick. That was nice. I like it. So that's gonna be Chimera out of the tournament. And we've got Hippie moving on. We're gonna be finally fighting Wotan Void. And we've got... So there's only a very few matches left to go. It's Nail versus Baklasan and Wotan Void versus Hippie. Wood and Void can finally stop complaining about.
We need to wake up Walton Boy.
It feels like, come on, you're playing a double elimination. Look, you got knocked out pretty late into the winners bracket. You're just gonna have to wait a little bit. That's how it goes. That is normal. All right? Because so here's something that's really important to keep in mind about double elimination, right? The way this works is that for Hobnob to get into top 8, Hobnob had to play 1, 2, 3, 4 matches. Right now, Hobnob is in the top 8. For somebody like, for example, I don't know, if Damakuno wanted to get into top 8, then Damakuno played 1 round up here, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games. It's just, there's way more matches to play in the losers bracket. Way more matches. And that kind of slows things down. So, let's have a look if Nail is already playing. Oh, already in the game. Very good. Oh, this is not looking good for Nail. Hell yeah! Solar Witness! I'm so happy people are playing Solar Witness. I like Solar Witness. Solar Witness is such a fun card.
Oh, Nail has Behold and Becomes to answer that. By the way, I have to go now.
Oh, okay. Don't worry about it. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on the stream. That
No
was
problem.
fun.
Alright then.
All
I'll
right.
see you around. Goodbye.
Alright, bye.
Alright, I guess it's just me again then. Well, we'll finish this up. We've been here for a while and I'm actually quite hungry. It's been 6 hours of the tournament already. But I have to say I'm feeling pretty good about how everything went. I was so worried. I am still... Oh God, my brain. Can somebody shut my brain up? Hello, what's up?
Can I be replacement whisper?
Sure, you can come if you want.
Okay. Are you in general?
No, I just left, but I can join back. Okay. But like, my brain is still just like, we had such a cool tournament. I think it's been super cool, just like as a spectator. And my brain is just like, but Balmy, what if the game is secretly crap? Ugh. Okay. Hello. We've got Mickey casting now.
I am such a good caster. I have no idea what is going on.
Well, the tournament is going on. We've got Nail fighting against Baklasan. Or Baklashan?
Punch him in the
Baklakhan?
face.
Okay, well, that's not very... Well, the Solar Witnesses are punching Nail in the face right now.
No, poor Nail.
Damn,
Hi,
and Nail actually has,
everybody.
like, nothing on the board. And it's... This is brutal. And it's a Venora! I'm so happy! Let's go, Venora!
Are there any heroes that we just haven't seen at all?
Yes. Yes. But I think overall the hero variety has been pretty high.
I was also surprised that people were playing like Venora and stuff.
Well, no,
because-
Venora isn't a surprise to me. I was surprised to see so little of her. I think Venora is
Really?
super good. Yeah, Venora is super strong. We haven't seen Astromagus. We haven't seen Harbinger. We haven't seen Mole. We have somehow seen Quill. We have not seen Pridemonger. We have not seen Ryla, no Air, no Shekmati, no no Envoy, no Inkeeter, and no VS Many Minds. So there's still a lot of heroes kind of left. Admittedly, I'm not surprised that we haven't seen Inkeeter or VS Many Minds. Those are heroes that I very much expect only very advanced players to be able to really get a lot of use out of. I am surprised that there was no Envoy, Pridemonger, and also no Air. Those are the ones that really surprised me. And I think people are wrong about Checkmati and Astromagus. I think Checkmati and Astromagus are super good. But yeah. Anyway, there's just a lot of heroes. Like, honestly, if, like, we didn't watch 22 games on stream today. Like, as much as I
Wow.
try, right? Like, and there's 22 different heroes. Even if we saw a new hero every single game, we would still not have seen every single game.
That's a
every
good
single hero.
point.
There was a Pridemonger. Ah, see, so there was actually a Pridemonger.
Oh, was there?
Yeah, I
Oh,
guess.
cool.
Yeah, but Ivan Yesta killed her, so rest in peace.
Aw.
Oh my god, Nail, this is just looking a bit rough. Yeah, so
Yeah. Poor Gugu.
Yeah, poor Dufdunk. It's a rough matchup as well. I think Dufdunk is the kind of hero that just, Dufdunk likes to take his time and just kind of like take things down. And if your opponent plays a lot of small stuff, he's really good at dealing with that. But he's playing against Venora. Venora plays big things and big things only. And that's all she does. She doesn't care about the small garbage you're throwing at her. Who even are you? Right?
Do you know who she is?
Yes.
She took time out of her busy schedule to come and sit at this table and play a card game.
Yes, and also Nail screwed up his mana, and now he can't do his plan. Nail's plan right here was to use Wade's damage-dealing ability to probably hit here and then use this to hit here, get both of these to 1 HP, clear them both out, leaving 2 of these on the board, but that's not currently enough to kill him, which kind of would have given him an opportunity maybe. But he miscalculated his mana because this ability actually uses an insight mana to use its effect, and he doesn't have any insight mana left.
Which game is this of 3?
I don't know. I would guess game 1 because they did just start recently. But I can't tell. This is probably something
to add in.
Yeah. This is definitely something I want to have. One of the big things that we still need to really improve is kind of like the player names, where we can see in the top right and bottom left right now, it's just kind of crappy. And we can also add in like what game in the best of 3 it is and all of that stuff. Anyway, there is actually, 28 HP again. Wow, that's kind of crazy.
Wait, how did that happen?
So this is Healing Rain right here, and this guy is also Healing Rain. Okay, so these both restore 8 life. Okay, and Baklashan is getting back to Epigoning. Yeah, this seems to be the strat for this Venora deck, is just create like a ton of value with all of these Epigons, and just kind of like repeatedly create new Epigons. I mean, I guess you can do that. Oh, Planar Skoo! Yes! I just like that effect. It's very pretty.
I didn't see it yet. Oh, there we go.
And well,
cool.
That should actually probably be it, though.
I mean, like is it Be Like the Sun that goes Wah!
Yeah, that's Be Like the Sun.
Yeah, that's the good one. That's the good shit.
Planar Skoo is just kind of a better version of Be Like the Sun. This just destroys everything your opponent has, but its mana cost is a lot more prohibitive. So that makes it a bit difficult to use. Okay then. I feel like I got scammed off my matchups with counters to my deck. Well, I mean, you kind of have to account for that. You know, that's what the sideboard is for.
With much sympathy. Sucks to be you.
Okay.
That's sometimes what happens.
That is sometimes what happens.
Yeah.
So
I'm so hungry and tired.
Well, maybe you should make us some food. Because I'm hungry too and I'm also tired, but I can't go make us some food.
Yeah. I'll just stick with you until the game is
finished. All right, until the game is finished. Good.
Yeah, and then we can have some food.
Yes. Nail really banking a lot on just not dying this turn.
I think I froze all of the...
There's 17 damage on the board. Now, if Nail doesn't die this turn, he can start using the Wade's to heal a lot. On top of using Blooming Blackly next turn to, get up a lot of plating. I actually do think this is the right play. But the chance of him not dying here is just very, very low. Well, that's a pretty good start, I guess.
Does he have lethal? No.
Not currently.
No,
there's
not
17... Wait, no, there's 16. 16 damage on the board.
Yeah. I need your help.
Yes. There is... So, Venora almost certainly plays just a small favor, which is only 5 damage. It's not lethal. It's not actually enough.
Oh, Mustafa is here.
Oh, hello, Mustafa.
Just happening feels like such a huge thing right now. Yeah, it's really cool.
And
really
there we
cool.
go. So this is not actually lethal yet. which means that this it.waits can continue healing. Keep in mind, it.waits gets twice as powerful every turn that passes.
Does it then do 8 healing?
Now it does 2 healing per page, which means he can heal himself for 12 life with just the it.waits. And then you add the Blooming Blackly on top of that, which will give 6 plating and remove something from the board. That can buy a lot of time. And then next turn, the it.waits can heal for 24. It's gonna start being a lot. And eventually, you might start using it offensively, but I don't think that's on the table right now. So just to briefly explain it.waits again. It.waits has 2 abilities. One of them deals damage to everything your opponent has, and one of them heals you. Oh, that is such a strange play. What are you doing? Oh, I get it. Oh, that's actually pretty clever.
Enlighten me.
Never mind. Well, he just kind of calculated his mana nicely. That was just pretty smart. Okay. So if with it.waits, you don't use both abilities, right? As long as you voluntarily do not use one of those abilities, then the next turn, they will become twice as powerful. So Nail just used both of them, which means next turn they are not going to double. They're going to stay the same power level. But I think right there, it might have been necessary for survival, so I get it. Still, but that's kind of like an important thing to keep in mind about that card, that it's really, really, really good the longer it stays on the board and the longer it kind of holds back. That's why it is it.waits. I think that makes sense.
It does.
One of the things here as well is that this actually does set up for a nice play next turn, where Duvdunk can use primary on the mana drone.
Oh no, Nail spoiling it in the chat.
Nail, did you... Oh no, Nail. What did you do?
Nail.
Just a small favor. Okay, just a small favor. Probably gonna return that to hand. Yes, very good. And clears out that. Yeah, just a small favor is just such a handy card because it has so many options. None of its options are the strongest. Like, they're not amazing, but they are just generally really handy. All right. All right then. I wonder what can even go wrong. Like, what could Nail be upset about?
We didn't spam enough wieners.
Oh, we spammed this wiener to make Neil a winner.
Yeah,
that's true. All right, there's another Blooming Blackly. Because of the 2 Red Sky Racket... Why? Was that the mistake? 1, 2, 10, 18. You just die to any damage, right? Okay, I guess 7, I mean, you die to a lot, but most of that would already have killed you. So I don't know if that was the mistake Nail is talking about. This might actually be fine. I don't know, but there's just a lot of damage on the board. Okay. I really like it.waits, by the way. I think it's such a fun card. It's just so interesting because it really just kind of like, it's not like it doesn't do anything, but it's just like always like hold back. Okay, Nail still in it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you use the damage thing and you start googling. No. Okay, healing, that's fine. Just make sure you use the damage. No. Oh no, I think I see what's gonna happen.
I don't.
Oh no, he's gonna use the Hex Painter. And then he's not gonna have blue mana to use the damage.
Uh-oh.
And now he can't do it. Now he doesn't have blue mana.
Oh, he says, dude, I haven't lost. I just wasted a fuck ton of resources like a moron.
Okay.
Well, there's the moron now. Everybody thought you lost.
Well, it's still Nail because that was still a bad turn.
Yeah, that's true.
Like
I mean, no matter how you look at it.
That was still a pretty bad turn. I'm not a fan of how that played out. But honestly, the fact that Venora hasn't found a great way of dealing with this it.waits is just what's keeping Nail alive. Admittedly, if Nail doesn't die right now, then this it.waits might actually be enough to kill Venora. because now the damage will actually start clearing the board. Right? Like now it will deal 4 damage to everything, which will kill the entire board. And then if you just do nothing, right? You don't use the healing because you probably have enough health as long as there's no board. Then the following turn, you will kill Venora. She will just die. So that's pretty good. There's another Epigon. Okay, well, it's not that big a deal. We still have plating.
I just noticed that the coins are different colors. There's like silver, gold, and bronze.
What are you talking about?
For the bag of crowns, the animation, there's different colored coins.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that before.
Okay, there's a heal. You can see Nail back to 44 life. There's the ultimate. Okay, I guess that's a way you can go. Just kind of like holding, continuing to use the Ita weights for defense. The Google ultimate is super good. So every time your opponent plays a card now, or uses an ability, you will deal 2 damage to her, right? And that's kind of the thing about Venora. Venora is a hero that likes to play a lot of cards. I'm sure you've noticed it, right? Have you seen how like Google plays like a card a turn? And Venora's sitting over there. Here's some coins, there's a spell, and there's some more coins, right?
Yep, here's a guy, here's another guy.
Here's a guy, there's another guy. She just plays a lot of cards. Which is bad when playing against Gugu. He does not like that.
Just think Gugu.
Okay. Well, at this point, I think you just slam the damage, you slam the healing. I mean, this 8-dot weights actually like won the game. It's not quite won yet, but now it's gonna be nasty. Oh, this is such a cool card. Hey, Sirif.
Got my Babu Sip mug. So happy with it.
Well, I'm glad.
That's
Thank you for the 14 months. And I'm glad you got your Babu Sip mug. We still haven't gotten ours.
Where are ours?
Yeah,
Sarah,
so mad.
please.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
This dude doesn't run any removal. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is that the Ita weights is kind of hard to remove. It's got 12 life. So the big thing that would kill it is 1,000 Shining Teeth, which is a spell that does exactly 12 damage. But not every Venora deck plays it. I personally always run it, because I think it's just... Oh my god, is it not gorgeous? Is that not gorgeous? And 80 life. Okay. Why can't you target It-Dot Weights? The It-Dot Weights is in the guarded stance, so it can't be attacked. It can't attack itself, but it just can't. Attack.
But it's not immune to spells, right? So
It's not immune to spells. You can't just shoot it with something, but so far Baklasan just hasn't had anything. I think this Venora deck is entirely based on value, trying to like get the most value possible out of like stuff like the Epigon and like using Dawns multiple times. And I guess you can do that, but then you don't really have a good way of killing just a single companion that's shredding you like this, you know? For hire, for sale. Oh, there we go. That's how we're gonna do it. Alright. Seems like the It-Dot Weights is finally gonna go down. But that thing did get so much value.
It did a lot of waiting.
It did, and now Nail has 80
Ridiculous amount
HP.
of waiting.
Yeah, so 80 life is the maximum. That's the highest it goes. The problem is now Venora needs to kill Nail quickly enough to not die to this ultimate. Because you can see she's already taking a lot of damage.
What is Venora's ultimate?
Just draws her 5 cards. She already used it.
Ah.
Yeah.
But you can only use ultimates once a game, right?
Yes, only once a game.
Okay.
So look at this group. These ashes, dude. There's just 55 cards in there. Like, this is insane.
Wow, that's a stacked up ashes.
But that's how Venora does things, you know? She's just cards and money and everything. Just play a million things.
Yeah.
That's the
Wait,
Venora
how many
life.
cards is she allowed to have in her hand? In a deck, sorry?
40.
What? Oh, because she must be like getting other cards. How does she have so many cards in her ashes?
So Venora has 2 of her abilities just generate cards. So like her primary
okay.
adds crowns and her secondary adds crowns. But she's also got these developments that she's been summoning. She's got For Hire for Sale, which creates copies. She's got Epigons, which create copies. She's got stuff like the Benefactor, which adds more bags of crowns. And what was it? The Red Sky Racketeers, which add even more bag of crowns, and it's just a bunch more Epigons. It's all about kind of like recycling value over and over and over again.
Well, she's gonna be recycling herself right into the garbage.
That's true. This is not looking so hot. Although, admittedly, as much as Nail is still alive, there's not really much she's doing.
Yeah, but like every time he just does anything, she
Dad
goes
might
down.
do it. It's a boat. You play a boat. Oh my god. So this is the Empyrean Goliath. This is a 7/7. Remove the top companion from your deck and add it to Empyrean Goliath as crew. After Empyrean Goliath attacks, you may choose any of its crew to enter the story. They gain board. At the end of your turn, if they weren't destroyed, they become crew again. Dusk. Discard the crew. Oh, alright, got yeeted back into hand. So what the Empyrean Goliath does, it comes down and it is this massive companion, first of all, 7/7. And it attacks, like you can then get crew out of your deck. And you can attack and then you can summon all of the crew and all of the crew attacks as well. And you can get a ton of power on the board immediately.
Yeah, but do you see the problem?
Yeah, she's dying. That's kind of a bit of an
The problem is that Gugu doesn't give a shit about your boat.
issue. Gugu does not care. Gugu does not
doesn't
care
give a
about your
fuck.
boat.
Gugu has never given a damn.
Gugu has
So-
never in his life cared about a boat.
No, on the list of priorities of Duvdunk, Gugui, boats at the bottom.
Yes,
Lower than the bottom.
Not like really an ocean person, you know? Just more like a tree person.
Yeah.
Could say
Almost
like a plant
like
person.
A plant person, you could say. Almost like a Tayak or something.
Yeah,
Almost.
almost. Not quite, of course. I will be
Not
going
quite,
a bit far.
no. Don't be ridiculous. Isn't his name, like, in Tayak mean lying nut?
Yes, lying nut.
So, in his, like... Is he lying? Is he bad? Is he a bad boy? In his,
Well, that is up to you. Are you talking
know.
about the like lore description of
Yeah.
Google? Well, read it and ask yourself, what might he be talking about? What might he be asking you? What might he be demanding? I mean, I'm not going to tell you because I'm not going to like
Yeah, I know.
decide the lore for you. That's up to you.
he wants something from you.
He does want something from you.
He wants your time.
I mean, he will give you gifts though.
Yeah. Wait, is he just like a... Never mind.
All right. Shrinking the boat.
He wants your soul? Oh my goodness. He probably does. I trust Aaron.
Okay
I'm
then.
tired. Where can we see the lore? It's in the game under the lore tab, isn't it? Or
The
is this
lore
just
tab isn't in yet. You can see the hero
Ah.
lore if you go on the deck builder and on the hero selection screen and then right click them. There you can see the hero lore.
He wants to become Jesus. He wants your fondue.
Okay, there's yeah, Venora's kind of getting grinded out. This is just
Yeah.
I think this like what really happened here was just kind of like either the Venora got really unlucky or just kind of an error on deck construction. I think you can play these like very value-based Venora decks, and I don't necessarily think they're bad, but you should play like some direct damage, you know, like a little bit. Because
Who are we talking about? Boo Boo?
no, the Venora, like because the Venora was like at various points. I think it was like 4 or 3 damage off of killing Nail.
Yeah.
And blue has a lot of cards that will deal that amount of damage. That is not a high amount. So it might, you know, there might have been some options there.
Yeah, well.
Why you? Well, Jay drinks deep magics, I guess. Okay, getting a pretty big crew on this boat. So this is how it works. Now the Drinks Deep Magics comes out. And you get its Dawn effect. And so it's gonna kill that one over there.
If Venora manages to pull this off, I will be so impressed. And also mad.
Well, so far, Nail hasn't been doing anything. Alright, which is kind of the problem there a little bit. I don't think it would be too wild if he actually manages to lose this. But I don't know. That healing, by the way, that's actually gonna matter a bit. God. Just running out of cards too. This is just so resource focused.
But look at this game that you made. It's so intricate.
Yeah, there's things. There's like a cool boat. Look at the cool boat. I like my boat.
It's goats.
Yeah, this guy's riding on a goat.
Also boats.
And there's weird puppet lich things that we're not gonna talk about.
You mean the Epigons?
Yeah, the Epigons.
And do you die if you're out of cards like in Yu-Gi-Oh? No.
No, you just start taking damage. I wonder if Nail should just yeet the Blooming Blackly at Venora.
Yeet.
And just fucking yeet it in there, like whatever. I mean, yes, it's not gonna clear out the board, but you're not really trying to win by clearing out the board. You're trying to win by, like, dealing damage. Alright, I guess he's gonna just defend himself some more. Yeah, I guess you do have to kind of clear out the board. Because you need to make sure that these companions don't just keep pushing damage endlessly. How many cards do they have left to draw? So there's 7 cards in Venora deck and there's 13 in Nail's deck. I don't think Nail has played an Awe yet, which means that's what Nail is waiting for. Nail wants Awe, because with Awe you can just clear the whole board. What Awe does is it just reduces the stats of everything to 1/1, but that's very powerful with the primary. By the way, will you guys be adding art for Chroma on Twitch? It's super easy. I actually tried to post an image for the game, but they only allow the developers to do this. I have been trying to claim ownership of Chroma on Twitch for months. That is not an exaggeration. I've been trying to do it for so long, and they just do not respond to me. And I don't know what to do. Recently, they replied to me and they said that apparently there's a dispute over the ownership of the game because Clarity Games and Philip Baumgart are trying to claim ownership. And like, that's me.
That's your game.
This is the same person. Can I just get ownership of my fucking game? So I wrote a nice email back where I just kind of asked, hey, I'm the same person. Can I like have the game? Can I have the game, please? I own the studio and the game. Can I have my game, please?
I also have a name, and I am the person.
Yes. But they just... I have been trying to get ownership of this. I really have, but it's just not playing along. So Nail actually kind of dying. There was the 1000 Shining Teeth. This is what we needed all along. Right? This right here. This is 1000 Shining Teeth. It's pretty simple. Oh my god, you just scroll so far. Deals 12 damage and has Overwhelm. It's got very nice art. I really like it. Jeremy really outdid himself there. Although apparently he counted and it's only like 60 teeth.
60 shining teeth doesn't really sound that impressive.
Wait, did Venora just take damage for the Never Enough? I didn't quite pay attention. Venora just took damage for the Never Enough being played, right?
No, Screaming Bean.
Or was that not?
Litter and she wants you.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. That's a bug. That shouldn't happen. But I guess that's how it goes. That is interesting. By the way, that's a minor bug. So if the Venora loses because of that, then, you know, then she just lost anyway. We're not gonna go out and, you know, reset the game or something like that because of that. Alright.
Are we claiming Dark Lord needs to fix this?
Okay. Write that down. I should make a note here. This is one of those like 1% bugs where it's just super specific. So Google Alt will deal damage to your opponent if you play never enough. And 15, is it enough? Does she have 18 mana? She does.
What?
Hey! She did it! Oh my god! She killed Nail like 15 times in that game.
Damn. Yay!
Yeah.
Well done.
Alright, that was game one.
That was game one. Oh.
You don't have to be here if you don't want to. You can just make us food because we need food.
That's this problem.
What is the problem?
You know how we went grocery shopping this morning and we bought a bunch of meat?
Yes.
I did not consider that we would need to eat food tonight, and I froze.
Why would we not need to eat food tonight?
I just put all of it in the freezer without even thinking about it. Because I was like, I need to freeze this meat. It goes in the freezer. Didn't consider taking anything out.
Maybe get your very wrinkly brain wrinkling and figure out a solution to this very solvable problem.
Pizza?
No, I'm not going to order. I've told you so
I
many
know,
times
I know,
that
I know,
pizza
I know.
makes me feel like crap. And I really don't like that you keep
Honey,
suggesting
it was a
pizza
joke.
because it makes
It
me
was
feel
a
like
joke.
garbage.
We had pizza last night. I don't want pizza either. So I am going to make us mushroom pasta.
It's up to you, whenever you want. You're the picky
Mushroom
one.
pasta it is.
Okay.
I am. All right, I'm gonna go and make pasta.
All right, goodbye.
All right, have fun.
That's
Don't
how I
go
feel when you
crazy.
say fondue's hot pot. No, because I actually have a medical condition that if I eat something that has too much fat in it, I feel bad. I feel sick.
He
I
has
get
no gallbladder.
I have no gallbladder because I had to be removed. So if I eat something that has too much fat in it, I get a stomach ache and I feel like crap.
Yep.
And I don't want to eat pizza
I want to eat pizza.
because it's
What?
very fatty and it makes me feel like garbage.
Maybe it just shows you what you really are.
Yes. I don't know what that even means.
Garbage.
Okay.
Okay,
Alright,
well, I'm gonna
goodbye.
go make mushrooms. Bye.
All right. Okay, then let's see how this goes. Wait, what? No gallbladder? How does that ever work? You don't need a gallbladder. Gallbladders, like your gallbladder doesn't do anything. Like it's legit not necessary. I had gallstones and the doctor was just like, we'll just eat this thing. And I'm like, okay, I guess. Do we not need it? And they're like, no, you don't. You'll just, you know, like just make sure you don't eat anything super fatty and then you'll be fine. That's it. All right. Okay, nail. So I kind of want this Menorah to win. As much as I like Nail. No disrespect towards Nail, right? But I'm just kind of excited that there's potential of a Menorah in the top 8 tomorrow as well. So yeah. Anyway. Good old Mana Jones there. Oh man, I am starting to run low on energy, and by starting to I mean, I've been low on energy for a while. But look, this is probably gonna be the last. Well, this is gonna be the last series of this tournament. This is just gonna be it. All right. All right. Nice. I think that's kind of like a case of learning what is kind of strong on your opponent's side and what they depend on, and hope being like the big enchantment there. Getting rid of it just feels good. I know people for gallbladder who can actually eat fatty foods without a problem. That's great, but that's not me. But good fact. Alright. Gugu just kind of trying his best. Is this where we start looping Epigons? No, not yet. Yeah, the Epigon strat is just kind of like a value strat against Gugu here. Which seems good. I mean, right now, with it still being Act 1, there isn't so much mana available, which kind of makes it a bit more limited what you can do. So can you not eat most fast food? No, I can eat pretty much most things fine. It's just, you know, like the one pizzeria we can order pizza from, right? They, the reason why we can only order from them is because they're the only pizzeria that do gluten-free. And they just slather it in oil. You get pizza and it's just fucking dripping. Honestly, kind of gross. And that's just too much for me. I can eat pretty much anything though. Like we had like normal frozen pizza yesterday and that was fine. That's not a problem. But just that one pizza place, which is really the only pizza place we can order from, that one is not okay because they just make it way too fatty and then I feel like crap. So yeah. All those bird noises in-game or IRL? They're in-game. It's just kind of like a bit of ambience because, you know, you're in a jungle. We are working on we're working on putting in some music as well. We currently just have like this main menu music. Is it too much to say that this is a Magic the Gathering and Hearthstone mix? It depends on how you're looking at it. Right? It has lots of unique elements. But yeah, it also mixes in the elements of Hearthstone and Magic the Gathering. And that's very intentional. You know, I wanted it to be something that feels familiar. And something you can play and just kind of feel, hey, this is nice. I know how this works. Right? I have seen these kind of things before. And that's it. Where's the Pokemon TCG element? That's Monomaniac. But I kind of like try to fix a lot of the problems that I think Hearthstone Magic the Gathering have. At least to me personally. Right, whether or not you agree that these problems exist, I guess is kind of up to you. Is the plan for best of threes to have multiple decks, or is it going to always be the same deck? There's sideboarding between games, so you can swap out up to 10 cards. Yeah, 10 cards with your deck. And that's how best of three is going to stay. I have no plans of changing that. I know it's on the back burner now, but when do you expect to start working on mobile version? I don't even think about that right now. Because it's really a matter of we need to survive February. We need to make money. Right? Like, if we release the game and then it doesn't make money, then that's it. Never gonna be a mobile version. Never gonna be anything because I'm just gonna have to shut everything down. That's really the only thing. Make money or break even with what you already spent. I just want to make enough money to be able to continue paying the staff. I don't care about the money I already spent. That does not matter to me. To me, that's completely irrelevant. To me, the money I spent was spent on making the game. I am happy that I made the game. I have no problem with that. I do not need to get that money back. What I do need is I need to make enough money to pay my staff. Because if I can't pay them, there's no game. Can't do this on my own. I mean, honestly, I'm the least useful person on the staff. So, yeah. Anyhow. Oh man, I'm really running super low on energy, sorry. It's just been a long day. Fire yourself to save on expenses. I have not paid myself a single cent. I don't pay myself. I feel like people really kind of like misunderstand me a lot. I have very little interest in money. The only reason why I care about money is because I need it to do the stuff I want to do. But I don't care about the money itself. That doesn't matter to me. Whew! Nice. That's also gonna get rid of the plating. I wonder what Buckler Sound is blocking. Probably companions? Because this interdiction isn't blocking spells, and that's what you would usually block. Alright. But yeah, I want to release Chroma. And we need to make money, and we need to make it quickly. And that's just it. And I'm not telling you this because I'm looking to make a bank. Or like looking to make bank. I'm telling you this because otherwise we will just not have to make any. We will just shut down. That's it. That's just it. That's just how it's gonna be. So yeah. But let's just not worry too much about that right now. I think today I can just be happy with what we did here. No? Did Nox just review the game? Not that I know, no. I just saw him in Discord. And in Discord, he said the game's mechanics are fantastic, really. Or was it like freaking fantastic or freaking awesome, really? Something like that. Which made me really happy. Round of 32 right now. No, this is the last round. This is it. Final serious, yeah. No, I can dig it out again, just because I like looking at it. Is it okay if I like looking at it? How do you write noxious again? Damn it, I can't find it. Alright, never mind. I don't know how to write noxious. Is that how you write it? Oh, there it is. Nope, I don't know how to write it. Never mind. Printed out and posted above your desk. No. Oh, I like these. I think these are so good, the solar witnesses, because there's something that needs to be dealt with immediately. Because if you don't deal with them, they just start growing. And that's not good. That's not good. Do you think that the games are taking too much time? I think that the control matchups in particular are a bit long. I would like to speed them up a little. I need to think about what to do there. But I don't know. I also think, like, you know, sometimes it's just gonna take a long time. I feel like if I look at other games, you know, like sometimes like Dota games have taken like You know, sometimes they take an hour and a half. That can happen. Right? Or an hour. It's not that unusual. You know, and sometimes they take 15 minutes. And there's just a bit of variation there. I think that just happens. Did you find it? Ah, okay, there it is, yeah. The game's mechanics are freaking awesome, really. That's what Noxious said. That's an exact quote. Which is kind of exciting. Oh, my internet is starting to die. Alright. Well, I guess it's gonna be a bit laggy, sorry. Damn. So, did you... No. How did you... Oh, God. No, I missed it. Wait, did you bounce it? Yeah, you played just a small favor to return never enough to Jan. That's very clever. That is very clever. Okay. Starving Steel. Very good. That's the mana drones, just kind of like using them as bait there. No more green mana though. So not gonna be able to kill that Solar Witness, which is gonna grow even more. Damn. Solar Witness grows so quickly. Look at that. The 7/7 immediately. I wonder if there's gonna be another Hope. Right, if you play Hope here, then the Solar Witness can get even stronger. Oh, nice. Spells. Right, you block spells here to prevent the destruction effect, because you know the destruction is coming. All right, gain the mana. That's 4 mana. What do you do with that? Another Solar Witness. Damn, nice. Oh, that's so cool. I like it so much that these Solar Witnesses are coming out. Okay. I wonder what was blocked. If spells was blocked, that would be... I think spells is the right thing to block here. Because, like, yeah, I mean... Okay, I guess Companions was blocked. Wait, you die! You don't have any mana. Oh, Nail is dead. Alright, there you go. Alright. There you go. And is that it? Alright, Nail wins, Nails loses, and Baklasan makes it into top 8. And Volton versus Hippie is still going on. Alright, let's just... You know, we're not gonna stop now. Hippie won, it's already over. Alright! Okay, alright, I guess that's it. Alright, okay, look at that. So, it's not updated in the bracket yet, but it's gonna be Nadaris versus Hippie, and Monster Kai versus Baklasan, and then we've got Pynix Ginger against Azawa Shakatiman, and Hopnop versus Gyando. And that's it. That's our bracket for tomorrow. Yes! That was fun. I mean, like, I'm sorry, I kind of ran out of energy towards the end. It's hard to stream for, like, 7.5 hours or like that, right? But that was that good? I like that. I feel good about that, right? I think that was enjoyable. So we will be coming back tomorrow at 1 PM and we'll do the top 8. And then we'll go from there. Alright. Eldon, I'm gonna see you guys around. Goodbye.